Requiem Battalion. Prepare to have your minds blown. Did you know that Bolt Thrower was not only one of the best Wesley Willis songs of all time, but Bolt Thrower was actually a pretty good British extreme metal band as well? It's true! Bolt Thrower were a melodic death metal band who didn't play melodic death metal. Now, what I mean by that is, by the early to mid-90s, melodic death metal had already established itself as a style or micro-genre, largely on the backs of records like Carcass's Heartwork, with Terminal Spirit Disease, The Gallery, Jester Race, that sort of stuff, all following quickly thereafter. The influence and impact of those records has been well documented on previous Requiem shows, so no need to get into them here. But yeah, sure, melodic elements were certainly a part of early death metal. The first 3 Death albums in particular offer plenty evidence of that. But what made Bolt Thrower so distinct was the fact that their melodic elements were not derived from Maiden, Priest, or any of the classic heavy metal, like pretty much every other single death metal band of that era playing melodic death metal. Rather than smother the listener with sugary guitar lines and leads, the melodics of Bolt Thrower were way more subtle. They were somber without being doom. They were memorable without pandering to subgenre tropes of classic heavy metal or death metal. And I think that that's really what separates this band from any other death metal band of the era. Anyway, let's get back to what is likely hour 6 or 7 of this episode. But first, all hail Bolt Thrower, the original melodic death metal band, who didn't play melodic death metal.
You just heard War and Remembrance from Bolt Thrower's For Victory record from 1994. This is the Rec Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And you also heard a little intro there from one
Albert Mudrian from Decibel Magazine. Yeah. Editor-in-Chief.
He is.
Big kahuna.
If you've been a long-time Requiem Metal podcast fan, you know Albert. He's done many guest appearances, often just audio clips for things. He's kind of the man behind the scenes sometimes in terms of getting in contact with people. For me, if I know it's somebody that Mark and I don't generally have relationships with from the past, I'll reach out to Albert and things. And he's just always been a great supporter of the show. And we actually could have thrown that in part 1, but I felt like his welcome to hour 6 was more appropriate for part 2. And so, welcome to hour, 5 of Bolt Thrower part 2. We have now moved on to For Victory, 1994. That's kind of where we're at. This has been a pretty wild 2 weeks for us, Mark. Ever since Andreas threw the gauntlet down, it's been kind of like a whirlwind of different things kind of happening, and
the support
feedback
has been overwhelming. It's great.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So
especially in basically a recession.
Yeah.
They like to say it's something different, but it's, when the times are tough for people, shit's more expensive, but people are putting their money where their mouth is and what they care about. It's really encouraging.
I really, really appreciate it. It's been kind of overwhelming in all the right ways thus far.
Well, and the fact that a listener is one that's, listener number one is the one that, came up with this idea to match.
If for some odd reason you are just stumbling on us for part 2 and have not yet listened to Bolt Thrower part 1, first off, after I say what I'm going to say, go back and probably listen to part 1, unless you're only a fan of later era Bolt Thrower, and I get that, but also I think part 1's pretty worthy. There's some neat stuff going on there.
Mm-hmm.
But what we're kind of talking about is I won't be able to say his last name correctly, but Andreas, I have to roll my R's, but Pereira. Yeah. He was on the end of last episode, a very big Bolt Thrower fan, and he issued the challenge that is still ongoing as soon when this episode drops. So probably be about 2 more weeks. So get on it as you're listening to this. That for anybody that does a one-time PayPal donation, over the course of a month, going back to when part 1 of Bolt Thrower was dropped, he will match that and basically essentially double it. And then for anybody in this month as well that kind of outdoes his $20 a month Patreon, he'll double his Patreon monthly donation as well. And so thus far we have, I'll shout out these people at the beginning just real quick. Want to thank Bartek Rozuski, who donated $80, one-time donation. He said, marrying the challenge to a Bolt Thrower related posting, sold it. Smiley face cheers, Bartek. So
awesome.
Thank you for that. Jess, one of our Patreons, Jess Shrum, she sent $100. So thank you. And she's also, I was just telling Mark, gonna maybe help us with some of our her and Uncle Steve, Requiem Podcast accountant Uncle Steve, maybe we'll have to team up. Maybe we'll be Requiem Podcast accountant Jess from now on. We might pass the torch.
Executive producer Jessica Schrum.
Exactly. James Robinson sent us $10 as a one-time. Linus Hoagland, he sent us $45 and with a message that says, for Andreas to pay up for Requiem Metal Podcast. It was pretty funny. Andreas wrote me back after I sent him that screenshot of that. He goes, wait, does this mean this is money for my coffers to donate? And I was laughing. We were both getting a kick out of that. And then Nathaniel Green, Mr. Nick Green of Decibel, donated $100. So thank you, Nick Green. He didn't have to do that. He's a frequent guest and contributor to some of the things that we've done. And he said, this is for the joy that Requiem brings to my monochromatic existence, which is a very, very Nick Green kind of thing to say. Our friend and Patreon supporter, a good friend of both Mark and I's, who teaches over in Taiwan, Luke Walker, sent $100. He just said support for Requiem Metal Podcast. Nick Harburg sent in $50, and he says, I have plenty of episode ideas. And I'll get to that in a second, too. And then we did have a couple people who have met Andreas's monthly pledge thing. George Jensen, not George Jetson, who, by the way, is born like right around now. It's been posted on social media that somebody's about to give birth to George Jetson, according to Wikipedia.
When was that?
He's born in like August 2022, according to his Wikipedia. So there you go. We'll be looking for.
So it's like the show's supposed to be 2050 or something.
It must be, yeah.
Oh, they'd be very disappointed.
Yeah, it's gonna be
our flying car situation.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad. But yeah, so George Jensen upped his pledge from I think $10 to $25, as did Jordan Bondo upped his from $10 to $25. And if we're kind of keeping just general announcements at the beginning here, we'll talk more about this at the end of the show too. I know I shared this with our patrons on the Patreon website and also on our Facebook group, but Jordan Bondo is currently working with Mark to create a new feed that will be referred to as Requiem Classics or Requiem Metal Classics or something like that.
This will be the kind of a stopgap, I think. Eventually, we'd like to get everything onto one server. We're just trying to find a service that makes sense to spend the money on and that can also handle our very large episodes, because most have 300 megabyte limits, and often ours are over 500.
Yeah.
So
for the people that, it's been tough to probably stream the first, 160 episodes on the website. It's not ideal listening conditions, much like our old kind of Patreon shows. You will have an exclusive feed on Apple and Spotify and things like that people can listen to our old episodes, which
160 of them we're putting up.
Yeah, which is both great, but also makes me cringe a little, because I wonder what we sounded like sometimes in some of those 2008. I'm sure we were good enough.
It's fine. It's just
I think
if you like the dynamic, the dynamic between us has been the same, but
for sure
we've just been more serious and adult and mature about the whole, gotten into it deeper than we probably ever thought we were going to do for shows.
No. I mean, I don't think anybody thought you made money or kind of this would be a thing, 14 years later. It's not like we're making a lot of money, but it's like it's worth.
It helps us not have to do it all out of pocket.
Exactly. We're buying a lot of resources, tracking down magazines, books, albums,
updating technology and stuff.
Exactly. Too, new mics, things. So again, thank you to everyone that has thus far met the challenge, and if you are going to meet the challenge, don't hesitate, because Andreas is out there ready to do his part.
He's got a loose wallet. He wants to shake some out of it.
He's ready. Yeah, he's ready to do the dance. We have some new patrons too, but I'll wait till the end of the episode to announce those. We had quite a few new people sign up, which is great too, because even if you're not doing a one-time donation, just being a Patreon is awesome. And for people that do all of these things, you do get exclusive Patreon episodes and exclusive feed for you to access those episodes.
And a dialogue, too, on the site that nobody else is...
Yep. On the Facebook page, we have our own little private group and things like that for people to share things and talk about metal and other kind of fun things and stuff. So... yeah, so anyways, that's a lot, especially if you're not interested in any of that stuff, but I apologize if you're here just for Bolt Thrower. But for the people that are kind of jumping in and doing all that, we are a nonprofit podcast. If you're new to us, we play full songs. We're not sponsored by anyone. We try not to have ads, although Apple Podcasts does put like a 30-second ad before us that we don't benefit from or anything. So
that's actually from the TalkShoe thing.
Is that from TalkShoe? That doesn't. Okay.
Unfortunately, so we're trying to get away from that because we don't see any revenue from that whatsoever.
No, it's just them.
It's that's the problem with using free services. Is that usually you have to deal with a bunch of advertising. You don't get any of the positive, the good side of the whole thing. So
yeah, for sure.
We'd like to get this to where the only voice that's in it is us and the listeners, or producers that are helping with the show.
Absolutely. So one of the other things, by the way, for anyone that does do the one-time donation or changes their monthly in ups and meets the challenge of going above $20 a month, or signs up to be a first-time patron, we are going to put all those names in kind of an imaginary hat, hopper, whatever you want to call it, the wrestling podcast I listen to, which... by the way, a couple of our people have told me that they're lapsed, which is code. That's like street code.
I've seen
they listen to Lapsed Fan, which is cool. And we'll draw a couple of names. It won't be like back-to-back episodes, but like, we'll do a couple before the end of the year and maybe one around Christmas, like a little Christmas kind of little side thing. We're hoping people kind of make it something that's like fairly doable, not like a giant discography, but if there's like an album or like a smaller kind of more niche band or something that, because tons of people suggest lots of really cool episode things to us. Jess actually wrote us, and I don't think I have it to read, but Jess said, it'd be really cool to trace like some of the like punky Riot Girl female artists through to like Chelsea Wolfe and some of like the harder edge kind of female stuff that's kind of lurking in the kind of borderline metal. Chelsea Wolfe just did that record with Converge and stuff like that.
Yeah, metal adjacent.
And just like drawing the line between why does that stuff appeal, that like darker female driven stuff appeal to metalheads. I was like, that's a really fascinating show. I don't know the answer to that, but it's, again, Mark and I always talk about how sometimes it's like doing fun homework. We have to learn things. Bolt thrower we already knew about, but I think both Mark and I have learned a lot about bolt thrower in doing this. Things
it's only made the whole experience better. Like just being able to look through, seeing how consistently they are as like their ethics as a band is really encouraging, especially in a world of social media where everybody's full of shit and everybody's putting on a persona.
Yeah,
those guys are like the real deal, and they even to the very end, they kept ticket prices as cheap as possible because they didn't have a booking agent. They did it themselves. T-shirts merch, they kept cheap. Yep. Like they could made a lot more money.
But that was something Kat Gillum brought up in her audio clips last episode. Just the that they stuck to their guns at all times, and that's something other people will bring up. We have some other guests both for this and for ready for it part 3. We
Things got away with us a little bit.
Yeah, we originally talked about this being a 2-part episode, but then the more we kind of looked at the amount of feedback that we were getting and some letters and just some other things,
contribution from other people as well. It's like made this longer than in a good way.
Yeah,
but it kind of changed the whole thing thematically into. I guess with part 3, it's going to kind of be like what happened.
It'll be the end of Bolt Thrower and kind of some of the aftermath with Memoriam and Darkened and even some of the bands that maybe Bolt Thrower and those bands kind of drew from that influenced them a little, which we've done in some past episodes. So, and we got Carl Willits to take part in that. So he we'll have some stuff on him for part 3, which is pretty cool. So hopefully we haven't gotten it yet, but I'm crossing my fingers that Carl's always a very thoughtful guy and he writes really thoughtful lyrics and such, which leads me to talking about War and Remembrance. That's a good segue because I do want to talk about those lyrics in a second. But for anyone who thought that Bolt Thrower were pro-war because they sing about it so much, well, I've got some bad news for you. And also, by the way, Rage Against the Machine are a political band too. So, when you read the lyrics to a song like Remembrance, you have the war instrumental there at the beginning, but Remembrance starts, it says, nightmare world, reflected as a dream, vision blurred, this surely cannot be. Twist it now, far from reality, delving into depths, mankind's depravity, violated planet, world bureaucracy, greed with resentment, global lunacy, stricken thoughts, terror overrides, pierce the fragments of the mind, deep regret now engraved upon the soul, mortality now echoes throughout the world. Avarice leads to compulsion, ruined world beyond recognition. When we understand, will it be too late? To future generations, a legacy of hate. So, again, if you kind of, weren't really paying attention to what Bolt Thrower were singing about and thought they were kind of promoting war, well, this is kind of the era, I think, for Victory, that they really kind of focus on the modern war, 20th century and 21st century war, and really the after effects of that, I guess. The emotive, somber, morose instrumental at the beginning, and then that cannon fire, and then Carl's vocals.
It's always good when you start with an explosion.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
This whole song, remember, it's just a barn burner to kick the whole album off and stuff like that.
There's a real. This is Will's last outing with with Bolt Thrower.
This is kind of the final album of the classic lineup, right?
It is. Yeah. His drumming has like kind of a weird, like frenetic, frantic quality. Like his earlier stuff was a little more like plodding. He was always right on with it. This seems almost a little more improvisational.
Yeah.
Or like maybe not
more
as
loose, a little more Bill
loose,
Wardy.
but the fills always sound like they're like on the verge of not making it kind of thing.
Yeah.
That was something that popped out. The tuning on the guitars sound a little different than previous. I think it's slowly kind of getting to that monolithic tone that they'll get, at the end of their career.
Well, and the other thing that's really interesting is Carl leaves after this, right? Did he leave right after?
They both did. Andy and
did they leave at the same time? The two of them?
I believe so.
Okay. They
left after the tour, and then Van Drunen came in and picked up
Martin Van Drunen. Yep, from
Asphyx
and Pestilence, and soon in the future another war band, Hail the Bullets.
And I think he was in the Grand Bloody something Trial. There's some other band. I think.
Oh, is it?
It might have just been people from Asphyx, but
okay.
But yeah, then he came in, and then they had then Martin came in on drums.
Okay,
and he was like 17 at the time. Touring, just live drummer.
But he's not going to be on Mercenary. But he
was in for 4 years, and then he I don't know why. I couldn't find any reason why he left. He left after 4 years, and then
they record at Mercenary.
Alex, what the hell's the guy's name?
Yeah, I've got it.
Alex Thomas.
Okay,
comes in and he records Mercenary.
Huh.
But he gets pretty. He went on to do a lot of like bigger indie pop kind of shit. So that was kind of his little foray. I think he was pretty young at the time as well, and he left after the touring cycle, I think, too, because he was just like, I don't really like the direction they're going.
According to Wikipedia, it says musical differences.
That's a nice way. It could be anything. But
so he kind of probably was like just a fill-in guy, but not like a guy that wanted to be there.
Yeah,
pursuing what they're doing.
Yeah, to come in that late into a band's career is kind of a weird. You got to have the right kind of personality. He seemed like he wanted to do more than just.
So Kitty's touring with them for 4 years. Martin's touring for about 2 years.
Martin is in for Van Drunen. He's in 94 to 97.
Okay, so almost three.
But he left also. He was like suffering from alopecia. His hair was falling out, so he was like really kind of self-conscious.
I think he was kind of weird about playing live shows, right? Sometimes because of that.
So he didn't
want to do a lot of.
He didn't want to do. He was embarrassed to how he looked, which I could completely understand. And also, he didn't. He said he never really felt like he was part of the band.
Okay.
Which it's like coming into it's like a step sibling or something with how tight that core group was.
Sure. Well, this album did crack Decibel's top 100 death metal albums of all time, along with I think we aforementioned War Master and Realm. And Matthew Widener wrote a little bit about it. He says, once the gathering storm intro of War is pummeled in tutte, Italian there, with staccato stops over the massive climbing riff of Remembrance and the faint sky rip of reverberating munitions or explosions or sniper peel, stirs the band into attack. Carl Willett's rasping nightmare world reflected as a dream. We are once again riding along with the bolt thrower cavalry, headlong into their war-themed style that by now has transcended gimmick and has been cast as venerated institution. This album cleanly breaks with the Warhammer fetishism, it's a word I don't use very often, and defines the bulk of their career, the romantic squeezing of honor from the stone of battle. And, like seeing a disabled vet, you almost want to thank Bolt Thrower for their service. Andy Wales' steed-like drumming has always complemented the thunderhead of those lyrical riffs, and the undercurrent of Joe Bench's grindy bass, possibly the best dirty tone in the business, billowy with buzzing low mids. From the rolling groove of Armageddon Bound to the leaning propulsion and snare on the downbeat, not the backbeat, of Graven Image, what this album has most is ultimately what we keep returning for. That British sense of stately melody, elegiac nobility, that makes Bolt Thrower one of a kind. So pretty cool.
A lot of those words work better in text.
Than reading them out loud. I know. Sorry. I can read.
No, that's I think there's a different mindset in the written word and the spoken word.
For sure.
For sure.
Well, and this also, in that issue, Paul Ryan of Origin had it in his top 5 ballot, which is cool. That was the only ballot, that at least that the Decibel printed. So, yeah, if you haven't checked out that Decibel Top 100 Death Metal record, I think you can get it on the website still. Is it sold out at this point?
Physical copies are sold out. I think I think you can get the PDF versions.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a bummer, because Mark did the cover.
I think, most of that stuff's sold out at this point.
All those special issues.
If somebody really has a hair up their ass and can't find it anywhere, let me know. I got some comp copies. I could probably help you out.
Man, there we go. So not only can you sign up to be a patron and sponsor an episode, but you might be able to get some secret copies of Decibel if you ask nicely. So, also in part 1, there was this Terrorizer Earache 25 Years of Extremity special issue that I was
Evil D on the front
reading
there.
from. Yeah. Lee looking depressed next to David there. And Kim Kelly does write-ups for the first, not the first 4, but the 4 records that were on Earache. And For Victory is, of course, the last record that's going to appear on Earache. And here's what she had to say about this record. From its very onset, For Victory distinguishes itself from its brethren with a bright, punchy production and modernized themes. War is their master, but gone are the crusaders and cenotaphs. Out come the wolves. The cover is emblazoned with a photograph depicting British soldiers during the bloody Falklands conflict, and the title track contains a quote from Lawrence Binyon's haunting tribute poem to England's war dead, Ode of Remembrance, and the reference to the same work with Lest We Forget. Unlike the more fantastical or ancient depictions of battle that powered their earlier works, For Victory provides a stark, all too realistic picture of the trials and horrors of war. Musically speaking, the melodies are stronger and more pronounced. The song's epic in every sense of the word, and those classic tremolo riffs refuse to let up. Beyond that, the song remains the same. Bolt Throwers sound like Bolt Thrower, and bless them for it. The album was recorded at Parr Street Studio and recorded and mixed at Sawmill Studios by John Cornfield once again. And this time, they got it dead right. For Victory is the last album to feature what is regarded as Bolt Thrower's classic lineup, and it's a fitting epitaph to the band's formative years. After For Victory surfaced, vocalist Carl Willits and drummer Andrew Whale left the band, and the band left Earache for Metal Blade, marking a new beginning for the band. With more than 2 decades under their artillery belts and a vast canon of mid-paced death metal mastery as their legacy, Bolt Thrower have proven time and time again, and they are and always shall be the reigning kings and queen of death. Glory beckons. So pretty cool from Kim there. So
in the background, we had a bit of a war happening.
Yeah, there's a little war happening there. So what are your thoughts on the photography cover as a long-term Bolt Thrower fan, for them to go from something that was kind of historical or fantastical to something that was a little more like...
It was fine for the time. Like, looking back in retrospect, my two least favorite covers are this cover and Honor, Valor, Pride.
Okay. Even though Honor, which we'll talk about later, kind of is a harkening back to Realm.
It's harkening back to that aesthetic, but if the more you, especially if you are an artist, you look at the anatomy of the people. It seems like it's cobbled together from a bunch of disparate sources.
Got it.
It doesn't make sense where certain limbs and shit are. Which, same with War Master. I don't know if they were that meta about putting the cover together. But I think Mercenary is one of my favorite covers of theirs.
It's a pretty cool one. That's got like almost like a G.I. Joe kind of quality to it.
It's like something. very like it's actually technically a sketch.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly where the thing was from, but that was more of it just seemed more like frenetic. More, it was nice to see that for like the first time going over to Metal Blade too.
Do you think they were like kind of not talking about Mercenary, going back to For Victory? Mm-hmm. Do you think they were consciously trying to represent the more realistic kind of modern warfare by kind of saying, it's almost like they're announcing like, look, we're moving away from fantasy type stuff. Like this is not your standard death metal cover. This is not your standard, you know what I mean? Like, Do you think that was like almost done like intentionally, or just kind of an accidental kind of movement there?
I don't know. None of these guys have been very reflective about anything.
I know.
They're just kind of like however they felt at the time. But after Fourth Crusade going For Victory, thematically you can make it make sense in your head with the whole Constantinople, like how we talked last episode about like prehistory and then actual like history into the contemporary times, which is kind of where the last couple of records really kind of remain.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to share in the last episode for people that are just discovering us with part 2, there was a really great article that both Mark and I discovered from thequietus.com, written by Kez Whelan. And it's called The Strange World of Bolt Thrower. And it was from January of 2021, so relatively recent. And as the kind of band progressed through, they were kind of offering different sort of commentary. And Quietus offered some pretty good stuff on For Victory that I thought I'd kind of share. It says, the final album from the band's classic lineup and their last for Earache, For Victory is not only a crisp summation of Bolt Thrower's prior evolutionary process, but also something of a blueprint for the direction their Metal Blade material would take. Would you agree with that? That this is kind of like a new template for them moving forward, is like a line in the sand that like Fourth Crusade kind of ends that cycle? Or do you think Fourth Crusade began that cycle?
A lot of people think Fourth Crusade began the cycle.
Okay.
But I think For Victory and Fourth Crusade are really different records.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think Fourth Crusade is kind of the last of their like super polished
Colin Richardson sound.
Yeah,
almost,
basically taking that what they did with War Master and really like that was kind of the big, leveling up.
Yeah.
And then perfected that. I would not to go back to always using Paradise Lost as a thing, like the difference between Icon and Draconian Times.
Yeah, that's
how
true.
it was just like, okay, this is the trajectory one. This is kind of the introductory part where we're kind of figuring things out. We mastered it, now on to something else.
Yeah,
and I feel like For Victory is the kind of stepchild record where it's trying some different stuff, but still has its foot firmly behind.
It's like a transitional record.
But I think Mercenary is where it sounds completely different.
Okay.
Not complete, but
sure.
Sound-wise, feel the mid-paced groove.
Yeah.
Really kind of like it's kind of a transitory record in between there.
I will say, going back through all of this, the two records that I gained more of a sense of appreciation for than maybe prior to doing this was For Victory and Mercenary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Those were the two records that
it's that mid-era where you're just kind of like,
if I'm in the mood for like heavy bolt thrower, I go to like Realm and War Master or Fourth Crusade, or if I want like polished feel good, I'm going to do those ones, and stuff like that. So it is kind of interesting. But he continues with the Quietus thing. He says, eschewing the lumbering doomy pace of the Fourth Crusade whilst retaining its suffocating density, this album really hones in on the band's percussive pulsating groove. That irresistible rolling rhythmic quality has always set Bolt Thrower apart from their blast beat hungry contemporaries, but they're embracing that rumbling swagger more than ever before here, letting it take center stage and really propel songs like The Galloping Lest We Forget into thunderous mosh pit friendly riff fests. Perhaps this subtle shift in focus isn't surprising when looking at this era that this was released. Sepultura had ushered in a wave of palm-muted chug-obsessed groove metal with KSAD just a year beforehand, and its influence was already starting to seep into death metal, and even Pierre's Napalm Death embarking on a more industrial-tinged groove-powered direction, beginning with Fear, Emptiness, Despair mere months before the release of For Victory. But for Bolt Thrower, this didn't really feel like a seismic leap or a betrayal of their established style, given that these huge buoyant rhythms had already laid dormant in their sound, and in bringing them to the forefront, For Victory still couldn't help but sound like anyone but Bolt Thrower. I thought that was we always do like to talk about context, and we've in recent episodes we did spend some time in the early 90s with Fudge Tunnel and Nail Bomb, and that was kind of the type of riffing on those two records was very much a byproduct of like 1991, 92, 93, Helmet, Sepultura, White Zombie,
Ministry, all
Pantera.
that stuff.
Yeah, it was very much that. And it was kind of interesting that bands were, it was seeping into Napalm and stuff like that a little.
Well, some of that was like the cutting edge of the time.
Yeah.
And it just happened to be more in the public eye than previous iterations.
Sure. But yeah, so I thought that was kind of, interesting in the context that this record came out. But again, Bolt Thrower they never seem to be a trend band. They always seem to just kind of do whatever they want. And that's probably why they have it's one of the reasons, which we're going to unpack throughout this episode, of why they have not just a lasting legacy, but a growing legacy. You know, especially in recent years, being that their last full-length record came out in 2005, and they've been broken up now for 7 years.
Almost 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, in context of modern time.
Yeah.
They've been broken up for almost 20 years. I think they officially broke up in...
Well, they broke up in 2015 officially.
2015,
Yeah. But they haven't put out anything new since 2005.
No, 2017, I think they put something on their website about something. People were like trying to like figure out like what...
Even before Memoriam?
Yeah.
They had... Okay. Oh, because Kitty hadn't passed away by then. That's what.
Well, this was after he'd passed as well. They were talking about putting something out. They didn't. People were trying to speculate if it was like a role playing game, if it was like a live thing, and then it just went dead.
Got it.
Nothing else came of that.
Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't following him as closely as I think you were to kind of like be on those updates and stuff. But speaking of these kind of like sea changes with the bandmates and stuff like that, some of the interviews that I kind of composited, this is one where they were talking to Andy Whale, and they kind of asked him about leaving and stuff, and he kind of said, this was a hard album for me. We didn't have a lot of time to rehearse the songs. I remember it took me a week to record the drums. After the first day, my legs were in agony, and I had to push through. Hang on here.
Well, that makes a lot of sense with how I'm hearing the drumming, too.
I had to push through the pain barrier to get the tracks done. I was glad that the album's production was amazing. I'd have to say it was the time for me where we stopped being a band and became 5 people who played in a band together. I think we all loved playing in Bolt Thrower, but had different ideas of what we wanted to do. It was a hard time for us. So, I
don't know that they weren't making a ton of money at the time, you know, for being a band, for sacrificing other things in their life, and that was one of the main things with Andy and Carl leaving.
Because I think when you guys interviewed him for Requiem number 5, there was a lot of is bitterness the right word? It just seems like it was still a fresh wound that had kind of happened, and they were kind of like,
well, the way
that was the vibe I kind of got. But you talked to him, so
the way Barry talked about Carl was kind of a little dismissive. Like, no, the only reason he got the job is because he could drive us to practice, kind of thing. Which I don't think he would. It was probably a little bit of.
I feel like it's like the excuses you make after you break up with someone, where you're like, well, I didn't really love her. She was I wasn't really into the relationship. It's almost like you're compensating for the hurt.
Yeah.
You know?
You're not really thinking about how it actually affected you, how much it hurt. But and especially when you're into something that with 120% or whatever these guys are, when one of the people, isn't there anymore, falls out of it, isn't putting in as much as you, it's even more hurtful.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's the pain of somebody that you're intimate with versus the pain of a stranger.
Yeah, or just a coworker.
You don't really hate on strangers, but you can very easily go from but like in a sense, you can very easily like kind of turn love into hate. They're almost two sides of the same coin.
It's easier to get angry about than it is to really grieve.
If somebody truly betrays you that you cared about, like that hurts way worse.
Or even just like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
Like it's just, so yeah, there's definitely was a little bit of that. And I think they could talk about Martin in that interview a little bit. Like he was 17 years old when he came in.
Yeah.
Some of those types of things. But I think, Gaz and Baz are definitely the kind of the rudder of the whole thing. Kind of, I think Gavin actually is more of the stylistic overall idea guy, and Barry I think is a riff dude, and overall this is just because they never really talk about any of this shit. You're trying to just figure out
who does
dynamics.
what, the contributions.
And Joe is the one that is like the fucking heartbeat of the entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
The way she plays bass is kind of, it's not flashy in any stretch of the imagination, but she is part of that, making the chug harder, making the double kicks and the groove harder. She's like dancing around all that stuff and not really up front, but it's holding everything together.
She's kind of like,
And I think, was it in The Quietest talking about her tone, or was that was something else? But
that was, I think, Kim Kelly talking about her tone.
But her tone, it's such a low frequency as well that it touches into the guitars a little bit, into the double bass a little bit, but you can hear, and especially I was watching a bunch of videos of them playing live, and it helps she punctuates stuff kind of how the bass player in Triptychon.
Oh, yeah.
I can't think of her name right now, but where it's not just going along with the guitar, it's more of a percussive kind of instrument.
That makes sense. Yeah, because bass playing in metal is tough to pull out unless like you're talking about Cynic or Atheist or something like that, where there's Steve DiGiorgio stuff where it's just really out front, because especially in extreme metal it can get buried unless you're doing like Scott Carlson or Shane, where it's so distorted and blown out that it like announces itself. It can really be like the one instrument that kind of gets lost almost more than anything. Like
I would agree. It's like Carcass especially. Like Jeff is always just kind of he's filling in some sonic space.
Yeah,
it's never like they never drop out for like a bass
outside of like At Dawn They Sleep. Like that was the great mystery of Tom Araya, was like, where is there bass? Yeah. When you have a rhythm section that's centered on Dave Lombardo, like you know what I mean? Like he's filling in almost all the gaps that need to be filled in, and you have two twin leads that are just like fiercely fight. It's hard to find your place. You know, and I would say the same thing with Bullthrower too, right? You have these two like amazing like guitar players that interplay off of each other, and Andy.
Their solo styles are it's really similar to Kerry King and Hanneman, with how they're so similar, but they each have their slight inflections, but they work together just amazingly.
It's almost like one's like one scale up from the other, but they're almost like playing the same notes, but because they're like they totally slightly do that. Different.
Yeah, it's the Iron Maiden. That was something I really noticed in revisiting a lot of the stuff and listening on headphones and doing notes, because I don't really when I listen to Bullthrower, it's just kind of it's always there, and I'm not analyzing it in note form.
It's just kind of
that it makes me feel something. But I was really thinking how it reminded me of the dynamic of Dave Murray and Adrian Smith.
Yeah,
like one guy is a little more. One guy's more technical, one guy's more feel. But together they have and the same thing with the Bolt Thrower riffs as we go on in their discography. They have there's that Iron Maiden riff that everybody. Just when you hear it, it's an Iron Maiden riff, and there's a lot of repetition in it. But it's just like almost like this. It's almost like a Gaelic ballad, thing that they have going on with Maiden, and I think that both are share that same kind of. They don't sound like anybody but themselves, but they have these very specific things that to the untrained ear sound like they're recycling things. Yeah. But really, it's incremental variations.
To me, it's. We've talked about this. I can't remember what band we talked about it with. I think it was during the Doom series. There is kind of a Miles Davis, what he did with like the Kind of Blue era and the whole idea of like the modal.
Mm-hmm.
There's something kind of the first time you listen to Kind of Blue from Miles Davis, it's kind of samey. Every song kind of sounds the same, like it all fits there, but there's nothing outside of, okay, this is the song that Coltrane does this solo on, and then this is there's those moments, just kind of like what Baz will do, or he'll do sometimes like a kind of a flashy, cool little solo part or something. Mm-hmm. But it's really all held together by this like the same aesthetic, the same kind of modal pattern that like Bolt Thrower just sort of does, and they do it innately and instinctively in a way that I think. Once you lock into it, it's like you can't not appreciate it. The same way that like once you understand Miles Davis stuff, like you're like a fan for life. You're just like, oh, I get it now. This is wonderful what this is doing. Even though like the first time I heard it, I maybe didn't pick up on the eccentricities and the complexities of it.
Oh, when you don't understand how it's being played, or like what is, because that's what got the hardest part for me to appreciate jazz was I didn't know what I was listening to.
Yeah.
And then like our manager and friend at the record store we worked at, Mike Johnston, he could break it down into, okay, here's this like piece that's the riff they start on, and then it's all of it is about improvisation of that
riff
in different time patterns and different pulling out, like start with this note instead of this, but it's all this like playing around with that one little. You find they're doing it similar to like AC/DC or blues. The other thing I kind of like. Blues music popped up a lot in my head thinking of this, like they have this riff and they play it at different speeds, different tempos, different kind of emphasis in certain areas, but they stick to that. Each song has its one riff.
Yeah. Well, it's
not overly complicated.
It kind of goes back to the Allman Brothers episode we did with the aforementioned record store manager, Mike, who plays in a jazz band, and he talked about, something that like, I don't think I appreciated about a band like Allman Brothers is like, again, a lot of their songs like kind of just sound like whatever Southern rock. They're just kind of there. You don't really like process them. They're pleasant. They're not like things you're like,
Yeah.
But you don't, unless you're like focus in on like, oh shit, that's really cool what they're doing there. Oh shit, that's like a crazy fucking like guitar solo. Oh, that's a crazy drum solo. Or all of a sudden you start putting all the pieces together like, wow, this is really complicated. And you then start to see why people get very passionate about those type of bands that do samey stuff or whatever, but do it quite well or do it at a level that's like elite. And I think Bolt Thrower is like elite in a way that maybe people are looking for something a little flashier, might miss them on the first like pass,
or think it's a little too mid-paced, a little, like
but that's
same old,
kind of
same
the
old.
appeal. That's kind of the thing that once you get it, you'd never not get it, and then once you're there, you're like, oh, this is the formula.
I think their last 3 records of their career is just a slow refinement. Mm-hmm. There's not crazy jumps in stuff at that point, and we'll get to it later about Those Once Loyal.
Yeah,
but on first listen, it's maybe not as earth shattering as like the 12th listen.
Yeah, it gets it ages better and better.
And I think with repeat listens too, like just like doing stuff with that on headphones. Mm-hmm. It's just that go back to the the bounce, the groove that they end up getting later on, more and more later on in the career, crunch and groove and
Well, I know I bring it up a lot because it's kind of a formative moment for me. But the first time, like we tried to listen to Rain and Blood, we kind of didn't like it because we couldn't tell the songs apart. It was just all a blur. But once you spend time on headphones and you're like, oh, they're doing like a little 10-second cool rhythmic pattern, Reborn, which is like not a song you pay attention to usually. It's kind of not a throwaway, but it's not like one of the songs.
It's like a bridge to another song almost.
Yeah, and you just kind of like start finding these little things. You're like, okay, there's a lot of thought that was put into the streamlining of this to make this a complete work. And
the sequence is important.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think Bolt Thrower has a lot of great sequencing,
especially going forward. Even like it's the very last. The last album, the sequencing on it's kind of incredible.
Kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Exactly. And one thing that Quietus brought up, and we were just kind of talking about it at the very beginning with the lyrics to Remembrance, but, since there are kind of sympathetic politics on display, heavily on this record, I thought I'd share the story that Quietus kind of shared about Bolt Thrower. I'm not really sure when it happened. It might not be the For Victory era, but whenever, they don't give dates. And Quietus in this article says, as you'd expect from anyone with at least a rudimentary grasp of history, too, Bolt Thrower have been defiantly anti-fascist since day one. In stark contrast to the apathetic, apolitical leanings of many war-obsessed metal bands, Bolt Thrower's principled ethics have seen them get into some scraps over the years, most infamously perhaps being the time they beat the shit out of a group of neo-Nazis with a baseball bat whilst on tour with Immolation. Recalling the tale in the comment section of a fan's blog of all places, Carl recounts meeting, quote, with the guys from Immolation, top blokes, off their tits on PCP. The load-in was amusing. I'd had a bit of crystal meth that night, which may have added to the overall weirdness of the night. He said, after noticing Nazi pricks had started to do that stupid arm-stretching routine in the crowd, Willits threw himself at them, flanked by the band's baseball bat-wielding tour manager. The place descended into chaos. The security guards were related to the skinheads. It could have got bad, he says. We loaded our gear out super quick, thanks to a more together Immolation, and hightailed it out of there. As we left, Baz remembered that we left the baseball bat in the venue. He went back in to retrieve it just as the skinheads returned to the venue for vengeance. I have never seen a man move so quick through a melee of flailing limbs. As vital as Bolt Thrower are to the fabric of death metal, it's stories like this that demonstrate the punk mentality that has always underpinned the band. It manifests itself in numerous ways, be it their stubborn refusal to gouge fans on merch costs. A Bolt Thrower shirt may go for silly money on eBay nowadays, but you'd expect to pay no more than $5 at one of their shows. Or their willingness to defy the early boys club mentality of extreme metal, with iconic 4-stringer Joe Bench being notable not only for her planet-shattering, game-changingly filthy bass tone, but also for being one of the first women, along with Nuclear Death's Lori Bravo, to play in a death metal band. So I thought that was a
That's
cool
good.
story to share.
I like the. I think that the thing about the early kind of like pioneering death metal bands, like it's like Carcass, Napalm, Bolt Thrower, especially the British ones.
Yeah.
Are definitely coming from that anarcho-punk mindset and ethic, and putting like just how they put on shows, how they everything about them has that kind of DIY ethic that I think later bands don't really adhere to as much. So they're kind of that transitionary point in the 80s.
Sure.
To like the shit that really like bands that what they talk about means as much as what they play.
Yeah.
And how they act and how they like Carcass is more on the snotty side of punk.
Yeah.
As far as irreverence, it's not as blatant as say Napalm or Bolt Thrower, but
They're kind of arty too. They're kind of
but there's definitely those guys are all kind of stuck in that, or coming from that anarcho thing that I think really sets them apart from everybody else.
Yeah.
Really, they're not really metal bands.
Yep.
They kind of like bypassed metal and became something different past it.
Yeah, no, that's good. I think that's a really interesting point. I mean, there aren't a lot of newer bands in the last like 3-4 years that I like even pull out lyrics for. I just don't.
No.
Someone has to tell me to do it for like a special reason.
I like
you know what I mean?
Blood Incantations lyrics, but they're just ridiculous.
Yeah. They're like H.P. Lovecraft or
that and like like inner mind shit.
Yeah.
Like it's just like out there in a good way, but both I always knew the lyrics before reading them because you could
Carl,
you could tell what they were.
The way he sings.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah,
and they never stuck out. Nothing ever stood out as like, oof, that's a stinker line or anything. They've always been, everything's always been consistently great.
Yeah.
And episode over.
Yeah. And that's all we got to say. So we're gonna play a full set of For Victory stuff here coming up, and so we want to talk about at least the first couple songs that we'll hear. Hang on a second here. Pull up the lineup here. So we're gonna hear the title track first. Catchy tremola at the beginning. Then it kind of goes into that rolling thunder kind of tank driving over the listener, the guitars and rhythm section. Before that, there's this magical riff I said at like the 150 mark, and you all know it. If you just listen for it, you'll know it when it happens. I said it's heavy, reflective, and yet triumphant altogether. I think that's one of the things they're starting to really achieve is emotive, reflective, but like still fucking heavy as fuck.
I think that For Victory might be that if this is any record for anything in their sound, it's when they became triumphant. The riffs became like you got your fist in the air ready. Like this might have been a terrible battle and a lot of people were lost, but we made it through with our ethics and in tow.
It's sort of it makes me think what's interesting. I can't remember if it was from Quietus or Kim or something, but the whole idea that like kind of encountering Bolt Thrower records in this era forward is like sort of meeting like a veteran who's like injured or something, or who like survived, like
thank you for your service thing.
Thank you for your service, but yet like you also know like the war was pointless, and there's kind of something like beautiful and horrible about that. So it's interesting that as the lyrics take a turn more for that, like that the sound gets more triumphant, right? That's like a weird dichotomy that I don't know. I probably need to reflect on that a little bit more. I don't know.
I get what you mean with the war was pointless, but how we acted, we acted with honor.
Yeah. And it's a complicated relationship, and I think it's one of the things that we, especially being Americans in our history, we kind of fucked up with a couple times, especially in Vietnam. That like Vietnam was horrific, and everybody knew it was horrific, but like the soldiers themselves were pawns, and sometimes the way that they were treated when they came home was and again, I'm left, and I'm very much anti-war, and I teach Vietnam in my classes and stuff, and so, but it is sort of upsetting to hear about the way in which they were kind of cast aside as they came home. It's kind of embarrassing. People were protesting the government, and where they were, yelling at politicians and such as well, which is fair. That's really the people you need to target. They're the ones making the decisions to send people, but that's kind of one of those like, we kind of lost the script moments, as a counterculture a little bit.
I think that forever changed how people thought about the military. I think with as far as it was always up until that point, it was you were doing something valiant for your country, and I think that's where it changed from, you can't. It's not the those guys going in doing the work are doing it for noble reasons, even though the reasons are shit. They're doing it for
ignoble,
yeah. They're a bunch of bureaucrats that have never had to have any kind of difficult situation their entire life.
Yeah,
telling these young men to go, and women now, sacrifice their life for the ideals of the country, but what we're sending them over there for doesn't really jive with our original kind of thing. It's more of like this nation building bullshit we've done in the last 40 years or whatever. It's just kind of pointless.
That's maybe the part that makes, like, for me, because I do play like kind of protest music of the 60s when we're studying the Cold War in Vietnam in my global studies class. And I always point out, like, to me, like, there are a lot of songs that at the time were quote unquote protest songs. But for me, stuff like what Creedence did with Fortunate Son or even Black Sabbath War Pigs, those to me resonate deeper because they're not implementing like the soldiers themselves. They're kind of saying like, Fortunate Son obviously is like, you were rich, good for you. You didn't have to fucking go die for this pointless cause. So it's almost like tipping the hat to the people that are in Vietnam and saying, we realize you're in a lose-lose situation.
Yeah.
Like your country
this doesn't reflect on you.
This is not your fault. Yeah. And then War Pigs obviously with the generals like as witches at black masses. And I think that's a greater truth, and that goes back to World War I with the, charge the trenches, but we're all gonna die. Yeah, but this is the thing we have to do, and like World War
almost
I
going back to the idiotic. I don't know where this started. If it's like Napoleonic time, when people had to like walk toward each other, and then people fall down. Like there wasn't any kind of like strategy outside of the honor of.
Sure,
is like going back to a fucking duel, 10 paces and turn and fire.
Yeah.
So I think both throwers, I just kind of wrote the thing down as just kind of came to me as they go on in their, it's this part of humanity that people don't necessarily want to look at as being part of us. Like they people think we're kind of elevated out of being this kind of barbaric thing, but that's the point of humanity is how kind we can be and how barbaric we can be at the same time.
For sure.
And I think Bolter ends up using war and the military as like a metaphor for integrity.
Yes. I think you're onto something there. I think it's this idea that
the part, like the brotherhood that you have in your unit or in your battalion, whatever it might be, like that's something that it doesn't matter what color you are, what your political affiliation is. It's how you acted in that time.
In that, that's where you
how
show
you had
the
your brother's
honor
back,
and the valor, and
yeah,
things when the chips are down. Yeah, and it's interesting to be, as a teacher, I realize that I am at times part of sort of a grinding, bureaucratic system, public education that doesn't always function the way it probably should. But on an individual microscopic level, I can control my situation and the department that I'm in to some extent, and hope that I can kind of change just in whatever ways I can and make the impact there. And I can't focus on like the horrors of like corruption within like union preses on a big level, or whatever, state school boards. There's a lot of bullshit. There's just is, and I don't care what institution you're part of. There's always going to be fat, and there's always going to be problems. Yes. But I guess on a personal level, it's kind of like in your own community. Like I can't change the world, but I guess maybe if I can like have a connection within my community, or it's one of the reasons why like the school organizations I do, like I like doing like community service stuff and teaching the kids about the value of like raising money for cancer or feeding like needy people, because it's just, whether they appreciate it now, somewhere it's gonna like kick back for them or something. And just the idea that like on a microscopic level, just do what you can do and try and be like a good person. And
I think that's stuff that that used to be kind of more of a tenet in our society, but now it's, I think a lot of more, I'm not going to just blame younger people, but as social media has kind of grown, people think they're affecting something by posting something on the internet and not. It's like, but no, you do what you can within your sphere of interest. Like, I don't worry that much about how I can affect national politics, but local politics, I can make sure I can vote for who I think is the best person, not who might fall into this box or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, where you're like, use your skills and what you're at, wherever you're at. If you're a tow truck driver, helping out people that are stuck on the side of the road that don't have any money, like, just be fucking kind to people.
Yep.
And I think try to do things for the right reasons and not for reasons of, self-gratification, but just for being a good, honest, integral person.
That hits on something. I was talking to Mark a while before we start this episode about a movie that's kind of had a pretty profound impact on me, and I know a lot of people are kind of talking about it in the zeitgeist right now, but it's the Everyone, Everything, All at Once. I might have gotten the two reversed or whatever, but it's a fantastic movie. Everybody should go see it wherever you can. But like, one of the things that I get out of that is it's very much a movie about the power of kindness in a transformative way that, like, boy, it hits different in 2022, right? Like, we are kind of we're a very short fused society because of the lessons of social media and other things, just the way that our kind of political sort of zero sum game has kind of been set up, the Pyrrhic victories, essentially.
Media is trying to always make you scared or push people apart.
Gotcha victories or things like that. So it's really, I'm curious what your thoughts are about that film when you see it, but I think that resonates. Like, it's a movie I've watched a couple times the last few weeks, and just it's really made me reflective about just like how you carry yourself on an individual level, community level, things like that. But
and like, just make sure you always never take. I haven't seen the film yet, but like, those ideas of people you care about, don't take them for granted.
Yeah.
As you get older, your parents are getting older, like, doing extra things for them, for people you've been friends with for years. Just make sure everybody's all right.
And I think too, it's also like the idea of like, and this is tough. It's a maturity thing for a lot of people, but meeting people where they're at, not where you want them to be. And that's very tough.
It is, and also, in that, with that idea of, like, nobody has gotten their mind changed by being yelled at. Yeah. So like, come to them where they're at and say, this is, or the another thing that's very similar to that is that seek to understand, then to be understood.
Yep.
That type of idea is I think is really important, and it takes your ego out of the whole thing. And it's like you're just trying to figure each other out.
Well, it's a lesson I learned early on teaching, because when I first started teaching, there was a English teacher there that had been there for a couple of years, a good friend of mine. Mark knows him decently, and he had suggested this idea of how he does like controversial issues, and he basically puts 4 chairs up in the front, and he randomly selects 4 people and gives them the topic, and they start talking. And when you want to say something, if you're in the crowd, you go and tap somebody out. And I used that for like a year or two, and then I researched Socratic circles and Socratic dialogue, and the difference is like, debate is about winning.
Yes.
And Socratic dialogue is about understanding. And like I quickly got rid of that model, which turned into like kind of a shit show. Like, kids were just trying to score points, and it was like fun and energetic. And as a young teacher, you sometimes you misjudge the fact that just because kids are engaged in something doesn't mean it's like transformative or positive, right? Like, if kids are busy, sometimes you're like, oh, this activity's going great. And then like afterwards you kind of go, well, was it just something that they did? Or was it something they actually learned something from? And there's a difference, right? Because there's things, you can give me a coloring book and I'm kind of preoccupied. Doesn't mean like...
There's busy work and there's like, learning. Yeah.
And so,
memorizing or learning concepts.
Moving over to that Socratic kind of mentality, I'm not saying that it's always perfect, and even on a personal level, there's hard lessons I have to learn about how I've engaged and used social media, over the last decade or whatever. But I feel like, if you're trying to move more in that direction is kind of a net positive and not contributing to sort of the chaos of all that, And then kind of just to turn a corner back to where this conversation kind of aligned, like one thing I think, I don't think it's really been brought up, but the cover of For Victory in the Falklands War was for in many ways, like historically, kind of not a popular event in terms of how it was perceived, and that was a real change.
Is it like the UK's Vietnam? Would you go that far, or was
no?
It just...
And I because it was a victory, like it was for victory. You know, they did win, but like the Falklands were like an island that was disputed between them and Argentina, and you know, I think it was 82 or 83. They went in and just kind of beat the shit out of like these poor trained Argentinian military force, and it was sort of like, it was kind of like what we did to Iraq. And you kind of like in 91, you know, 92, you know, the Desert Storm, where it was like too easy, and we celebrated it. We kind of, you know, we needed a win after Vietnam, and so it was very rah, you know, I'm proud to be an American, all that kind of patriotic shit. And I think the British press kind of turned on the war a little and kind of was like, what was this? Like, what was the point of like just attacking these people that really like, you know, you're the British Army. Like you need to hold yourself
protecting
better.
Their home.
Yeah, you need to like, you know, you need to have higher standards. You know, not be bullies and stuff. And so Britain's had a very, you know, we have a complicated military past. The British and the British Empire and colonialism.
We have a complicated military present as well.
We do. But like British in the last couple hundred years in terms of how they treated people in Africa and India and around
colonizers
the world,
to kind of just like
it's a very tricky, and I think Bolt Thrower was kind of thinking about that stuff by using the Falklands. It's really a interesting picture because they could have used something from World War I or World War II, which are much more horrific wars. They're much
probably
more
easier
violent.
to understand, but this was more, it seems more personal to them as Brits,
and they
too.
were kids probably, you know. I mean, we talked about the Falkland Wars a bit in with Ian during the anarcho-punk episodes, because a lot of those anarcho bands in like 82, 83 were speaking out against the British government and what they were doing in this war. And I think maybe that's the connection with Vietnam. Like Falklands War was like, I think the first war that like the youth and some aspects of the media kind of turned on and criticized in a way that we did with Vietnam that was, I think, caught the U.S. military off guard. The U.S. military was like, wait, you guys are supposed to just like war. We're, you know, you're not supposed to think about this shit. You know, we're fighting communists and that's the bad guys.
Yeah.
And we're like,
big ideas.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's more nuanced than that, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that the Falkland War for the British, and again, I might be speaking out of turn, so any of our British listeners, by all means, like send us a letter or, you know, response and, you know, qualify this or whatever if you need to. But I think that's kind of, you know, an interesting thing about it. So, and then getting back to the song For Victory, one thing I want to point out is Baz's solo in this song is amongst, I think, his most heartfelt solos that he ever really does, going with the theme that Mark pointed out of triumph, you know.
Yeah.
And then lyrically, this is the song that ends with the Binion poem, the Ode to Remembrance, too. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, this and also, War and Remembrance and For Victory, right about at the formula starting to fall in with at the 2-minute mark, 150 mark.
Yeah.
That's the groove happens.
The groove, yep. And then great solos, things like that.
Yeah.
Then we get to Silent Demise, and I said, this has that melodic, kind of melancholic opening riff that I think Carcass really perfected with like No Love Lost and Buried Dreams, you know, without really losing like a modicum of like heaviness. It's still heavy, but it's like got a little bit more nuance and melancholy to it, you know, maybe
doom.
Those Candlemass parts are kind of leaking through a little here, you know.
Yeah, I
too.
put the mournful sound of a battle-hardened warrior. That's my description of that.
No, it's funny. I'm glad you wrote that, because I wrote, it's looking upon the senseless death, smoke, and brimstone after a pointless battle. So it's really funny. You know, I said that's what's kind of conveyed to me here, and a killer vocal performance at the end. Yeah. I think it's, you know, one of Carl's like kind of best vocal performances he pulls off.
He doesn't really do that type of attack ever again.
Yeah. No, it's very visceral. Yep. Yeah. Speaking of lyrics and themes, Armageddon Bound, the third song we're going to play, is World War I themed, and I wanted to share some of the lyrics just because being a history teacher, I think it's pretty interesting. This is on the edge, spirit begins to break, chances unsure, not much more you can take, weakness grows, nerves start to crack, Far from safe, there is no turning back. A first line between victory and defeat. At the midpoint, uncertainty complete. Confusion prevails, unsure which way to move. Nothing more, holding no hope. There is nothing more to prove. Trying to discover what is right and what is wrong. Judged by false criteria, ideals strong. Misfortune predictable. Lessons learned before. Decisions now justified perpetuate this war. This battlefield wide open, no territory gained. Within this wasteland, humanity constrained. Here in no man's land, no mercy can be found. Delirious perspective, Armageddon bound.
Yeah, just absolutely pummeling.
Yeah.
Song.
It's like the idea of how do you capture no man's land and the senseless sort of like, death of that. And the idea that there was a podcast series by Hardcore History is probably the most famous history podcast that's out there.
Yeah.
Yep, Dan Carlin. And he did, I think he called the World War I series The Countdown to Armageddon is what he referred to it, part 1, part 2. And, it really is sort of the beginning of the end of like maybe like world history, depending on where we're at in our stage of like human evolution and technology and what the environment holds. Like World War I is like the beginning of modern
warfare.
Yeah, modern warfare and also modern history, really, in a lot of ways. Like it kind of ended the monarchy system of just like it kind of like changed the whole ball game. And I don't think people knew that at the time, that like they just thought it was going to be a little skirmish that'd be over by Christmas, and it just fucking changed the whole ball game more than World War II in a lot of ways. I think it's a more important war, and I think the idea that you're looking down the barrel towards this sort of Armageddon society and what you're about to unleash is pretty interesting.
Well, I think ever since then we've had there's been these different iterations of the Armageddon that's to come with, the whole like kind of the atomic age. Everybody duck and cover, scared that we're gonna like wipe each other out. Even into like how we treat anything now, like climate change is an Armageddon issue. The pandemic, terrorism, everything is an Armageddon issue.
Yeah.
How we base our entire society on this either fear or like this is the enemy. This is like this black and white thing. And I think as a country we seem to work better through our bureaucracy and our media and our politicians having the black and white villain. Now, unfortunately, now it's
really amorphous.
It's within our country.
Yeah,
it's a civil between the same same citizens here.
Yep.
It's but yeah, I think we kind of thrive on this dourness.
And also we've upped the stakes in terms of like the military technology that we can literally create Armageddon. And that's also the scary part,
without a single person near it.
Yeah, with the atomic age and things that sort of grow out of that, In terms of the song itself, I love the little like melodic brush strokes throughout that help accentuate kind of the anger that Carl has. His vocals are pretty unique here in terms of his approach.
If you listen to each one of the records, his vocal performance is different.
Yeah.
I would say even like his deepest, most guttural vocals are on Those Ones Loyal, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah. Oh,
with how
well, I think his voice starts to change a little by that point.
It does,
too.
But then with Memoriam stuff, it kind of gets more scratchy, punky, all over the place. But he definitely has a different thing happening in each record. More than on its face value for people that haven't really listened to stuff for as long.
Yeah.
They'd be like, it all kinds of sounds the same, but like you really see the little variation and things. And then we also end the song with a great artillery round.
Yes.
Which is a nice punctuation to the song.
Well, I said, Andy does some cool staccato patterns in the middle that show no matter how much people accuse Bolthor of sameness, they're always kind of texturizing every song and album. Mm-hmm. Case in point, his machine gun fills and that emotive lead playing near the end of the song. And I just said the trauma of those artillery shots at the end are well earned. Like it's just kind of like damn. And I believe that's a song that ends the whole album too. So it's like kind of like there it is, So we're gonna hear a trio of tunes from For Victory, and then we'll hear a tune from Mercenary that we'll talk a little bit more when we come back, which is No Guts, No Glory. we'll hear one last time from Gavin and from Baz, and so we've got a trio of tunes here: For Victory, Silent Demise, and Armageddon Bound from 1994's For Victory. Then we jump ahead 4 years with No Guts, No Glory from Mercenary.
Daylight returns, the fires of hope still burn. Along through dark nights, sitting by the mournful side, tears fall from eyes. Not sure what has been done. Sorrow creeps out my soul. All is lost, none have won. Which way to move? Holding Predictable lessons learned before. Decisions now justified perpetuate this war. No territory gains within this wasteland. Humanity constrains. In no man's land, no mercy can be found. Delirious perspective, Armageddon bones.
we don't respect anyone that doesn't respect us. If a fan comes up and like stage dives and has a good night, and that's great. If he comes and trapples all over it, we'll sort it. Do you know what I mean?
Be warned.
Yeah, there's a respect thing. Expected. I don't jump off the stage and go and trample on top of 10 people in the audience. Do you know what I mean? So I don't expect it to happen to me. I do what I do because I enjoy it, and that's it.
Stage diving's great, isn't it? It's great when the kids come up and dive off stage. It's just get on, get off. You know, don't trample all over the pedals and bang into me or anything like that. And then you're ruining it for the other 99% of the crowd that just want to watch a good show. You know, when they come and bang into your guitars, trample all over your MIDI pedals, it's just like, the noise is just terrible.
Sometimes we've been pushed out the way for stage divers to get by. They've actually pushed us to one side and then they've dived off, and that's no respect there at all.
That was No Guts, No Glory, Armageddon Bound, Silent Demise. Then we kick things off with the title track from For Victory. So, No Guts, No Glory. Kind of in a lot of ways I don't know where you stand with it, but I did notice, especially like Spotify and some of the things I was kind of researching, this seems to be kind of like the highlight for people, or the hit. Yeah. It's actually one of their 5 most Spotify'd songs, which is pretty interesting.
I would say this, Killchain.
Yeah.
I'm trying to guess what would be the next. I
think For Victory is up there too. Yeah, okay. I think so. Trying to think what else is up there. There's a couple others. Entrenched, I think, is up there.
Cenotaph?
Yeah, Cenotaph might be there. I'd have to go check.
But, okay, I'm just guessing like what's kind of like the catchiest.
Yeah.
But I think No Guts, No Glory is a fucking incredibly catchy song.
It's
that
like,
riff at the very end too is just like where they do almost like a power chord version of the Chug, where it's just like holy shit.
Well, I'm gonna catch you off guard with what it reminds me of, and okay, we'll see when we get there. But I just kind of said what I think works so well about like this particular song is it combines for me the older kind of lovable brutal parts of Bolt Thrower with a really strange sense of sort of catchy, almost like pop sensibilities.
Oh, absolutely.
It has like kind of those.
Yeah, I would 100%.
I think Alex's kind of session instincts like fit really well to create like pocket grooves that remind.
He's doing like backbeat stuff that didn't really happen with Whale.
For sure.
That's the thing that can be kind of added with him, I think.
Here's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of Haunted from 6 Feet Under, which is almost an extension of Obituary. It's almost like Cause of Death Part 2. Yeah. Really, it's like a lot of like bouncing. It's that the pocket grooves.
Did Don play drums on that? Donald Tardy?
No. Who the fuck played drums on that record? I know it's...
is it Bill Andrews or something?
It might have been Bill. No, Terry Butler's on bass on that record. I don't know if Bill's on drums, but whoever the drummer is, we'll have to look him up after. I'm sure somebody's yelling at us right now, but I don't know. That's the only record I know. Yeah. I mean, I knew Warpath because I had to review it for like Eclipse #2, but I don't own it anymore. And I'm pretty much... I'm a one and done with 6 Feet Under, but... we always loved that. Was a really listenable death metal record because it was just warm and catchy and almost had pop hooks sometimes, you know. But I just think like Alex kind of being a session guy kind of does that. You know, you've got, it's either 6 Feet Under's. I said either 6 Feet Under's debut or Obituary's most commercial moments. So like even some of the stuff they did on like World Demise or End Complete, where like
I definitely see
really going for that.
Some End Complete comparisons.
Yeah,
with us as far as the maturity level, the catchiness, the hooks, the mid-paciness of the whole thing too. And that opening riff is like, I didn't know what to call it, but a boogie riff.
Yeah. It's a good, yeah.
But yeah, another explosion too.
Yes.
In the beginning, which I think is always a great thing.
Those hooks
I put one of their later career probably biggest hits, which you already kind of hit.
Yeah.
The way the drums change up right before the hook too is just like, everything's going as good as it could possibly be.
In that middle section, there's a really cool use of a repetitious riff pattern. That's pretty cool. Militaristic marching.
About halfway through, it sounds like a Fourth Crusade song.
Yeah, that's that kind of like mid-pace marching kind of thing.
And then right back to the catchiness. But
yep. So I guess I'll share what Quietus said about this, and then I have a question for you. I guess that I think is the big question for me related to Mercenary, but. Quietus, the kind of keep going back to the article, it says the years that followed for Victory would see many changes in the Bolt Thrower camp, with the band not only leaving Earache, but of course both Carl and Andy opting out of the group due to touring fatigue. The band would then, of course, enlist legendary Pestilence and his fixed frontman Martin Van Drunen for a European tour. And although it's a shame he never stuck around to record anything with them, fans were relieved to see Willits returning to the fold in time for their Metal Blade debut. The drum stool would be filled by session percussionist Alex Thomas, who has drummed for everyone from Square Pusher to Badly Drawn Boy, and more recently, Lee Dorian's post-Cathedral act with The Dead.
No shit.
Isn't that weird?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think he's on the second one, because the first one's the dude from
the two
Electric
guys from
Wizard.
it's the rhythm section of Electric Wizard.
Yeah. But it's kind of interesting. Yeah. So, like, what a weird career. Because, I mean, for people that don't know, Badly Drawn Boy is kind of like... kind of Radiohead-ish, like British indie rock kind of stuff from the early 2000s. And then Square Pusher is kind of like a less abrasive Aphex Twin, sort of.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
So it's like a weird kind of thing there. So they said, despite the lineup's turbulence, Mercenary feels very much like a continuation of the last record, with an even bouncier groove and keener melodic sensibility. Any increased accessibility hasn't come at the expense of the band's trademark power, however, with that assuredly crushing mid-paced stomp sounding more authoritative than ever on songs like the anthemic live favorite No Guts, No Glory. It's worth noting how far Baz Thompson has come as a lead guitarist here, too. Whilst Bolt Thrower are certainly more renowned for their pulverizing riffs than they are extravagant guitar solos, the leads here are incredibly expressive, memorable, and catchy. A far cry from the wild, atonal bursts of Slayer-esque squealing that punctuated their early work.
Very well put.
I think that's kind of a cool thing. The thing I was going to ask, what your thoughts are, is what do you think the hang-up was with Mercenary when it came out? Do you think it was the kind of 1998 atmosphere of death metal, that people were kind of like, death metal was kind of in the pits a little, or what do you think it was?
Because I didn't experience that, because everybody I knew at the time was into extreme metal, which wasn't a huge group.
We were kind of still into this stuff.
It was still, every time Bolt Thrower came out with a new record, I was always there day one to pick it up. There's so much interesting shit going on too, though, like new stuff, interesting ideas. Black metal was kind of come and gone at this point, and we're getting into really weird.
We're getting like the symphonic stuff and the arty stuff. It was like both Arcturus stuff and also like Dimmu
like
Borgir,
Might Hang Bride, everybody
gothic stuff
sounding
huge.
Totally fucking
the
different than they were.
Stuff, all the peaceful
like Anathema, Bride, Paradise Lost, all sounded different.
Yep, Catatonia was kind of hitting their like melodic stride post Brave Murder Day. Mm-hmm. It was a weird time. Starting to dabble a little in metalcore. I was at this point with Dillinger and Converge a little, but not like
that was like the kind of the exciting new thing that was happening.
Yeah,
I don't know how much I could name maybe a handful of bands that I think kind of stand the test of time to me personally.
Sure,
I don't have that they weren't like one of those first bands that I discovered where it has like a special nostalgic part in your brain or something. But Keel Hall and Converge and Cave In, and there's a handful of bands that did interesting shit, and I can appreciate it. I don't really go back to it too much anymore.
Botch is for a big one for me too. Mm-hmm. But it's just I just feel like this album of all their records kind of gets passed over. Maybe this and Honor Valor. I don't know if you got a sense of that, or if you just didn't care, or in hindsight, like why you think that maybe was. I don't know.
Fatigue is kind of what I
people
think it might have been, because this was
10 years into their albums, basically.
And the tail end of like where it's like, okay, where can this stuff really go?
Yeah. Do I need another
30
record?
Years later, they're like, oh, I can still keep.
Yeah, exactly.
But I didn't experience much of that at the time. And it was something I listened to a bunch, but I don't remember really seeing a ton of. I think Maniacs did something. Did they do something for this album?
Yeah, I'll read some stuff from that in a moment.
Because it was like touched upon. It was just like they weren't prolific interviewers either, and it was hard to really get a whole lot of outside of like factual things. It was hard to get any kind of like, well, where was your mindset? And people didn't have the same question, the analytical skills that they do now about like what and pre-internet, like comparisons to things. And I really don't think we were uninformed and kind of naive, a lot of times we're asking questions and stuff.
Sure.
I'll speak for myself for that, not for you or Chris, but I just had this small little world that I was coming from and trying to figure out where they're coming from just from my life experience, not knowing shit about anarcho-punk. At that point I might have had like the In Crust We Trust and a Discharge record or something, but I didn't understand the whole concept of where that came from, how that worked outside of where it fell into Napalm Death and stuff. So
I think about like when my first interviews with like Death and Amorphous and stuff, like I didn't really know pre-Amorphous, stuff that they were coming from. I didn't know, the history of American death metal. I just knew like kind of where Scream Bloody Gore fit, but like,
yeah.
If you were about to throw like Massacre and a bunch of those other names, I would have been like, huh? And I could have been exposed. Luckily, the interview didn't go there. I just kind of stuck to my script, but like I was very boxed in terms of like what I was kind of contextualizing and understanding, And
I think that also makes interesting questions for people too, because you're coming from this kind of a smaller, you're not contaminated by the outside world.
Yeah.
As far like, so you're getting kind of a unique take on stuff and questions that sometimes people were just like, I remember talking to Dismember in 1991, I think 92, and talking with Matty Karki, and we were blown away that he didn't listen to just death metal.
Yeah.
And like thinking back is like, that's a pretty naive thing, but that's all we listened to. So we thought all these guys just listen to death metal. And I remember asking, we're just listening to Led Zeppelin in the van. We're like, what?
Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cult. Yeah.
We're like 16, 17 years old or something.
I remember asking Chuck in that Sound of Perseverance on the van, or the tour bus. I think I made reference. I was like, after Human, you guys kind of like really started to get like more, influenced by kind of like complex, like jazz kind of stuff. And he was like, the only metal band that has jazz stuff, he's like, is Atheist. He's like, that's not what we're about. And he recoiled at the question. He wasn't like offended, but he was kind of just like, no, that's not like, but like, I didn't have the words to articulate what I was trying to say. I might have said progressive too, or whatever, and threw jazz in there as well. But it was like, that's just naivety. It wasn't that I didn't get what he was doing. I just didn't know how to like frame it.
We didn't know the greater context of the whole thing too. It's, and I think that's that kind of fearlessness that we all had doing that stuff. We did out of enthusiasm and love, not out of glory or scholarship or anything. We love this shit. We just want to do. We can't play it, so let's do everything we can. But
so why for you? You said you in particular really dig this cover a lot. What's I don't.
It feels more. It feels like Bolt Thrower to me. How it's not this like super rendered thing. It feels a little more like even though it's not, it sounds like a concept album. With the title, you've got this guy up on a hill looking down over this like approaching faction.
Yeah.
There's just more, there's like a story right in the picture more so than a lot of the other ones for me.
Okay.
And I like the rendering. I'm trying to think. I'll look real quick, see who the artist was. If I can read anything this small without reading glasses. Front cover, sketch for Contact Wait Out by Peter Archer. There's no year on it. So it seems like something to be like in a war museum or something too. So, and actually, if you have the record, it's actually a larger,
bigger picture
piece. Yeah. And this is where they first started messing with the Chaos Eye kind of getting like really distorted.
Yeah.
Into the killing zone.
It's pretty cool. No, it's a record I've really grown to enjoy greatly.
Yeah.
I don't think
production's a lot different.
Appreciate it. I think Chris got an extra promo and just like gave it to me when it came out from Metal Blade in '98.
Yeah, I think this is pre-punching it, so.
Yeah. So I think mine's a promo copy. I think
Nice.
I have like a different color tray that I swapped out at New Moon. That like.
Oh no, actually, yeah, this was the time when I wasn't getting service because I wasn't involved.
Yeah,
in anything.
you and Chris kind of had
we had our schism.
Out. Yeah, schism.
And so I know I bought this record when it came out.
Okay, yeah. So I must have gotten the promo that normally would have gone to you. So my apologies. Speaking of, Metal Maniacs, we were kind of referring to it earlier, our good friend of the podcast and host of Radical Research Podcast, author of the new Fate's Warning book. Go out and get that. Also the author of the Peter Steele book that we used exclusively when he was a guest with us on our Typo Negative episodes. But Jeff Wagner was the old editor of Metal Maniacs magazine, also a writer. And I think last episode we read the intro piece that he did to the article, but there's a little bit more in the intro piece that talks about Mercenary. Here's what Wagner continues to say. He says, years passed, guitars were tuned slightly higher or less low, and by 1995, the tank looked in danger of rusty collapse. Longtime members Carl and Andy exited, a devastating blow, considering both had just as much to do with the bolt thrower battle plan as the longtime front line of Barry, Gavin, and Joe. Ex-Pestilence asphyxed Comacon. Oh, I forgot he did Comacon.
The second record.
Yeah, vocalist Martin Van Drunen, because LG did the first Comacon, right? Yeah.
Megatrons and Brutality.
Yes. Vocalist Martin Van Drunen toured with the band for nearly 2 years before the return of Willits, and with Metal Blade making their best move in years, we have, after a long 4-year truce, the excellent Mercenary. Expect 9 slow to mid-pace nut crushers, the gut-smearing chug of debilitatingly down-tuned warfare, and all the firepower of years previous. With the subtlety of a 10-ton cannonball to the cranium, Bolt Thrower is finally back, and all is right in Metal World. Guitarist Gavin Ward sat down with us for a bit of chatter about Mercenary, down-tuned guitars, and why Bolt Thrower isn't going gothic grindcore. This is pretty fun. And so the one question I wanted to sort of share that the conversation piece besides the intro is a little bit later in the interview, Wagner asked Gavin a pretty pointed question about Bolt Thrower stylistic changes. So I wanted to kind of share that. And he says, Wagner says, since War Master, you've cut down on the speed a bit for Bolt Thrower is slower, heavier. And Gavin says, after all, it's all about the heavy music. It doesn't really matter what the tag is or what the band is. If you're into heavy music, you're into heavy music. And it's also finding the drummers that can play it, and make no mistake, or you're going to be limited on what you've got to work with. We pulled in Alex Thomas because he's got the speed. We know he can play the old material. We didn't know that when we brought in Kitty, the drummer who toured for Victory after Andy's departure. We didn't get a blast beat drummer in Kitty. He could play pretty fast double bass, but there were some extremes he couldn't even get anywhere close to. We used him for what we needed, but we knew he was a slacker, and we were looking for people with total dedication. It's really interesting what's about to happen, yeah. We've been doing it for so long, and it's really disheartening to see someone half-assed within our band, so we usually purge that problem if it comes to it. Same as Martin Van Drunen. He got purged too. It's not something we like to do because we were looking for a steady lineup and trying to make it solid, but you have to put in that 110%. If you don't, we're carrying you, and if we're carrying you, we lose you. That's why we were limited with not doing fast stuff. Whereas now we've got the new drummer in, so we can play any of the old material. So kind of
that's
interesting perspective in that time, because Kitty obviously will become a permanent kind of part of this soon.
Well, he's also a young kid, and so if he was in a couple of years, 17, like he was pre like 20, and coming back and then with renewed kind of vigor perhaps. But I'm thinking another reason why Van Drunen might not have really fit in as well is because of the whole, like, all those guys grew up in the same area, and they have that. It's just like having somebody else in Paradise Lost, like the dry humor, the the whole Midlands kind of vibe, the dour vibe. Holland wasn't necessarily as I don't know if everything fit, but just learning more about the different like cultural areas of England as well, and how the generalizations of how people are. How different Londoners are from people in the Midlands.
No, I don't disagree. Yeah, cultural stuff definitely comes into play. Wagner goes on, and this kind of gets into I think some of the nitty gritty stuff about Carl returning and Martin and stuff. But they said, what's up with the long delay between For Victory and Mercenary? Was there ever a point where you were thinking of calling it quits? And Gavin says, I think a lot of people thought it was on the rocks and going under. For us, it's weird because nothing ever changes for us. If we're not doing stuff, we're planning something. For us, it's about music. Away from the crap and after everything else, it's down to songs and playing the stuff we're into. So whether it's a big or a small doesn't really make any difference. We're not looking to be Metallica. We never were. We knew the music style would never be in that league. What we're always looking for is just a small cult status. Play the music we want to play, full stop. Nowadays, there are a lot of labels in Europe actually creating bands. They just pull these young bands along. They're a death metal band. Like, oh, Gothic's selling pretty good. Why don't you play this guitar riff and maybe do that to the vocals? Basically creating the music, and surely that's in the major label league. Jeff goes, so there's never anybody in the Bolt Thrower camp rubbing their hands together, dollar signs in their eyes, saying, hey, let's go Gothic grindcore. Gavin says, no, and because of it, I think Carl and Whale left because there wasn't too much, how would you say it, changing of style. I think they thought we should be adapting and going a bit more where everyone else is going. For us, myself, Baz, and Joe, we've always been totally blinkered into what we're into. That's why when Carl and Whale left, it was a straight 2-part split, 3 on one side, 2 on the other. It wasn't everyone into their own thing. We were still on track for what we wanted to do, and we really didn't want anyone getting in the way of that. Jeff says, I was very curious about Martin was going to bring what he was going to bring to the band, but I was definitely happier to see Carl back. And Gavin says, Martin worked out fine live. I don't know how it would have worked out recorded. Probably really crap, but I don't think we ever thought we'd get to it. We pulled Martin as a sort of stopgap so we could still tour. We knew he'd gotten his own reputation for the stuff he's done. With the stuff he's done in the past, it's more mid-tempo with a lot of lyrics sung fast. Whereas with our style, the lyrics are spread out so you can get more power within it. I think Martin sounded powerful in Bolt Thrower, but he sounded different than the stuff he did with the other bands. And then they asked what prompted Carl's return. We approached him. We didn't really want to go into the studio with anyone else. We replaced the drummer first, got all the rhythm sections together, and then asked Carl. They asked, was Martin cool with that? And Gavin says, we kicked him out. So obviously he wasn't cool with that, Jeff says. He goes, I think what brought it to a head is he had gotten alopecia, a condition where all of your hair falls out. He'd gotten about 8 or 9 months before he told us about it. For us, we really don't give a shit. We're into the music. There's never been a strict regime of image ever. You are what you are, and if you're putting 100% in, I don't really care what you look like. He was obviously quite worried. He thought he'd gotten this reputation. Everybody had seen him with long hair, and he was worried about playing without having hair. You can understand it, but I thought it was pathetic because, after all, you're either 100% or you aren't. We got offered 2 festival gigs. One was going to be massive, probably the biggest festival in Germany. And we got offered a killer position on the bill, and he tried to pull them both. And we're not really into that. So we pulled the first one and then got Dave from Benediction in to help us out on the big festival. At that point, we just kicked him out. What we really wanted to do was to pull these festivals and then 6 months later roll in and do the album. But you've got to be there for all of it. Within Bolt Thrower's infrastructure, he wouldn't have that much importance. Not being negative, but the big decisions are made by the original members. We're the ones that have lived with it for so long that we know what we're looking for. We can't stand people getting in the way. Jeff says, it seems like you've had a very solid sense of direction, even since day one. He says, quite early on, we knew what we were looking for, and then we just tried to perfect it. We tried to progress a little bit, but we also regress as well. There's plenty of times we've gone a bit too far and stepped back with songwriting. For the 9 songs that went on Mercenary, they could have been 20 or 25. Some were too far over the limit. And Jeff, this is kind of the last little part here. He says, I was going to ask you that if you've ever written stuff and thought, no, can't use it. It's too far beyond the Bolt Thrower sound. And Gavin says, yeah, many times. We've practiced it, we've rehearsed it, we put lyrics on it, and then we scrap it. And he says, well, what is it about those songs that's unacceptable? He says, it's probably too alien. There has to be a consistency. You don't always have to be identical, but there has to be an underlying style. A lot of people could think there's no real progression, that we're stale. But for us, with too much progression, we aren't the band we are. So, kind of a long little stretch there.
No, it's a nice observation, too, about Martin Van Drunen's vocals, because now just thinking about that, I can think of the shit like early Asphyx and Pestilence, where he is the guy that's barking out 1,000 lyrics over the top of more sparse music.
Yeah, and he almost does like John Tardy, like rapping, like especially in Testimony of Ancients and stuff like that. Wait, is he on Testimony?
No, that's Mameli doing that.
Mameli, yeah.
The last one he was on is
Consume
Impulse.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, that's kind of an interesting sort of thing.
I never heard that. Like that's kind of his style summed up to a T.
Yeah, yeah. But they do talk about the artwork. They talk a little bit about like why Bolt Thrower's never done covers and stuff, which I won't read, but it's kind of interesting. They talked about how they were going to do Laguna Sunrise on the Master of Misery, and then they kind of end up being like, nah.
That's okay.
I think the quote was, they said it lasted 6 seconds, and everyone stopped and went, we aren't fucking doing this crap. So kind of a purity thing.
Well, it's cool that the three of them were so locked in that they knew what Bolt Thrower was.
Yeah.
They're like the stewards of this thing. Like, even though the full original, classic lineup is still alive, I can see why it could never happen again.
Yeah, they just kind of, yep. They ask about the artwork in Mercenary, so this is where I kind of want to stop because you were bringing up the artwork a little bit. And Gavin says, it's not totally what you think it will be. We're trying to vary it. It's a painting, but it's sort of like a sketch of a photo from the Falkland Islands War. So that's kind of interesting, so connecting that. He said, it'd be so obvious to do Realm of Chaos style art. It'd be so obvious to do the gatefold, the booklet. It's fantasy. It's all laid out. But with For Victory, we want to try something different, a photo. And they kind of, it's kind of an interesting little aside on that, Also, around the same time, it's just kind of worth mentioning. I think is it Joe that brings it up here? Yeah, I think this is part of the Joe part of the interview. But in 1998, they also released a compilation of the EP material, Who Dares Win?
Mm-hmm.
And they were kind of asked a little bit about this. They said, a couple of years, Earache released this compilation of your EP sort of stuff. What are your thoughts on it? And Joe says, it wasn't a big surprise. We had an album coming out, Mercenary, and the only thing Earache had was old material. So we were expecting a best of type album to come out. No, they didn't contact us, and it was particularly annoying because they hadn't paid us any royalties for previous albums for about 7 years.
Wow.
They're a sad label. They have no good bands left anymore, so they try to make money by releasing old material from bands that left the label years ago. I would advise people not to buy it. It's pretty strong.
I agree with everything she says.
I get all the Earache stuff, too.
But I have bought them because I can't afford the other ones.
Yeah, exactly.
But I wish they would... I wish, in his older age, I kind of wish that I was gonna say Hammy. Sorry, buddy. What the fuck's his name?
Oh,
just completely blanked out on.
Digby. Yeah.
That hopefully he eventually comes around and tries to write him, but I just don't think he's that guy. He's one of those dudes that has, he's the business guy, he's the money guy. He looks where the That's the reason that Earache got as big as it did is because of all the corners they cut and of all the bridges they burned, probably as well, just to maintain whatever. I mean, now their reputation is just the old stuff. Nobody gives a shit about Blackberry Smoke or all this other horse shit,
all that stuff. So one of the things that we did, I think I mentioned it in part one, maybe fever dream of some sort. Is I reached out both on Twitter and Facebook with kind of the question, which was kind of this idea. I'll read the original question. I just said, why has Bolt Thrower's legacy and reputation seem to grow exponentially since their final record and breakup? What is the magic ingredient or formula? And so I got a lot of really interesting responses. I'm just going to share the ones I got on Twitter first, and then in a later talk set, we'll share some of the ones on Facebook. Others will address it. Actually, at the end, Joseph Schaefer from Decibel and Northwest Terror Festival and
buddy of the show.
Yeah, friend of show, Tribulation, the Discordance Access show, etc. But these are some kind of thoughts. And I apologize because Twitter handles, sometimes I don't know your name, so it just is what it is. But Elder God's Doom, he gave a list of 3 things. He says, 1, they created their own sound. 2, almost everything they release fucks. And 3, the Fourth Crusade.
Okay.
And I wrote, it's interesting because I like Fourth Crusade, but even the band in certain segments don't like it. And he said, it's my favorite. I'd bet that if you ask some of the dudes in Heaven Shall Burn, they'd say the same. And I forgot how much of a worship band Heaven Shall Burn was. They were on Life Force. I was getting service from
the first
them and
couple
Caliban.
records.
I kind of remember.
That was the era of quote unquote hardcore becoming, death metal, basically.
Yeah.
Stamping Ground.
Yep, Stamping Ground. Which Stamping Ground was Ian's band. Ian Glasper, yeah.
I don't think he was on that record, but he was in there.
Was he in there later?
Yeah.
Okay. Another guy at Riff No Leads 2 says, I honestly don't get the seemingly end. Oh, that was the guy that's like, what am I missing? So that guy, I just kind of was like, I sent him the first episode, and I don't know. I think his response was weird. He was like, I don't really listen to podcasts. I'm like, all right, forget it. I guess you don't ever really want to know. So
okay.
Another guy,
why bother talking?
Staring to Kep and Be Still, said Immolation is the only other band that comes to mind in terms of integrity. Having their last record maybe be their best, or one of their later records almost be like their. And he talks about Atonement. He says is some of their best work, and I was like, that's really interesting.
I mean, yeah, I've really come around to those. I threw them in a camp that I didn't really, that they don't belong to be in, or should they kind of elevate themselves beyond that brutal death metal style?
Yeah, they definitely have an aesthetic that's unique to them.
Yeah, I think they kind of stand there with both her as far as integrity is concerned.
Wade Conrad, who's a big supporter of the podcast, he says, I think it's a testament to a band creating their own sound, sticking to it, not compromising and not really changing, but continuing to make good albums. They have a really strong catalog and reputation. At the original Kep, he goes by Staring to Kep and Be Still. He says, in my opinion, because they never made an album that's less than very good. They broke up because of a band member's death, which always gives a respectful boost, I think, and they're unproblematic politically, and the death metal renaissance has pushed them back to the forefront. And then he says, but also they had a very specific riff-driven sound and a definitive aesthetic that no one has quite duplicated, and their music fucks hard as shit.
So is that like a new term for?
Oh yeah.
It fucks hard as shit. It's like,
or
it's cool as hell.
I just say like this album fucks.
Okay,
like
is this a millennial term?
I think so, but I've adopted it.
I've never heard it before.
It's really good. Yeah, I hear my students.
Dude, this fucks.
This fucks hard. Yeah, Joseph Schaefer uses it quite a bit, but it's a good one. It's got some power to it.
I think a potential reason why Bolt Thrower is so revered now is that in the age of, because they really kind of ended before social media really blew up. Mm-hmm. And I think we're in an age of a lot of people that are full of shit that put one thing, say one thing and do another.
Yeah.
We have a lot of hypocrisy, and Bolt Thrower is like this pure thing.
Yeah.
That you can follow. It's like the ultimate like hero ideal that these are the guys that like you want to look up to them aspirationally for their integrity.
Well, I remember like Carl posted some photos of like wearing Antifa shirts, and like people were like, what the hell? I thought you guys were cool. He's like, have you ever listened to my we're always been anti-fascist, you fuck. And I was like,
anti-fascist, anti-hypocrisy,
go get
corporate,
them,
anti-government. Yeah.
There's some integrity for sure there. Brennan at the BCB 723, he's a big person I talked to quite a bit on. He was at Maryland Death Fest too.
Okay.
He says, apart from the greatness of the music, they are part of that golden era of earache bands that have become legendary. Morbid Angel, Carcass, Entomb, Bolt Thrower, Cathedral, and Terrorizer. Fucking iconic. And of course, Napalm. So yeah, I think they came up in that renaissance of earache for sure. This is from at Doomfrog, Ryan the Lightning. He says, it's a blend of factors, I think. An ironclad commitment to their ethos goes a long way, of course. Continuing on without an essential member as Kitty would have cheapened it, and they refuse to compromise that. It adds to the legend and kind of makes them even stronger. On top of that, their discography builds from album to album perfectly. Sure, it's not leaps and bounds, but it's a steady pace. It's easy to start on any album and move from one to the next in any direction and follow what it is they're doing, appreciating the subtle changes. He has a couple more comments, and then you can jump in. They're easy to follow along with, but at the end of the day, I think it boils down to the fact that they write good songs with memorable, timeless moments. The groove is easy to latch onto, and it hooks. You could be ironing dress shirts, and all of a sudden you're caught in a moment, and vanquishing every wrinkle becomes a determined fight for victory. It's relatable to a primal level. They tap into something both jaded vets and wide-eared newcomers can relate to. You can jump in at any point in their discography and find the essence of the band, but they still aren't stagnant. There is just enough variation to appreciate the difference without feeling like they're resting on their laurels. If anything, I think that is what it boils down to.
It's a nice comment. Yeah. I think with it's really rare for musicians, authors, directors, any kind of creative person end on top. No one when you're done.
It's tough, man. It's not a lot that have done it.
I can't. I mean,
Kubrick went out fairly on top. I mean,
I would say on top, for sure.
Pretty. I mean, his last. I mean, he never dipped.
I think he never did anything that he didn't want to do.
Yeah.
And I think that's the true test of art. A studio was never like, yeah, do this remake of Anthony and Cleopatra. He did some studio stuff early on, but
Spartacus and things, yeah.
But even that is like an iconic movie with a very...
He has some issues with it because he got a little studio interference. But
Sure.
that was the last movie made with any studio interference. After
that's the true artistic path, I think. But
even Bolthor said that, right? Within Battle, they didn't they were like, no, fuck that. We're never having somebody like mix our album without us there.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not. It's just it just happens to be something that's mass marketed to people in a form, but really they're just doing this for themselves.
Yeah.
And the fact that I don't know if was that a clip in the last, I think in the first part, where they're like, there's all these bands now that are playing that are kind of like super technical and whatever, and they can't play it live. Like we don't want to. Yeah. That's another part of the integrity. We don't want to bullshit you on the record. We want you to come to the show and be like, yes, this is it.
Yep.
This fucks hard, or this mows grass.
Yeah. Mows grass. There you go.
I brought that up in a conversation this weekend. Yeah. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, I went back to, there was
Metal Manu.
there was this Iranian guy that came over to go to school here, named Manu, that was just a huge fan of extreme metal, and like that was his.
Hung out at the record store, New Moon, all the time.
This album really mows grass.
We got him to write a couple reviews for Eclipse, and that was one of his reviews. This album really mows some grass. It sounds like a Wesley Willis thing.
It does, but it's also funny because he comes from a place with very little grass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think there are some greener parts.
But in general, when you think of that area,
arid,
like not necessarily the Fertile Crescent, but.
Robin DeGrave at Catharsis76 says an upside of widespread availability on streaming, access to their whole catalog underlines the fact that they never made a weak album or switched their sound in response to trends. Old heads like me could easily revisit mid-career records we missed. New fans could just dig in. It's a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the beginning of a comment that I'll read a sequel to later. This is from a fellow podcaster. If you're not familiar with Phil's Breakfast Metal, he's a British podcaster. He does a lot more on newer stuff and really underground stuff. He's really good for that. So if you Requiem, we do more historical stuff that's usually been around a little bit. But if you're looking for kind of more obscure stuff, Phil's Breakfast Metal's solid. And he was on our episode 200. He's been a long-term fan of us going all the way back to the beginning. He said, I've been really interested in reading these replies and would love to hear deeper thoughts on the subject on how between 2010 and now they seem to have jumped from being a very well-respected legacy death metal band to possibly the most revered band in the genre outside of death. He says, I tried writing down my own thoughts on this, but it ended up 600 words. So I'm going to send you something later. And that's the... Yeah. Heavy Metal Philosophy with John Barbos at Heaviest Doinen said their groove stands the test of time and they retired before they peaked. They never put something out because that's what you're supposed to do. The Metal List at Metal List Pod, it's another kind of podcast. They said, we discussed this on our Bolt Thrower episode. It's such a strange phenomenon. So they're still wrapping their heads around it. At Raccoon Black Flag said the old school death metal revival that happened like right after they ended it came out definitely helped fuel that, in my opinion. My favorite album is Realm of Chaos. I like the slow to grindy thing they had going on. Everyone just sounded filthy in a good way, and it really felt like it lived up to its name. It was also one of the first death metal albums I heard. At several M's in a row, Try. Try. It's easy listening to death metal folks and memeing as a concept makes it an inside joke about how good the band's discography is. Okay. Another guy said they rip, duh. Let's see.
They rip fucks.
They have a real fucking cool name. Somebody else said I'm looking for good. Okay. At Dark Blogman, it's weirdly fascinated by it. I remember the early to mid 90s when they were kind of seen as a joke band, only for Games Workshop and Warhammer nerds. I wonder if the love for them began as irony before people realized they do actually like them.
I mean, I got them into them because they were
of that. Yeah, that was their gateway. Yeah.
I think that's one of those things where it's they weren't necessarily like devotee nerds of the franchise or the franchise of Warhammer 40K, and then like we should make a band about this. It was just kind of like kismet at the time, I think.
Here's an interesting one. I think this is a good talking point. This is from at Tito Vespaziani. Sorry about that. Happens with every popular band that isn't active anymore. Dismember. or to name a smaller one like Severe Torture. All of the, quote, please come back, they did with a badass EP, and many didn't even notice. So it's a state of unavailability that makes things intriguing.
I'd say that's a component. I don't think it's the whole
Yeah,
thing.
no, I agree.
Sure.
I just think it's like something that's an interesting thing. Yeah.
And I think the fact that you can get like the entire discography is available. If you don't have Spotify, you can get it on YouTube.
Yeah.
That was always that's the difference that in the more modern metal listener, I would say, in the last like 15 years, availability is so different than it was before. Because like, me and Chris would go to the store, he'd get something, I'd get something, we'd tape it, and then based on how it sounded, we couldn't like preview stuff really.
Yeah.
There's very few places that like had the listening stations that had death metal in it.
But
it was all about reputation.
Do you think it's the fact that they're never going to play live that kind of adds to the cult status, maybe, that they don't ever have a chance to like sully themselves? It's like Hendrix, right? Or Kurt Cobain, like they never got a chance to make anything bad.
The problem is that there's that like what could have happened because they're still alive.
That's
too.
true, yeah.
Because it's like it's tragic that Hendrix died, but what if he put out a bunch of shitty records like Metallica did?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that gets this next comment from Kyla Tilley. He says, because they recorded an album and then said, nah, this isn't up to snuff. Let's scrap it. Artistic integrity left, right, and center there. They broke up, leaving only work they were proud of.
And I completely respect that, but I would love somebody to leak that record.
I know, yeah, it would be,
or just like demos of stuff that didn't make it onto the old records. Like that's what I was hoping their announcement was years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, here's just a kind of a demo, best of, retrospective thing.
Yeah,
I would love, but I get why they don't do it.
This gets two more comments. This gets into kind of the sound. He says, this is Alan Tanner. He says, how about metal relies primarily on riffing and rhythm? Bolt Thrower had the riffs allied to the tight rhythm section. The very heavy grind groove allows for plenty of mosh parts, which a lot of contemporary metal, which changes time and rhythm frequently, doesn't, and so it's harder to access. So it's like almost like modern metal's like more too technical, maybe.
I think so. I think with the whole generation of like Cattle Decapitation, Black Dahlia, like that, I'm not sure exactly what that subgenre is called, whatever. They were just basically starting to do death metal again.
Yeah, it's new wave American death metal.
Yeah,
is what they kind of call it. Yeah.
And kids get it. I do not get it. I don't know. I can't remember songs. There's no hook for me in those. There's like so many riffs, so many, like I don't know what I'm grabbing onto.
Yeah,
it could be totally just like a generational thing too, or like that's like the whole point is how many riffs and craziness. There's not like that stomp riff or something. But
I agree.
But that whole era, like a lot of modern stuff too, is just there's too much. Malmsteen is more, and it is not.
Depends if you're in the mood for it. There's a time.
If that's what you're trying to do,
yeah,
if you're like a virtuoso, like going nuts, but like I feel like if you can really make somebody feel something in a like a very like a guttural way,
yeah,
like you're just like, geez, like if, hairs on the back of your neck stand up when you hear it or something.
Sure, and I mean
not just like, oh my god, they played so many notes, that's incredible.
People that know us know, like, I mean, my favorite band's like Catatonia and their simplicity and minimalism. As much as I love like solos and I love George Lynch, but I also like Catatonia.
I love like one of the few bands to marry those perfectly is Rush.
Yeah,
and there's very few bands that can be super technical but also stupidly catchy and also dead simple at the same time.
King Crimson's up there.
Yeah, they not consistently though. In my opinion.
They're sort of they're a little more artsy.
Yeah,
which I lean a little probably more artsy side sometimes. So you're more of a Rush guy. I'm probably more King Crimson, but like we both.
I dig both. Like 3 of their records.
You don't go into the mid '70s stuff much with like Red and Starless and things like that.
I like Red. I like
probably the first one,
The Court.
Obviously.
Yeah, The Court of the Crimson King. One of the later ones that sounded like Tool. I can't think of how that was.
Thrack or might have been Thrack.
Like certain I think King Crimson is more a moment band. It's not an overall album.
Okay.
There's like moments on albums I think are awesome, but there's other parts of the album where I'm just like,
Yeah, I guess there's certain records I feel pretty complete with, but some of their stuff's inconsistent. But Fripp's always kind of just done it for me. I don't know.
But that's more artistic and less
It's a little more
masturbatory.
arty. A little more arty. Yeah. Then the last comment is from Gay Metal Kami PhD. Thank you.
All right. I'm curious what your PhD is in Gay Kami.
He says, helps that the members haven't ever done anything dumb to cheapen their legacy, unlike a lot of their contemporaries.
It's true.
That's very, very, very astute. And I think that was it in the Twitter comments. So again, appreciate people there. In a later talk set, like I said, I'll share the Facebook comments and stuff. But yeah, it's this ongoing kind of mystery as to, Albert addressed it, other people will kind of address as to what is it about this kind of incarnation of, or not this incarnation, but they're like a fine wine. They've just gotten better with age or something.
And it's not one reason why.
No,
it's like 100 reasons.
You just heard
why.
a bunch of different theories on it, and all of them have some truth, but I don't think anybody nailed it yet. Because I don't know if we have the answer. I think I'm always searching for that. But
yeah, I mean, and there also hasn't been a ton of nobody's super scholarly about Voltor.
No,
because I think
they also don't do a lot of interviews where they reflect on it either.
Yeah, and where you can anybody can. I think if you're relatively intelligent, you can. Yeah, you can intellectualize anything, really.
Yeah.
And Voltor,
that's the point of Requiem Metal Podcast.
Exactly.
That's our ethos.
I would like to try to get to the why certain thing in general in life, to the annoyance of some people, but also some people enjoy listening to us pontificate about this shit. But I think the fact that you can do that with them, and that they are so, just like, they're so catchy, they're so visceral, you feel it. There's nothing, there's no BS about it at all, that it makes it even that much more like fuel for, kind of like really breaking this down and see if we can try to figure out make up what this stuff might mean, even though there might be no greater meaning outside of, war, the eternal struggle of mankind.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. It's kind of they're universal in their simplicity.
I think if it's something that you feel no matter what, if you understand the lyrics, like music is one of those things, film is one of those, is at least film that isn't relying on dialogue. Mm-hmm. Some of that stuff, comics, stuff that you can look at, and even if you can't read the language, you know what's happening. Yeah. And you can feel what the motivation of the creator was.
Yeah. No, well put. So speaking of the music and what makes them work, let's get to this set of music. We got a trio of tunes from Mercenary, and then a pair of tunes from the next record that will follow 3 years later, Honor, Valor, Pride. The trio of tunes we're going to hear are Laid to Waste, Powder Burns, and Mercenary. And Laid to Waste is more aggressive, still punchy. It's got hooks and melodic, mournful kind of groove patterns. That intro riff connects it back to Fourth Crusade style, for sure.
I love that. Yeah, the riff in Laid to Waste starts, and then where the double bass kicks in, it almost beats up the tempo just a little bit as it punches in.
I have a criticism maybe, or a complaint, perhaps, and I don't know if maybe I'm wrong in this, but it seems that this is Carl's weakest performances, this whole record. And I wonder if it's because he had been kicked out of the band, he comes back to record this and then leaves again.
Rusty?
Or that maybe his heart's not in it as much because he's not as, he's doing them a favor. He's in the studio with them, but he's not really in the band again, truly.
I'm wondering how much he was involved with lyric writing.
Yeah, I wonder.
Because this is some of the catchiest, most pop-centric vocal patterns.
And that's maybe not how he wrote, and maybe it's something like Barry and Gav kind of did, maybe.
It could be. I think with Gavin was. I haven't really been able to figure out outside of two sources saying that he was kind of the litmus test of is this Voltor? Does it stick to the wall or does it fall off? And so I don't know how that worked, if they sat down and did them together, if he came up with vocal patterns and gave them to Carl for him to kind of throw stuff on.
Yeah.
But looking at what he would do in Memoriam lyrically is very similar.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that dynamic really was there. But it always seems like it's more than just one cook in the kitchen on it.
So do you think, is that a fair complaint? Like, do you notice Carl's vocals being, and they're not bad. They just, they were really intense on For Victory. Like, he seemed really locked in, and then here he's just kind of like, but then of course he comes back almost a decade, 7 years after this and nails it on, because he's back in the band at that point.
Almost one of my favorite performances he's ever
and so I almost feel like he's almost like doing them a favor here, but he's just not like,
it could be a mix, just out of practice, not feeling as part of the, because a lot of the stuff we've read, it seems like he was a pretty integral part of the whole creative process.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if a lot of reasons, but I don't. Out of all of his performances, I would agree it's probably his weakest.
And it's still not bad. Again,
it's not bad at all. Yeah,
it's kind of like, it's like a mediocre bolt thrower record. I think Joseph Schaefer will say like the worst bolt thrower record is still an 8 out of 10. It's not like you're never getting like a bad record,
And this is jumping over to different producer, different label, different drummer. Like there's a lot of different things happening.
A lot of stuff going on.
So it's definitely I don't think it's the strongest moment, but it's still an 8 out of 10.
Yep. And then Powder Burns, where the endless fading song returns, Mark, after lying dormant for 6 years, baby.
World Eater and Cenotaph, and it never gets old.
What else is connected? Spearhead. Oh no, Ember. Embers. It's Embers. Yep. So Embers was the last one, and then this is a return.
And then they skipped an album.
Yep, they skipped
For Victory.
Yep.
But then we get one more in the closing. Their closing salvo as well. So.
Yeah. I love that glorious central melody. It's triumphant yet melancholic and reflective. There's a great line. The pain that never goes away. The powder burns.
That's a great. And how it goes right into that fucking hook again, too.
I said it almost moves into a melodic territory of like Dark Tranquility or In Flames.
Feels like Iron Maiden to me.
Which those bands draw a lot on that. Yeah. It has that weird, slow, heavy mosh parts that you'd find on like Overkill records. Like they would do that jun, 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 like on their like longer, more
the
epic
breakdown
Overkill.
Of Powder Burns is just, it's stupidly simple but fucking incredible.
Yeah. Or even, and again, this is, I probably wrote LOL. For me, and it wouldn't be something you would grab onto, but like the opening like minute and a half of like Biohazard Punishment, where it's like,
it has that bounce.
Yeah. And they're just kind of like, kind of doing that thing. I don't know.
That's the power of the thrash riff.
Yeah. You could
it's
speed it up, slow it down.
This is just like the fact you could just not even hold the neck at all and just palm mute. That's the power of thrash.
Yeah.
That led to death metal easily, and they kind of did their own thing with it. But it's so stupidly simple, but it also, you just feel it like I don't know. It's a more immediate than almost any other form of music that to me is that thrash, that chug.
Yep. And then we get the title track. And I just said, I love the sparse one-word chorus, the fantastic guitar solo, that mid-pace kind of tank flattening sort of sound that like Fourth Crusade kind of had comes back a little here. I didn't have a lot to say about the title track. I don't know if perhaps you did, but
what do I got here? Kind of talked about a lot of this. Another boogie riff, hook. I was noticing the guitars are almost doing vocal lines a lot, which is interesting because it seems like they could have the songs figured out where half the guitars could be the vocal line and half could just be the chugging part. And
I wonder if they wrote a lot of that before Carl comes in. So
but
they
all
already
their
have
stuff
like
feels
the
that way to me too. Like Carl comes in and almost figures out another place to put it in to weave it all together.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a good observation. Then we're going to hear from Dave Ingram for the first time, and this is pretty cool. We reached out to Dave to see if he wanted to talk a little bit about his time in Bolt Thrower, because the last two songs in this set are from Dave's record, Honor, Valor, Pride, and Dave had already kind of set up Honor, Valor, Pride. He'll kind of set it up a little with kind of his interview clips and stuff like that, and then the other thing I'll kind of mention that starts to happen with these last two songs, and we can talk about the songs when we come back, is that these will be the first recordings of Kitty. Martin Kitty Kearns, who had replaced Andy from 94 to 97, left before Mercenary for personal reasons and such, and he's going to rejoin in 99, and he'll be with the band until tragically he passes away in his sleep at age 38. So we can kind of come back and talk a little bit more about that. I got a comment from Joe as well that we can read about Dave Ingram joining the band and stuff like that. So you're going to hear from Dave a trio of times here after the Mercenary song, and then you'll hear a trio of tunes from Mercenary: Laid to Waste, Powder Burns, Mercenary. Then you'll hear from Dave. Then you'll hear Contact, Wait Out from Honor, Valor, Pride, and Inside the Wire from Honor, Valor, Pride, and a couple more times from Dave. So enjoy.
goes away. The powder burns all the words. No compromise. Proceeding ritual. Fear denies. Up to punch dust. forgiveness. Only see dying heart, not believe. Mercenary. The highest price. No thoughts of anguish, sickness of life. The unspectrum, ask no forgiveness. No tears, no regrets. Mission completed.
Schedule that Benediction had was huge. There was a lot of tours that were coming up, and I was unable to take them on. So that was the major decision for me to leave back in '98. And there were some shows that we did. I think the last one in Germany was the Wacken Festival, but it had been 3-4 months before that I'd made the decision to leave. We just never released it. And there was, I think, that was the last one in Germany was the Wacken Festival in '98, and there was 2 shows, one in Czech Republic and one in Slovakia about a week or so later. Those were the final 2 for that era for me. But we never told anyone until after the fact, after those dates. And it was about 3-4 months later, I was asked to join Bolt Thrower. It goes back to what happened with Martin, actually. Martin van Drunen had parted with the band. I believe it was it 96 or 97? Maybe that was the year that he left. It was one of those 2 years. There's something in my brain that says it's one of those 2 years. And Bolt Thrower had the slot on the festival at was it with Full Force, I believe, and my memory's not what it was. I'm an old man. No, but anyway, they had the slot and they wanted to keep the slot. So they contacted me and said, would you stand in? And I asked Benediction. They said, yeah, sure. We're going to help the guys out. And that was the start of it. That was the one-off that was supposed to be. We'd known Bolt Thrower for years. I'd known them prior to joining Benediction, sort of vaguely and distantly. I'd go and see them live. I'd say hello if I saw them at the bar, but I wouldn't engage them in conversation because, I was a bit shy, I suppose, the young 20-year-old me. And then it was months after I'd left Benediction that they said, look, you fit in so well for that concert, that festival. How would you like to be, in Bolt Thrower full time? And I spoke with my wife at the time. She's still my wife. What did I say at the time? Anyway, I spoke with my wife, and she said, "Yeah, go for it, do it." And that was how it all coalesced and got together and gelled. And it was. And it's an experience that I will take with me forever. It really is. There's so many memories of that time. yeah, what happened was it had been announced that I was leaving Benediction, and for the reasons why, they'd all been announced. And about 2-3 months later, Baz Thompson called me and said, "So, would you be interested? Would you like to join Bolt Thrower full time after doing that one-off show at the With Full Force Festival?" And I said yes. After speaking with my wife, and because we're a team here, Team Ingram, so I always talk with my family, and so that was how I got to be in the band permanently. But it was, like I say, the having that Bolt Thrower having such a big history and a big following, it was. Very big. It was a huge step, and there was a lot of responsibility, and I wanted to bring my own stamp to it, but also continue that legacy that they had. So, but also keep the Bolt Thrower sound and feeling ever present.
All
I think Bolt Thrower had been going in that direction for a long time. It wasn't just the Mercenary album; it was albums for Victory as well. That was in that vein. And prior to that, I believe it was Fourth Crusade. That as well. It was albums before. I mean, there was. I'd say Fourth Crusade was the mix. That was the turning point, and then for Victory and Mercenary, where they definitely progressed there. But that's just my personal opinion. You'd have to really ask the members of the band. So, but that's how I saw it anyway, and heard it. When we were writing on A Valour Pride, musically, I didn't want to input anything because I knew how the band wrote music, and it was down to Baz Thompson. He was very much in charge and happy with writing the music, and that was great. That was perfect for the rest of us. As for the lyrical vocal thing, I would write a bunch of lyrics, and then I'd sit down with Gav, who was and Joe as well, actually, who we all sat down and would work through lyrics, putting them to the music, different vocal inflections, different ways of saying things, singing things, and how they were spoken. And they put their input in with me, and I found that such a great help. We could bounce ideas off each other and try different things out. I went round to over to Leamington Spa, which is where Gav and Joe were situated, and it was great just to be able to work together like that. It was perfect. And I mean, right now I do work alone on all of the projects I do. I get the music, I work on it, I record, and I also like that as well. I like the maverick being different and on my own, and I can also work with that as well. I'm quite the chameleon when it comes to that. But back then, I'm not sure that Gav and Joe worked with Martin on lyrics, because he didn't actually record anything with the band. So, which was a shame, because it would have been nice to have heard. But sadly, he didn't.
You just heard Inside the Wire and Contact Wait Out from Honor, Valor, Pride. You also heard from Dave Ingram a few times there in between some of those songs. And then we opened with a trio of tunes from Bolt Thrower's Mercenary record, Laid to Waste, Powder Burns, and Mercenary. So Contact Wait Out, this is kind of, in a lot of ways, the opener to the record, and in a lot of ways, this is kind of where Martin introduces himself, I think, in a cool way. With the sort of machine gun, rapid fire, kind of some bombs and dive bomb leads before kind of the Bolt Thrower rolling tank assault kind of takes over. So it's almost like a soft reintroduction of this kind of brand new lineup with a new drummer.
Soft reboot.
Yeah, soft reboot. Just a soft reboot. It's still the Bolt Thrower sound, but they're just kind of showing you some of their tricks a little bit. That like, okay, they're still
Kitty definitely
cooking
does,
with gas.
The drums as ordnance becomes definitely a thing on the next couple records, or I guess the last two records.
How would you describe his drumming style differently than maybe what Andy brought to the table, or even Alex on the last record?
Well, I've been playing drums for a long time, but I don't know terminology correctly all the time. But it feels like Andy was right on the beat, and it feels like Martin is just behind the beat a little bit, like Don Tardy is.
Okay.
Where it gets that little bit more like undulation of how everything works.
In my rock history class, I would call that the stacks.
Yes.
The delayed beat.
It definitely feels more. I think the behind the beat feels more less Anglo than like classical music or something. It feels like there's more spirit in it.
Yeah,
and it's
definitely more church,
more of a jazz
driven.
blues.
Yeah,
disco.
Motown is what put the beat out in front, driving the songs, and Stax, which was kind of Motown's rival, had a delayed first, backbeat.
I think
kind
that
of added a little more swing.
Yeah, and especially with what Joe does on bass, I think that makes it makes that kind of like grooviness even more kind of infectious.
Yeah.
That's the first thing that jumps out with his drumming for me.
Well, like speaking of Martin, they asked Joe in an interview, what happened with Alex, basically, and she says Alex just wasn't into the band 100%. He was into a lot of different music styles, and I think he found being in Bolt Thrower a lot harder than he imagined. We can't have anyone in the band that isn't totally committed, so in the end we decided he had to leave. I phoned Martin one day and asked if he wanted to rejoin, and he said yes. So now the lineup is totally solid again, and hopefully we won't be losing any more members.
So Joe reached out to him.
Yeah, which is cool.
That's awesome. I never knew that.
Yeah, so there you go. Kind of a fun little tidbit there, but
they're loyal to their own. Like Andy made it clear he didn't want anything to do with the band. I think Martin was so young that's a lot to be expected from somebody so young to put all the effort into it. So
yeah,
sure. Now he's like maturity of age now.
Well, and then obviously you heard from Dave Ingram there, but you also got to hear Dave Ingram vocally for the first time. And on Contact Wait Out, you kind of get this sense, I guess, the vocalist that comes to mind first when describing Dave, and without a lack of maybe a better person, is kind of Barney from Napalm, who he kind of replaced. Didn't he replace Barney at one point in Napalm? Or wasn't Dave involved in Napalm? Or was that's the dude from Extreme Noise Terror I'm thinking of, probably.
Yeah, Phil Vane was in Napalm for a half a second.
But there's like a little bit of a vibe. Maybe it's just the British connection, but that was the only name I could kind of think of, because he has some Carl things, but he's got something different too.
Yeah, like with Barney's much more like back.
That's true.
I think Dave is more, it's like a wetter vocal. Barney's more dry.
Okay.
And what he does on this record that I noticed immediately is between him and the drums, it kind of almost reflects that undulated, it slows everything down in a way that makes it more groovy.
He's also like,
he's kind of slower in his delivery.
Yeah, it's like garbled a little bit more.
Yeah,
guttural and garbled.
Yeah.
There's like a kind of interesting timbre to
and
it.
Because I think in Benediction, he was more, he like held stuff out more.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was, and now it's almost like he's slower than everything else.
Yeah.
Like, the Dismember is like the slower, or the double time drum and the slower guitar. It's like the vocal kind of as the anchor for this and kind of slows it a little bit.
Somebody pointed out to me, and I don't have the letter. I don't think I do. Maybe I screenshot it and I'll be reading it in the last Talkset. So my apologies. Someone really pointed out that they never knew how much Bolt Thrower was in Crowbar. And it kind of blew my mind. And I started to think about some of the better Crowbar stuff that I've listened to. And there are these like kind of harmonic, triumphant things and these kind of slower sledge. And again, I'm not saying I came up with that comment, but somebody pointed that out to me. And I was like, well, I need to sit on that a little bit. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And so maybe we've never listened to Crowbar with the right lens, but if we listen to it like a Bolt Thrower lens, like, because I recently in like the last 5 years picked up like the first couple Crowbars, and I was like, these are remarkably better than like the Beavis and Butthead video and stuff like that. And then even when we did the the Acid Bath stuff, and we played something that Sammy was on from that the one kind of Hall of Fame record, I forget what it's called, Oddfellows
Rest.
Yeah. And that's great. It's got these really kind of dynamic, triumphant sort of things happening. And I guess there's probably more Bolt Thrower going on in that band than meets the eye. I don't know if that's conscious or unconscious or just an accidental discovery, but it was something somebody pointed out, and I was like, I'll have to run that one by Mark. But
that's interesting. Yeah, the thing, my biggest problem with them is that lyrics always stood out as kind of stupid to me.
Yeah, and I'd have to revisit them to know.
And that's just like a feeling. I can't tell you an instance exactly. And Kurt's vocals are kind of cartoonish in a way.
I can get that a little.
And they're like too earnest, but also it's like Cookie Monster being a Gimo.
Okay.
kind of thing.
But the reason I brought that up is because to me, what you were saying about Dave's vocals kind of like pulling the music back into the sludge is sort of like a Crowbar type thing. It's like something
I could see that
out of that,
Yeah.
That's maybe this is the one record that kind of is reflective of maybe Crowbar a little bit. I don't know. So anyways, that was something brought up, not something I would
that's
subscribe
an interesting
to.
connection there.
And the song Contact Wait Out, it's kind of cool. It's got, bouncing groove that rolls right into Inside the Wire. Like those songs kind of fit right together. And Inside the Wire is kind of aspirational and catchy, kind of not unlike No Guts a little bit.
Bounce. The bounce.
Yeah, that bounce. Dave is fantastic here. I think that opening verse, he really goes for the jugular.
Yeah.
He's kind of at his best here.
No, it's one of those slow head nod headbangs.
Yes. Yep, it's definitely some of that. And at the beginning of the Joe Bench interview, the very first question they asked was, how did Dave kind of get in the band? I know Dave's going to talk about it from his perspective, but Joe kind of offers hers, and she just says, Dave was the only choice. We've obviously known him for a long time and always thought he was a great vocalist and frontman. And when he helped us out at the WFF festival, we realized how well he fit in Bolt Thrower. The general reaction has been positive. Obviously, Carl was a hard person to replace. He was part of the band for 10 years. At first, it was hard for us too, but we were happy to have a strong lineup again, and now it feels like Dave has always been there. So,
yeah, because I know them and the Benediction guys have been tight
yeah.
forever.
There's not a lot of like British death metal bands. I mean, there are, but it's pretty like a elite group. It's not like Sweden or Florida or something where it's just like a dime a dozen. To me, it's like Carcass, Benediction, Bolt Thrower, Napalm. Yeah. When they become death metal,
Cancer.
I guess. Yeah, Cancer. Yeah,
I'd put them on like a second or third tier.
But
they're fun, but
it's like outside of that. I mean, I'm sure there's some others. There's some that like evolve down the road, but of that like '90s scene,
of just straight death metal, it's kind of a smaller. Yeah, there's like the Doom thing was definitely more British.
Yeah, it's almost like thrash.
Grindcore.
Thrash was a little smaller in England, I mean, they had a lot, but not bands that sort of like poked through like in America or Germany.
Yeah, like not that we could get through normal distribution methods. Like when you get that Glasper's thrash book, I was like, there was this many.
Yeah, it was a ton. Yeah, I know, it's gonna be crazy. And that's actually something I'm looking forward to, is hearing Ian kind of talk about that when we do that British thrash episode down the road with him. So, what's your overall thoughts on Honor Valour?
I think it's.
Did you like it when it came out with the vocal change?
Yeah, I was fine because I was already a Benediction fan.
Yeah.
At this point, I was trying to think of the last thing that he was, because I don't think he was in Benediction at this point. I think they'd done like Grind Bastard in 96 or 7.
It was later. I think it was 98.
Was it 98?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
I have to look it up, but yeah.
So I was kind of done with them after the Grotesque Ashen Epitaph EP.
Yeah, I like the early ones.
What is Subconscious Terror?
Yep.
Crossing the Rubicon, all that.
Yeah.
All that shit was like solid in the Bolt Thrower mold, but different. I think that area has like a very, very specific kind of sound. Like all those bands that are really just kind of salt of the earth, honest people that are just playing this because they love it. I think Benediction definitely falls in that.
Dreams You Dread maybe was the last one Dave was on.
That's right.
That's 95.
Okay.
Grind Bastard was 98. So yeah.
Was that a different vocalist probably?
Right. I'm just looking on Spotify.
Dreams You Dread's the last one I think I bought.
Grind Bastard. What a terrible cover.
It looks like Tron or something.
Yeah, like, do you remember that?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Dreams You Dread was weird because there's a bunch of like face casts in gold.
Yeah, it looked almost like a Doom record or something, like a
yeah, like Subconscious Terror I love because it's like an island with a knife coming down, but it's really the island's a face.
Yeah,
like it looks like totally like some 80s like psychological fucking horror movie.
Well, they almost look like traditional death metal covers that like.
Yeah, I liked how like Meat and Potatoes they were, but when it came out I was probably as usual, I was probably more of a purist and wished Carl would have been on the record, but
sure.
I remember enjoying it. I might not have gotten this exactly when it came out. Oh no, I probably would have. I don't know.
I think we were definitely in service from Metal Blade at this point.
Yeah, because there's like all those core bands I never stopped following, like Bride and Bolt Thrower. And
I remember digging this with you.
Okay.
Because at this point, Chris lived in Philly, and I think we would rock it out.
Is this when that came on to Eclipse around this time, or is that after this?
You were on Eclipse by 2000 or
2000. Okay.
Yeah, or 99. I think
the
late
90s.
99.
I remember years more than 2000s. Is more of kind of like it just so much shit happened that it was just a.
I can remember
blur.
college years pretty specifically. There's it's very much like there's an arc to like stuff.
I know events, but I don't know where to put them in that 5-year 2000 to 2005 when I graduated college. But.
I remember really rocking out Seventh Offensive a lot. That was kind of like for me. That was like kind of a go-to tune. I mean, I like the whole record.
I call it the Boogie Offensive.
It's something. Yeah.
The eternal chug of the war machine is how I describe that.
I guess we can talk about Seventh Offensive now, and then I'll get back to some interview clips and stuff. But I wrote here's my. I said repetitive, yes. Effective, yes. I said this is the ultimate bolt thrower formula song. If this doesn't make you happy and satisfied, I've got no words. It's kind of just the essence of Bolt Thrower in one song.
Yeah, but this is the kind of song that could just be played forever.
Yeah.
Like if it was in a live situation, and then the chug of the machine gun.
Yep.
The machine gun drums, and this is where I complained about. Well, I already kind of talked about how I hate the cover.
Oh, got it. Well, we can get into the cover in a second. Let me talk more about Seventh Offensive in a positive
way. Pull it out so I can see it.
I said, I've got no words. I said that rolling tank pattern, tease, and ultimate riff groove release is the platonic ideal of catchy war metal. It's so dumb, it's brilliant. I said the way the song teases you with the foreplay of the hypnotic pattern riff at 340 before returning to a normal verse one last time, before that triumphant bright riff takes you to the money shot breakdown with a minute 10 left, is glory beckoning. I said that last minute and 10 goes on for an eternity, or at least I want it to.
Yeah.
It's often, Seventh Offensive is often the song, it's one of like a handful of like probably 3 or 4 songs that I'll play for a newbie. Even like somebody that's not into death metal. Be like, here, listen to this. And when you get to the end and it's just doing that fucking... the last minute 10, it's like it's almost like the last minute 10 of Stones in the Sky from Neurosis.
Yes,
it's just like a perfect like, yes, you finally made it to this moment kind of thing. So let me kind of, here's what Joe has to say about the cover, and then I kind of want your retort. But the interviewer says, hey, Honor, Valor, Pride comes up with a brilliant cover art, which I actually consider the best you had ever since the Fourth Crusade. Interesting. Oof. So please tell us who's responsible. She says, thanks very much. It was done by Jan Menninghaus. He did the Chaos Eye design on Mercenary, and we liked it so much we asked him if he wanted to do the new one for HVP. He said yes, and that he would like to have a try at doing the cover. We told him what concept we were looking for, and he got back with a really good sketch. There was a lot of ideas going backwards and forwards. Thanks again for the internet. And finally, we agreed on the final cover. We always want to be involved in as much as we can in every aspect of the band, so we are 100% involved in all the booklet designs. Gav did the symbols on the lyric pages, and the whole layout was a joint effort between Jan and the band. So, yeah, how's the lyric pages? Cool?
Oh, okay.
Cool?
Yeah, he comes up with these like weird sigil things. It's very digital of its time.
Yeah, it's a rough era for covers, 2001.
Well, this is, God, there's so many... weird graphic design things that were happening at this point. Everything was overly monochromatic and dark.
Okay.
I think I remember something that I fell victim. If you look back to all these zines, this is where I really like jumped on the bandwagon for this is what looks cool in metal right now.
Yeah.
And it was the drop shadow, the fuzz, around the like little bit of like glow around all the letters.
Like Eclipse 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was like the different, like, I'm trying to think which issue it was. It might have been 7, where there's all these different opacities lightly behind, like very My Dying Bride, like Gods of the like Gods of the Sun.
Yeah.
Design for sure. I just fucking lifted that wholesale. But these really kind of looking back on them, stupid, simplistic designs that didn't really commit to one idea. Is how I look back at it. And it's stuff that you could only do in Photoshop. Okay. It was like a plugin. It was basically an effect where you could go, you'd have it all done, you'd highlight it, and you go down to, Gaussian blur, how much this, and there you go. And the stuff that's much more analog or obviously has the hand in it a little more, I think holds up better over time. Even with, going from, like like Death Scream Bloody Gore to Death. What was the last record?
Sound of Perseverance,
which is very of its time, very obviously photo manipulated.
I don't mind that cover.
The cover's not bad, but that's the era of Travis Smith was doing stuff different. He wasn't falling into all those like pitfalls. Yeah. Like you look at the Broken Hope cover, the Immolation cover back, that was just like everybody's doing the same shit, bad colors, relying on the computer. What I think part of it might be is that people saw that, hey, you can do all this shit in the computer. I don't need to hire this graphic designer. I can do all this stuff. Yeah. So they're having non-creatives do stuff is my guess. But as far as offensiveness in the inside of the bolt thrower thing, not too bad.
Okay.
But the cover,
it's return to fantasy a little, right?
A little bit.
An attempt.
Which is weird because thematically it doesn't feel fantasy at all.
Like the lyrics to Seventh Offensive, I was just looking at them. I mean, heroes made dishonored ground, artillery now silent, chlorine burnt the throat. Like they're kind of going into World War I gas attack imagery again.
And this is something I would have done if Bolt Thrower asked me to do a record at this time. I completely understand why this guy or girl, who I forget the name was.
Jean. I think it's
probably dude.
Jan. Yeah, Jan.
I would have totally tried to do something that this totally throws back to Realm of Chaos.
Yeah,
it's like it could be like a bookend to that. But when you look at it, they have like these novelty-sized hands. The anatomy's just terrible. The composition's really bad. To me, there's no like anchor. The anchor image pulls you into the center of the piece, which takes you out of all the surrounding shit. And all the people are kind of the same. It's basically head and shoulder shots with guns. There's no, I don't know. There's just not. You don't see what they're shooting at. Its idea in general, I think, is fine. I'm just being critical of it.
Sure, yeah.
At this point,
you're a cartoonist, so
but through the entire discography, this is my least favorite cover.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah,
I could see it.
Followed by For Victory.
The green's kind of weird.
It is with, I don't know. It just needs something else. Mm-hmm. It's like zoom. It's if they would have, the composition wouldn't be terrible if they just pull back a little bit and had some depths of focus as well. But that's my honest review of the cover.
That's good.
Honor, Valor, Pride.
It's good because we're sycophants when it comes to Bolt Thrower. We're obviously both gigantic fucking fans, but like it's good to offer some. It's like I was talking about Carl's vocals on the last record. It's like here's what Quietus had to say about this era. It says, whilst Bolt Thrower's drummer problems were now over as Martin Kitty Kearns joined the band full-time, Willits had once again left shortly after the release of Mercenary, with Benediction's Dave Ingram stepping in to provide vocals on their 7th full-length. Ingram's voice is not dissimilar to Willits, sporting the same hoarse, bellowing style, but unfortunately when combined with the band's now formulaic songwriting, the album as a whole has a kind of uncanny valley feel to it, wherein the more it tries to sound like classic Bolt Thrower, the more uncomfortable it becomes. If For Victory had felt like a refinement of the band's sound, Honor, Valor, Pride doesn't really add anything else at all, resulting in what feels like the safest and least adventurous record. Interesting. That said, however, this is by no means a bad album. Bolt Thrower on Autopilot is still fucking Bolt Thrower, and this thing still has an exceptionally strong sound to it. Kearns' drumming is reliably ferocious throughout, and there are some bona fide Bolt Thrower bangers here. So
I would agree. It's probably my least favorite record out of their whole catalog.
It's a tough one. In Battle has a charm to it.
Yeah.
That's unique, but I discovered In Battle so late, but also the historical weight of In Battle kind of tips it a little between this and
sure.
In Battle's sloppy in some ways, but that's kind of its charm.
Yeah, it's an early naive attempt.
Yeah, this could be, but again, it's not bad.
This is like out of 8 out of 10 meals, like, well, the tacos weren't as great as this like beautiful aged steak over here, but it's still pretty great.
It's still pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep. I was reading. I went back because Chris sent me a link to all his old digital metal sort of stuff, and I was reading some old archived digital metal interviews with Gav and Chris, and he mentioned how important it was that anyone can play Bolt Thrower. It was important to maintain that and not get overly complex, because obviously we've tried stuff like that and it's gone right to the floor. So there's still like it was for this record. So that's like still the mentality is everything needs to be super fucking simple and stuff like that.
It needs to be like you got to be able to replicate this live, otherwise it's not honest.
Yep, absolutely. And Joe, I'll return back to kind of Joe and some of her comments, but they asked her kind of why, what have you done in between Mercenary and HVP? She says, well, we did a few dates around Europe and we played the Full Force Festival. That's the FF festival. But most of the time we spent writing the songs. We probably could release an album every year, but they wouldn't be up to the standard of the last 7 albums. We write and rewrite the songs over and over again until we're happy with them. Sometimes we throw away whole songs because we don't think they're good enough to go on an album. So I'm sorry, but everyone will have to wait a while in between albums, but hopefully it'll be worth the wait. So it's kind of the approach there. And they kind of asked about the lyrics on HVP. And she they asked Joe, they say usually it's the vocalist who writes the lyrics, but as Carl's no longer in the band, I was wondering if Dave had already contributed or if someone else was taking care of the job. She says, well, in the past, Carl and Gavin wrote the lyrics, so now Gavin writes them with Dave. Obviously the theme is the same and always will be, and once we had got the whole concept behind HVP, the lyrics seemed to come pretty easily. And then I think in the context of 2001, they asked, how does it feel to come up with those type of lyrics and such a concept when soldiers of your own are attacking Afghanistan these days? She says, well, both have always written about war, so it's not like we were trying to cash in on the whole situation. And British soldiers have never stopped being involved in military actions. The Falklands, the Gulf, also in Northern Ireland. And we have peacekeeping troops all over the world, so it's nothing new to see our soldiers again fighting someone else's war. But our lyrics never promote war. We cover all sides, positive and negative. And then they ask about the experiences of being on Metal Blade and how that's kind of been and stuff. She says, I can't really remember anything positive that Erik did for us, really. I don't think we'll ever be entirely happy with any record label. At the end of the day, they are there to sell records and make money, which is not really a high priority for us. I think it frustrates them that we're not out doing every festival and trying to market ourselves. We're happy doing our own thing without compromising. We do get good promotion from Metal Blade, I will say that. But ideally, we would like to have our own record label. So it's kind of cool. So just some kind of thoughts from Joe in this era that I think are good. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Before we get into those once loyal and kind of set that up, I wanted to return back to this giant question at hand, which is the legacy and reputation and why it's kind of grown. And this is what we got on Facebook. Matthew Kirshner said they always seemed a bit out of step with death metal trends, which made them seem distinct and timeless. Zach Mummert, who I believe is a patron of ours, I think a lot more people get into extreme metal from a punk background these days, and Bolt Thrower never really lost those early grind influences. It makes them more palatable to newcomers who are coming over from hardcore. I think in that same vein, there's a glut in the US and Swedish-style revival bands right now, but there isn't really a huge wave of Bolt Thrower pastiches out there, so it makes their sound more singular. I don't think you can discount the increased popularity of Warhammer either. It's still not a fantasy setting that's widely utilized by extreme metal. Okay, interesting. Greg De Pasquale, who's hosting, I think currently, I think it's called the Take No Prisoners podcast, and every episode's like about Megadeth. It's all
interesting.
Yeah, it's all about Megadeth. They're just
Take No Prisoners was also a Flint, Michigan early radio show from 1980 to 1997.
Oh yeah, no shit.
By Ben Hamper, who was. Well, I won't go into it.
Okay.
Repulsion and stuff.
Repulsion stuff.
But they were. You can look it up on. Look up Take No Prisoners TV.
Okay.
And there's like a full episode where Repulsion gets interviewed, and
was it like?
It was basically
like local shit.
What's that called now?
Like Wayne's World.
Yeah. Public access.
Public
TV.
access. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool as fuck.
But Ben Hamper went on to he actually worked with like Michael Moore at the he wrote a thing called Rivet Head, which was
I know Rivet Head.
Yeah,
I've read that book.
Yeah, he's actually contributing to the thing I'm working on now too.
Shit.
So
I didn't realize he was Michigan guy.
Yeah.
Okay,
So he did
cool.
that. He didn't. And he worked on Line Retire. And basically, when they shut all that shit down, then he became an author.
Rivet
but he was on the
Head,
cover of
great
like the kind of the protest cover of Mother Jones that Michael Moore did before he started doing like Roger and Me.
Before
and all that
Roger
shit.
and Me. Huh. No shit. That's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, it's if you
there's a tangent for you to check out.
But Take No Prisoners is obviously a Megadeth song from Rest in Peace. But so Greg De Pasquale said, same reason any great band that bails has their rep grow. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. Nice Cinderella reference.
Okay,
and people want I can't do it. I can do Stephen Piercy vocals. I can't do Tom vocals.
Yeah.
And people want what they can't have. Oh, good.
It's true.
Sheever James, who is a Patreon, he says they have a very broad appeal with the generation that came after they broke up. They were somewhat left-leaning. The kids look for that. They had a lot of albums, and they are all good and not super abrasive to a metal virgin ear. They had a couple of different aesthetics that are all good and represents what a young kid might imagine a metal band to look like. They also had a female member. So yeah, I think the older generations just like them still because they're a great band, and the younger generations likes them for the aforementioned reasons. You don't even want to know how many hardcore kids will tell you they love death metal, and the first band they say is Bolt Thrower.
Yeah. When you see the Crusties, jumping out of dumpsters, you always see a Bolt Thrower patch there and a Meebix patch right below it.
Yeah. And then Matthew Kirshner replied to Sheever and said, interesting point about the leftist leanings. The real coup is that they appealed to many a right-winger as well because they sang about war in a matter-of-fact but subtly heroic manner. And Sheever said, yeah, definitely. Interesting juxtaposition there. Yeah. They said that paradox is also one of the contributing factors to the appeal of a movie like Patton, that it's like both heroic and tragic. Yeah.
Well, we're I think as a country, we're both things.
Yes,
we're not anything. If we were just all left, we wouldn't be America.
Yeah,
or if we're all right, we wouldn't be. It's the constant bashing of heads that makes it what we are.
Sean Knight, friend of ours from Child Bite, he says, I'd like to know. I'd like to know folks' thoughts on that too. Actually, so he's just following along the thread. Ryan Olsen, who is currently over in Norway with Chris.
Oh, yeah.
Elena.
Yeah, I just met him at the Detroit Oddities Festival.
He's a big film guy, too.
Yeah.
He and I talk a lot about like film collection stuff, but
Catatoni hat on. We saw him.
He also used to be kind of like a promoter or publicist.
He was, he'd drive around bands.
Okay.
So he worked within promotions as far as like picking people up from the airport.
Was he doing stuff for Milwaukee Metal Fest?
Yeah, he worked for Jack Koshik for a while, and he was in a couple bands that I can't think of the name of right now.
He says, because even to this day, there's still no other band that sounds quite like Bolt Thrower. The moment you hear those opening chords, you instantly know who it is. They carved out a niche that was all their own and then stuck to their guns, pun absolutely intended, until the very end. I think it was almost single-minded dedication to their craft that endears them to their fans and continues to draw new ones in. Jason Thomas says, I've been into them since Realm of Chaos, and their sound is simplistic but has evolved slightly every album. Production-wise, that back end comes in really heavy, and the guitars just sound thick. If anything, the vocals are probably the weakest aspect, but still deliver what's expected. Andrew Cook just says, absolute brilliance, mate. Been a fan since day one. Joseph April, I think it's sort of a heart-growing fond for what it can't have kind of thing. Like, it's oddly almost hard to remember now, given their reunion has been going on for so long, but in a similar way, Carcass seemed to become an almost mythical beast in their absence. And I do kind of remember that, yeah.
I
remember, like, having dreams of, like, having seen Carcass in the 90s before they broke up and just being like, damn it.
Carcass and At the Gates were big. And Dissection's the one that I missed.
I got to see At the Gates. You saw Carcass in the 90s.
Oh, I
did not.
Yeah.
I saw At the Gates in the 90s. You did not. And Dissection, we both miss.
Yeah.
Because we both missed the Dissection, Morbid Angel, At the Gates. Was that what that tour was? Was it At the Gates the third band there?
Napalm.
Napalm? Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's my big kick in the dick moment out of as far as that stuff's concerned.
We'll never see Dissection.
I saw Dismember, so if they never get over here again, then
I should have seen Dismember at fucking Maryland Death Fest, but Luca Pacina, a long series of factors. The fact that they stopped releasing records after a very good album. Then I would add the difficulty in seeing them live. Few highly selected tours and festivals. The particular concept, mostly war-themed, which has always distinguished them from their peers. The uncompromising approach, the punk background that made them appealing even to a hardcore audience, as well as the simplicity of some of their songs, mid-tempo and groove. the affability, the charity stuff, like all the money donated to cancer research after Bolt Fest. Joe Bench on bass, iconic, and at the same time, she was never exploited for the band's image. Finally, the fact that they printed and sold their merchandise themselves and only at their concerts, which made their t-shirts highly coveted by today's collectors. Really a long list of reasons.
Yeah.
So I think those are all pretty solid. Yep. Aaron Dalison says, the AC/DC of death metal, quality trumps quantity. Can't go wrong with that. It's a good one.
If you're doing things for the right reasons, they can't be wrong.
For sure. Thomas Gilliam says, I think it's the fact that they were consistent over such a large period of time. Aside from their first few releases, they stuck to a specific style of death metal only, making very small changes between albums. They are also extremely easy to get into for people interested in death metal. This is all funny because this is all written before we recorded part 1.
Yeah.
So it's I'm like hearing some of the conversations we've already had. I wouldn't be surprised if people often suggest that Bolt Thrower to those dipping their toes into the genre. Think about it. Carl Willett's vocals were brutal, but you could easily understand the lyrics. Mm-hmm. Guitars were groovy and increasingly melodic as time went on, and they went out on top with an incredible last album. I think a lot of people really also appreciate Bolt Thrower for always doing their own thing, no matter what was popular within the scene. They are the death metal AC/DC.
That used to be the title of Dismember.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I don't know about between how many people, but that's what kind of.
I remember hearing
we
that
were
tag
always
on
saying.
those guys.
Yeah.
Bjorn Larson, one of our patrons from Sweden, they are like the AC/DC of death metal. Great sense of melody, heavy and quite easy to grasp. Also, their Swan Song was their best release.
That makes it even more bittersweet.
Yeah. Never did anything corny in terms of lyrics, etc. Who dares to be consistent wins. Kieran Scott, I can definitely feel qualified to answer this one. I have Andy Will, a Bolt Thrower, on my new band, Death Collector.
Well, hey.
And I spoke quite a bit about them and shared some stories I'm not at liberty to share, unfortunately. But as a fan of the music, as a fan and music nerd in my eyes, it's the musicality of what sounds good they got right. They didn't try and sound brutal or heavy. Lyrics and vocals were all at a level you could understand the words. Bolt Thrower's success is due to the sheer talent, simplicity, songwriting, and ending too early so that they never soiled their reputations or released bad albums. They were simply ahead of their time at combining death metal and listenable music in a way that even elitists couldn't complain about. Chris DiNoto, Bolt Thrower were a step ahead of everyone else in the death metal. They have the sound like Obituary, where after a few chords you can tell exactly who it is.
That might be their closest. They're kind of like Obituary is the U.S. version as far as like feel
in some
of
ways.
how Bolt Thrower is in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
at least to a certain point until incomplete. But
Leon Del Morte, he says they became a meme. It did for a while.
What was the Bolt Thrower?
It was just that Bolt Thrower was just fucking awesome. That just became like a thing on social media.
That's how good Bolt Thrower are. There wasn't a joke behind it. They were just
yeah. Eula Garrett, from Century Media.
And I didn't he work right for Maniacs?
I think he did. Yeah, he did. Yep. Good friends with Jeff Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Last time I met Eula was when we met up with Wagner at Maryland Death Fest, like 2011.
That was your Ghost played, I think.
And Voivod. I think Jeff was there for Voivod. Yeah. I think not only being unique musically, so much so that a number of Bolt Thrower clones have sprung up, but also a very high level of integrity. Great merch prices, sane ticket prices, selective shows, no paid meet and greets on or Patreon or Cameo, concern about their fans. I know they got offered some well-paid festival offers and turned them down because it didn't fit their ethic. I don't think they have ever played Wacken, for instance, but Wacken is a heavily branded, sponsored money-making machine. Other times they ask their fans to vote on whether they should play or not. I respect the hell out of that. And I think that ends that. I do have one more comment to sort of get to, which was the sequel comment from our friend. If I can find it here, maybe. I might have to look for it later. I don't know where I put it. Is this it? Nope. All right, I'll have to look for it in the next talk set before we exit. It's the one that Phil from Phil's Breakfast Metal sent it. I don't know where I put it somewhere. Either I emailed it to myself or it's still like screenshotted on my phone. It's not in the emails where I thought. There's one other place to look. But I guess this would be a good time to sort of, start to introduce. Oh, here it is. All right, here. I'll read this last one. All right, this is a little thing here. So feel free to interrupt at any point, Mark.
Okay.
He says, "Hey guys, sadly didn't get a chance to record anything." He was going to do a little audio clip. Life very much got in the way. He says, "I'm certain you'd probably hit on 90% of these at least, but hopefully I thought of something original in here." He said, 1, the old school death metal revival has to be the biggest factor, but why has it benefited Bolt Thrower more than most? A, they mainly base their sound around simpler, groove-oriented, memorable riffs. People can easily learn them and fit them into other styles, so you hear Bolt Thrower influence in hardcore, slam, etc. Any music with low-tuned guitar riffs can take on a massive influence from them.
True.
The first wave Finnish death metal is more popular than ever before, newly discovered for a lot of people. So many of the major players in that scene cite Bolt Thrower as their main influence, and you can totally hear that.
Bolt Thrower and Carcass were huge for that scene.
So that's kind of interesting. 2, their legacy of music. A, Bolt Thrower arguably don't have a bad album. No sellout or misstep release. They just gradually evolve their sound with time. 1, choosing to stop making music before the quality dropped. Scrapping the last album was a very brave move that really paid off well. 2, each album they did improved on the last. Each was tighter than the one before, and they seemed to get heavier with each as recording techniques improved without ever compromising their sound. B, they were there at the very start of the British grind death metal scene. Any recap of death metal history has to mention their importance and influence. Also, being the first successful death metal band with a female member really helps them be remembered in a positive light. C, they had a unique image and aesthetic. 1, the wargaming themed album covers are very memorable and unique in their early scene, even having logo drawn by classic Warhammer artist John Sibic. Bolt Thrower's recent rise in popularity does coincide well with Warhammer's recent rise in popularity. Did you know that?
Yeah.
What's bringing Warhammer back?
I think just another generation's getting into it. Like I haven't followed it that much, but I've noticed that there's different. There's definitely kind of. I think it was always there, but as Bolt Thrower, always underground. And then I think in the last maybe 10 years now has had a little bit of a resurgence.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't really been.
It's always been there, but it's always been kind of the. It's the one like everybody's played D&D.
Yeah.
At some point, Warhammer is an investment that it's not just sitting around a table with a little folder and your all your shit rolled up.
Yeah.
This is you build an environment, you paint your faction to be your color scheme, you get the armament, and then you set everything up, and then as the tank comes out or whatever it might be, and you're shooting at the orc, you drop your blast radius to see how many people were dead, and then it's very, very intricate.
Wow.
It's really, but it's cool. I liked it for I appreciated the whole, and this is, I'm talking from a 90s perspective, early 90s perspective of what the game was. It's probably much more now. But you were involved in every aspect, the artistic part of being able to like paint your figures, doing the diorama backgrounds and all that kind of shit. And then figuring out, cause it really goes back to like the old lead soldiers where people would reenact stuff. But now you have that extra level of, well, this is, in a fucking hell dimension where you're trying to beat back the, powers of chaos and shit.
Sure.
It's just if you've got a big enough basement and a big enough, enough time, it's a really interesting game to play. And you can do these, it just goes back to our fascination with war and with tactics and stuff.
It's interesting too, because there has been, Settlers of Catan has been like a huge game, which was what the Cones of Dunshire on Parks and Rec was based off of. And it's, my aunts and uncles and other people kind of play that game. And I know a lot of people like get really passionate about it. And that's like a game where you're like developing like a farming and like civilization and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I think there's maybe been a return to those type of games a little.
Well, I think the further we get away from being an agricultural society,
it seems
or
like
manufacturing society,
fascinating how.
I think we work probably better having a component of our life being, some in some type of contemplative position where you're not thinking about, well, not contemplative, but you're in a position where you're not being internal all the time. Like going out and you're mowing the lawn, you do like just stuff like repetitive tasks that kind of I think recharge your batteries in a lot of ways. We don't have that stuff as much. We're like we
We're
can
constantly stimulated by like other things.
Yeah, I think we need tangible things in our lives to really feel like a human being.
That's always been maybe running for me a little too.
Yeah,
you know?
or even like go out and mow the lawn, you listen to a record, and it's like
it.
a different way to really process it. More
you kind
than
of lose yourself. It's very meditative.
Yeah,
You're
I think that's
doing a repetitive
doing
thing.
the dishes, repetitive thing. It's not the greater good is just to. It's not to be creative or to. It's to finish a task.
Yep.
Basically.
Yep.
So I can totally see where that stuff's coming in.
That's interesting.
More now.
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize it was kind of, and that's fascinating because I've had a couple students that when I was playing Bolt Thrower, when we played Risk after the AP test, they're like, "Oh, I love Bolt Thrower." I'm like, "How do you know Bolt Thrower?" Like, "Oh, Warhammer." I was like, "Yeah."
And especially with like the lockdown for 2+2-ish years or whatever it's been, I think people went back to stuff that was you either got so scared you put your head in the ground forever, or you like what we tried to do with our shows is just like let's just use this energy to create something that's
better,
has longevity and is timeless and more.
When I got on my
it.
like movie watching like hunt and started rereading my X-Men.
I started recollecting toys again and shit. Like just like something to agonize over and to research. Is everything is like with toys, it wasn't just getting it. It was finding out who's the marketing director, who's the guy that did the cover, the art on the cards, and all that shit became more interesting than you don't sit and play with shit anymore. You put it in a diagram that looked like a catalog or this kind of stuff. Like we needed something to obsess over that was positive.
No, I agree. I bought like a collector's case for some of my Funkos and like just different. You have display cases for your stuff. It's kind of like cultivating some ritual. It's like ritual.
Yeah, exactly. I turn these display cases on and just kind of sit there and like it nourishes me in a creative way. So
that's me and my X-Men,
positive way.
My X-Men journey. It's like sometimes it's tedious and sometimes like when I get to Rob Liefeld X-Force, I just like
those go quick though.
Just gotta get through this. Yeah, there's a lot of splash pages. Yeah, that's for sure. I'll continue with what Phil had to say. He says the anti-war themes have aged a lot better than a lot of death metal lyrics, i.e., see Chris Barnes era Cannibal Corpse. True. He says number 3, touring. They were an excellent live band, much like a band such as Candlemass. The simple heaviness of their riffs meant that they would still be enjoyable and accessible even in the worst sounding venue. Smart.
The Candlemass thing keeps coming up, and I feel I understand it more.
It's
if somebody would said that to me 5 years ago, I was like, what are you talking about? Come on.
I remember a time. Do you remember going to Uncle John's cabin? Mm-hmm. I had
not like the song.
But but like my feet were fucked up. Do you remember? I can't remember poison ivy or something, but I had to soak them in like betadine. I had like cuts in my feet from something. I don't know if you remember that. But like when we first got there, I think before Grindcore Coon and Stan got there, I was endlessly talking to you about Candlemass, and you're like Messiah, and I was like, dude, just seriously. And like I think I put on Nightfall, and you're like, this is like these riffs are good, and like that was like that moment. I remember exposing like we had like a moment, and suddenly it was like cool like Candlemass, and I think I had like it was like I had hidden my Candlemass love for like a while, and I was finally like telling my best friend like
coming out of the closet.
Hey, I'm coming out of the closet with my Candlemass here, And so that's where I remember like you kind of like going like, oh, these are pretty good. And
well, I made a lot of about faces with
well, vocals were tough for us at times.
It was, and then you keep those. You keep
like
those
that.
kind of ideas for a long time, and I think that Bewitched was such, especially with like videos surfacing of that and how goofy it was.
Yeah,
it seemed like kind of a joke, and then you start getting deeper into everything, and like the bands that you really care about, they all love Candlemass.
And I kept seeing like Epicus on like everyone's list, and Epicus you couldn't find for a long time. You could find Nightfall.
I got it for the first time this year when they
Mirror and
Peaceful
like
put out the like a 30th anniversary version with like 3 records or something.
That was the first time you had it. You never had it.
Yeah, because it was so. I had it on CD.
Oh, okay.
But on LP, I couldn't find it for a reasonable price. But I got it was probably 2006 or 7 maybe that they put those out again. 2008?
I got you into Candlemass in like 08, summer of 08.
Because they reissued the first, or not the first, they reissued like Nightfall.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, basically.
Ancient. It's the one that has Mirror on it.
Yeah.
And
Ancient Dreams.
And then the third one, Ancient Dreams, and then fuck, I totally know it. Anyways,
I'm failing.
There's only so much. My brain's shut down.
Mode right now. So.
But yeah, so I distinctly remember that moment. It was cool because I think I was like scared. I was like, Mark might not.
I'm gonna kick a thing over and leave.
Well, I'd heard you bash Candlemass before, so I was always like, we'll see how this goes. And you're like, these riffs are pretty good, So
I'm always at least at this point in my life, I want to be, I want my opinions to be challenged.
Yeah.
And
you've always been good about that in recent years where like I'll take things I'm like
well, like with like Fate's Warning, I always thought they're so fucking lame.
You probably wouldn't like some of their late records as much.
It's not my thing, but like the first couple records, like holy shit,
they're fucking good.
It's really good, but they're out of time too. It's like when they were doing really interesting stuff, it was for the people that had been listening to that type of heavy music a couple years, not
they're very much like other bands Wagner likes. Voivod, Manila Road.
Yes.
Like that's totally, bands exist out of time.
Yes.
They're just like really doing their own fucking thing.
Yeah, it totally makes sense.
Phil continues, he says, continuing to tour without promoting that new music kept people engaged with their classic material. Those headline sets they did from about 2010 to 2015 where they weren't promoting a subpar new album, I think really cemented them in people's minds as a great band. C, Memoriam are keeping their legacy alive by touring regularly. They are a constant reminder of Bolt Thrower's music. Number 4, scarcity and finality. With any band that tragically loses a key member, like Martin Kearns, there was renewed as people suddenly realize that they will never experience that again and will never get a chance to experience it. They only sold their merch on tour, making it very rare now. Metalheads are such collectors, this fuels obsession about owning their stuff. When we see someone wearing a Bolt Thrower shirt, we get excited in a way we wouldn't for most other bands. This continues to inflate their importance.
I was just at a metal market in Chicago, and I wore a Bolt Thrower Spearhead shirt. Yeah. Or no, it was a Cenotaph.
Was it Cenotaph? Okay.
Yeah, there's a Cenotaph cover, and it's like carved in stone on the front of it. I got more compliments about that shirt than I got about my work.
Yeah.
And I didn't even think about, because I bought, the last time they came through, I bought like 4 shirts, a hat, like anything they had. I blew most of my money on that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of bootleg stuff out there, but when you see a legit Bolt Thrower shirt.
Yep. I have wanted to buy a legit Bolt Thrower shirt.
Well, you got one.
Well,
it's just too small.
I have a small one from MDF. Yeah.
You need to make your frame, you need to become emaciated
I may
to wear
or may not have gotten a couple shirts that I just wanted to have that aren't, but they're whatever.
Yeah.
One's yellow, Bolt Thrower logo.
Yeah.
Fucking looks like Realm of Chaos. I'm fine with that. And then one's the skull creature thing from In Battle. It's red. It's really sweet.
Yep.
I just got that. So just like whatever. I go on eBay a lot and I'm just like, I can't do it. I can't fucking spend $150 for a t-shirt. I've done a lot of dumb things in my life, but I just...
No, if anything at this point...
I don't need street cred.
I would spend...
44.
Yeah, I would spend $30 to get one made myself.
I was going to say, yeah, let's...
I'm not going to sell anybody else's shit, but if there's like a shirt I'm going to have to spend as much as my mortgage payment to get, I'll get one for myself, but I'll never sell it to anybody.
Well, it's funny, like this last little part, Joe does make a comment on it. I think this would be a good place to, they ask her about the Bolt Thrower still seems to have a punk-related attitude. She says, well, we come from the punk background. We still have the same mentality. We know what it's like to be a fan. You don't want to pay high prices for tickets and merchandise. And why should you? We have proved it can be done, and it would be good to see other bands following our example. We are the musicians, managers, bookers, merchandisers, road crew, etc. And it's a lot of work, but it is nice to know the fans appreciate what we do. We probably could make a lot more money doing it the same way as other bands, but it's not about the money. I just wrote, that's ironic because of how much their fucking merch goes for on eBay. So they've like created like a scarcity market, which is,
But then if they did, for some reason pop up shirts on the website, they're going to be like $20 postage paid or something, totally reasonable.
And that was kind of like, I feel like Bolt Thrower had the same aesthetic that a lot of punk, like the first band I ever remember hearing about that was like Fugazi.
Yeah.
Fugazi wouldn't advertise in magazines that promoted alcohol and smoking. Like that was like, they never did Rolling Stone interviews. Like, I mean, they stuck to their guns. Did they miss selling some records for that?
Yeah.
Could Fugazi have been bigger? Fuck yeah.
Of course.
Like you listen to Fugazi records, you're like, these are great. And people liked Fugazi. They had a fan base, but like they almost would have alienated more people by going against their principles almost. So it's like kind of a...
Yeah, it makes them more of a kind of a sacred thing to
Yeah.
to not have. And the thing is, they kept all the money to themselves, so they probably did better since it was on Ian's label.
Yeah, probably did okay.
You probably did as good, and you didn't owe anybody money. You weren't
You weren't beholden.
The heel of anybody else telling you what to do.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting, you know. I guess, you know, we'll introduce. I'll introduce Those Once Loyal. Yeah, I'll do that with Quietus, and then we'll just kind of we'll talk about the songs, and we'll come back and talk a little bit more about the record and kind of final thoughts on some things here. But yeah, this is their final release, 2005. After we hear Seventh Offensive, we'll hear from some tunes from this. But Quietus says, determined to go out on a much bigger bang than Honor, Valor, Pride, Bolt Thrower returned with Carl Willits once again for Those Once Loyal, an album they were so pleased with they never tried to follow it. They've always promised that they'd stop recording after the creation of the perfect Bolt Thrower album, and while surely every fan would have a slightly different conception of what the perfect Bolt Thrower album would sound like, it's hard not to agree that Those Once Loyal is, at the very least, an extremely fucking good Bolt Thrower album. Their late period groove has never sounded more efficient or destructive than it does here, managing to outdo their last couple albums in terms of heaviness, energy, and the sheer emotive power of the riffs that feel much more invigorating and profound here. Every track from this one is a certified classic. The title track itself features one of the most genuinely spine-chilling, evil-sounding riffs the band has have ever concocted. But the Killchain is notable not only for demonstrating this lineup's absolute mastery of that pounding, infectious groove, but also for rounding off a thematic series that began with Realm of Chaos's World Eater and continued through Warmaster's Cenotaph, Fourth Crusade's Embers, and Mercenary's Powder Burn. Sorry,
it's arguably the best of all of those. I think
it's. I mean, Cenotaph's pretty fucking good. So is World Eater, but this is like Killchain might be the.
It might be the song.
The song, yeah. All songs linked together by one of the band's most thrilling yet simplistic riffs, a riff that's sure to echo on through the ears of metal fans for years to come. So we get this opening salvo of tunes here, I think, and I think it's kind of cool to maybe talk about them. Then we'll get to the music, then we'll say our goodbyes and talk about some of the new patrons and things like that. But At First Light kicks off the whole record, I do believe. Sorry, I'm pulling up the lyrics here for a second. Yeah, it's At First Light, Entrenched, and the Killchain. There's this opening trio of tunes. I just said, this goes back to earlier. I said, opening trio of tunes here fucks. So there you go, Mark. That's your new. So that intro riff and solo rouse you into the trenches, and Carl bellows. Should be noted, too, this whole album is World War I themed.
I'd never been pieced that together.
Which is pretty cool. Yeah. I don't, until we start doing research, I don't know if I really, in you know, the album cover is from a memorial, a World War I British memorial, I believe.
And then looking back at this thing, knowing it's their last record, every page in the booklet is a monument, basically a gravestone with the lyrics, the title on it. It's like, it's a lot of it's like, wow, that's pretty prophetic.
Yep. I love when Carl bellows At First Light. That's really iconic. For me, though, maybe the X factor on this record is Joe, and what Joe and Martin, their rhythmic tapestry is all over this record, and it's like the most pronounced that Joe is on this record, I think.
Unfortunately, it's the last time, but it's the most. She's the highest in the mix.
They're
relying on her more for, I think, the rhythm guitar thing, and then the guys are doing like the octave apart, counter lead,
Slayer counter lead
things,
Priest counter lead thing. Yeah. Kearns rivals Andy at times on this record. He's at his best.
I think he came into his own on this record. Yep. This is, and that's why as romantic as it would be to get a original crew of Bolt Thrower back together, since they're all still here to do a show. I think Martin kind of really cemented his place, and he was in the band longer than Andy at that point.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah,
not as many. They didn't have
just
the rapid fire records.
Yeah, just kind of like touring.
That touring, and I think the constant touring and not putting out new albums. I think that the Carcass is so. They've been so restrained about how much shit to put out but in a really fucking smart way where they can tour off a record for 3-4 years and then put something else out and it fits right into, like, you don't need quantity. You want just the best that the bands can possibly be. And the way that Carcass now, when we saw them at MDF, the way that they were able to, the sequencing was incredible. I couldn't think of a better sequence I've ever seen, no matter what it was.
Yeah.
It was fucking incredible.
Yeah. And they played like Exhume to Consume and some stuff that I've never...
They've started those as medleys, but that's the furthest they've ever got into it that I've seen them, since 93 or whatever.
Yeah, that's what's pretty profound, because in 93 they just had less catalog to play. You would think that might come up.
Yeah.
Kern's, I was going to say, the sick breakdown in the song before Carl screams, orders, unquestionable, all rank and file, expendable. Like that's World War I right there. I said it's pretty tasty. And then that siren announces to the troops to storm no man's land on the Western Front. And then that leads to Entrenched. So it's kind of a cool thematic, almost concept record. So the sirens are what like they would use in the trenches to like send the signal, like fucking climb up the ladder and go die. And so then you get into Entrenched, and I wanted to share those lyrics because, like I said, it is kind of a concept, and World War I is something I'm pretty passionate about, probably more than World War II. Devastated through broken promises and lies, the scars lie deep now, burning from inside. Cut through broken promises and lies, intense resentment now will thrive. Instinctively, as you feel the anger rise, as the pressure builds, hatred fills the mind. Overpowering, gripped within the jaws of defeat, under attack, no organized retreat. Trapped within the jaws of defeat, won but lost, the misery complete. When least expect it, with the element of surprise, silent and swifty, taken another taken life. Violated, breached are all defensive lines. The enemy has victory in sight. Within the moment when all seems lost, in retaliation, eradicate the past. In defeat, triumphant. I love these kind of like dichotomies. In defeat, triumphant. In the face of massed adversity, in the world of compromise, some don't.
Exactly. And that's from a book title, I believe. And there's something else into it. They kind of truncated it down to that very succinct in a world of compromise.
And speaking of the things that like Gavin and Barry are doing on guitar, like that breakdown at 1:30 in Entrenched is one of their sickest breakdowns. It's just like this, it's right, I think, when he screams the misery complete, and then it just fucking goes. And you get this searing solo, I assume from Baz, and then Kearns just fucking bulldozes and bludgeons you. And then the main opening and outro riff have some of, I think, the best Joe bass playing. Like she's really like you said before, featured prominently. Then we get to the Killchain, the aforementioned.
Last in the series of five songs.
Yeah, I guess go ahead, because I'll let you have the first salvo at this. If you have thoughts, I have some, but
nothing complete. This is more of an emotional. A visceral emotional reaction than an intellectual one, with how the chug, the bounce, the swagger, and the hook, and all this, and just such a fucking 2-note riff or something. By the time it ends, the very last part of the thing, right before where he says the kill, Carl's, I think his last vocals just says the Killchain. And then that
caught within the mainframe Killchain.
Just such a fucking simple riff, like stupidly simple, but nobody else did it before they did it. And it's also doing that modal jazz thing where it's taking this really simple idea and playing around with the speed, the intensity, whatever it might be. And it's just like, I think it kind of culminates in everything that is great about them. And the greatest part is that it ties into that whole...
It's the legacy.
The legacy of those songs that go from album to album to album.
I just said it's the final link of the chain as soldiers get fucking grinded by aristocrats who have decided their fate, the Killchain. So one of the greatest groove riffs ever. And I said the guitar bends, and the first time he sings Target Code, assigned, destructively inclined, I said... And zero rating applied. Their life changes, chances decline. Like that. Da-na-na-na. I said the guitar bends there. I said, to me, are the death metal Michelangelo masterpieces. Like they're just carved. They're perfect. They're beautiful. The aesthetic of them they're not ugly. There's something you really can like find the beauty, just the simplicity.
That whole comment. I mean, it's like a
marble.
It's a majestic
lines, are just so smooth. There's no. I mean, like Autopsy and His Fix are like ugly, and Immolation. That's fine. There's that's like German expressionist art, right? It's fucking ugly. This is like classical. Like it's so smooth and beautiful and well done and crafted. It's just.
I think this whole record, I think, is it's carved. It's carved from stone. It's a very fitting, I think, incredibly deliberate final document.
Yeah. It's almost like they knew.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. Well, I hope to never get to the point where I create something where I'm like, I can never do anything better than that. But if that happened, then I hope I had the intellectual integrity to say, do something different now. You've hit this. That's it. You're only going to go downhill from here.
Well, when you were living with me is the year I had won the Teacher of the Year award, which was a big deal, and I was very proud to have won that. But I can say that it felt like the culmination of something I didn't know there was a culmination, and it was definitely a line in the sand of my teaching career, and I had to like reassess the amount of sacrifices I had made to get there and whether they were worth like this award, and kind of reassess my life goals and stuff. And I'm not saying it was difficult to find motivation to continue to teach, because I've done it. It's right after that I created like Rock and Roll History, and I had to create new.
You had to have a new challenge.
I had refined what I had wanted my first phase, and I had to figure out, or else I was going to become that teacher that was like a rut.
Yeah.
Because like there was nothing more to attain. I didn't want to win that. I wasn't seeking out. I was nominated for it by my peers and principals and stuff like that. But it was like, it just happened, so I get that. Yeah.
Yeah. And they didn't start this, start writing this record for acclaim. They did it for their own integrity. And that's why you did what you did.
And they just kind of wasn't
about a
well, and
reward.
even they said like, they always said that if they wrote a perfect bolt thrower record, they'd kind of just be like,
yeah.
And it was like, let's end on
and also,
end on a high note.
It's the difference between like a solo pursuit, like what we do with, with our careers, as opposed to like, even what we've done with the show. It's only, it's just been the two of us, but over years it's taken different amounts of priority in our lives and importance.
Yeah.
It's always been an important, us doing something has always been an important part of our friendship.
For sure.
Which I really value. And it's hard to, because it's always like, okay, the guys who have like the softball league where it gives you a reason to go out and hang out, but to hang out and create, and to have a deeper connection afterwards is like that's this whole show, and I feel like that might be how they felt as a unit.
For sure.
And if an integral part of it, like Kitty's gone, like that, and man, we did the best that we've ever done.
Yeah.
Let's just say it. This is it. We'll retire.
Not to be kind of, I know we've talked a lot about the other guys, but Carl, I said, Carl's so sinister when he finally gets to that part where he says, cynically, resigned, annihilate mankind, and they're bending his vocals with the guitar bends.
Yeah.
It's like,
and this is his deepest performance.
Yeah.
It's really guttural.
Very heavy and angry, and
it seems like he's got
passion.
A lot to prove after coming back in.
For sure, yeah.
He's the only other person was Ingram to do a record with him.
And then that slow fade, I said, is actually a welcome reprieve and a recovery. It's like you need that opening trio salvo is just so fucking like, bam. It's kind of hard to wrap.
Lock and load, man.
Lock and fucking load, man. So let's do it. We're going to hear from Dave a couple more times here, both before and after 7th Offensive. Then we're going to hear this trio of tunes from At First Light, Entrenched, and the Killchain. And Mark, why don't you set us up for what we're going to hear at the very end of this from a friend of yours who did some sound, Pete.
Pete Carparelli.
Yeah.
He's in the band Bloodletter from Chicago.
Okay.
And I can't say what venue he worked at, but he worked at a venue that
I love that it's like secretive. Like, I don't know.
There's NDAs and stuff.
Oh, got it.
But he worked at a venue where he was doing front of house for Bolt Thrower. So I thought it was an interesting opportunity to him and his fiance stayed with me and my partner here a couple weeks ago, and after talking to him about because he's into the the technical aspect of the whole thing. And I thought that'd be an interesting perspective we don't often hear on the show. Is here's how like the drums were mic'd. Here's like the type of guitar stuff, not like what was, what every level was, but like the type of things they were doing.
Yeah.
And knowing what they used to get what they did, it just shows more of their integrity. There's nothing else outside of, it was just all naked, bare talent right there.
Cool. I haven't heard this clip, so I'm excited to hear it.
It's kind of, I end up going on tangents, but I'm going to cut it down to a more succinct bit. But it's interesting to hear from that perspective on how, and also like how their personal reactions were with him too.
Yeah.
So
cool. So we got 7th Offensive, At First Light, Entrenched, and the Killchain from Bolt Thrower.
I'm very proud of that album, on the personal level and with the band and the fans. I'm very proud of being a part of Bolt Thrower's history. I'm very proud of being on that album and being able to write it and give my input on that album. Now there are fans out there who would say, that's not a Bolt Thrower album. If it's not Carl, it's not Bolt Thrower. Now, while I think, I do not wish to be harsh, but while I think they're idiots, because you're denying a Bolt Thrower album, yeah. But I can understand them, because there are times in the past, in my youth, that I've thought, oh, no. A prime example is when I listened to Black Sabbath for the first time without Ozzy, okay? There's a prime example, okay? I understand Bolt Thrower weren't as big as Black Sabbath, but yeah, you can get the... you can understand what I'm talking about, right? You can see the comparison. But yeah, back to Honor, Valor, Pride. I'm proud of that. I'm very proud of that album. And yeah, I still have copies of the vinyl in my collection, all the re-releases that have been out, the repressings, CDs, the box sets, the CD digipacks that were there. I also have the white label test pressing of it. I've kept everything that I could from that release. And actually, I'm proud. I'll never get rid of any of it. I never ever will. As for the fans, the ones that were somewhat disparaging about the album, well, fair enough. You can't please everyone all the time. I've known that from day one of being in bands. But to deny the album, to deny that particular album, you're denying a Bolt Thrower album. Like, what are you doing? I don't get it, but that's what people can be like. So fair enough. It was actually 2003 that I left the band. My tenure was just around 6 years. And yes, there were health problems. It was mental health problems, actually. And I am comfortable talking about it. It has been known, and I'll go into that towards the end of this response. But yeah, what happened was in the year 2000, we were about 2 weeks away from playing the With Full Force Festival again. And my sister committed suicide. So it hit me really hard. I still wanted to do the festival, and we still did it. Didn't want to let the fans down, and I'm sure my sister wouldn't have wanted that anyway. But over the next few years, I had some serious issues, depression, and some mental health problems, and it came to a head, and I just needed to convalesce. I needed to get myself back together. I was falling apart mentally, and I had a breakdown, some hospitalization, so much medication, and it really did fuck me up mentally. I could go into a lot of details, but I won't, because I'd take up hours on this. But yeah, it screwed me around, and I just excuse me, and I just had to take time out, and the only way I could really do it and focus just solely on me was to, unfortunately and sadly, leave the band. It was not an easy decision to make, let me tell you. It really was not. I spent several years, getting better slowly, but I suffered from depression pretty much from the year 2000 until 2021. Yeah, last year. On and off, I've had crippling depression. I do let it be known, I have let it be known in recent times, mainly because I finally beat it. I finally beat it. Last year, I went back to my doctor and I said, look, I keep having these bouts of depression. Let's get some medication going on. Let's fight this and get it sorted. And it worked. It basically reset my brain. I was on these meds for 6 months, and it reset my head. So I got, I hate to use this word, but cured, and I've been very happy ever since. I'm working back with benediction again, and I needed to be well. I didn't want to fall into this black cloud once more. So, and over the years, back around, I will say this now as well. I have let it be known recently, but in 2008, I attempted suicide. I took an overdose. I was listening to some music at the time. I took the overdose, and there was a verse in the music, lines of song, and it made me regret what I'd done and changed my mind, and I rushed myself to hospital, and I'm still here, basically. I won't say who the band, the musicians were, but I have spoken with them about this, and they know. So, yeah. So, but like I say, all better now. It's been a tough time, but you can do this. And remember, anyone who's out there who's listening to this, who's suffering, you're not alone. If you want to contact me, do so. They'll just get in touch. I'm on Facebook. I will reply to any message that someone's reaching out. All right, just so that you know, you're not alone. I will say that I'm going to carry the memories of my time in Bolt Thrower, and also in Benediction as well, but the memories of Bolt Thrower, I will carry them with me forever. There's no one can take that away from me. No disparaging comments will ever take that, will ever pull that out of my head and make me stop thinking about it. Obviously, I got... there was the obvious sadness of how the band ended, and the death of Kiddy with his passing. I was contacted by the roadie, Phil, and he let me know that Kiddy had passed away. And yeah, it was a very, very sad time. But you asked for fond memories of Bolt Thrower. I'll end with a fond memory of Kiddy. When we were playing, it was in Hamburg, actually. Something had gone wrong. One of the guitars broke string, and they were just running to the side to change it. And I was chatting with the crowd, and Kiddy hit the drums, and I turned and said, "Oh yeah, nice one, Kiddy," and I meant it, meaning, great stuff. What a great idea for the drums at that moment. But Kiddy got his wires crossed, and he thought I was being disrespectful to him, or I was making fun of him or something. And after the show, he came up to me, and he was right in my face, and he said, "Were you dissing me?" And I said, "No, I was actually saying what a great idea it was for the drums at that moment." And I could see his face just go from anger to embarrassment. And I will say we did laugh about it a lot. And the phrase, "Are you dissing me?" was heard on the tour bus for a long time afterwards. So yeah, that's a fond memory of Kiddy that I think I should leave you with. It was he was a character, yeah, and I miss him.
that the sound that they had on the record, or any of the records, was the sound that you heard at a show. And that was super important to them because they wanted to have the most authentic, transparent experience. Like there was no studio magic to their aesthetic live. Like Joe's bass sound was still huge, 215 cabs and PV heads. I don't remember what preamp and like what distortion or anything she ran in front of her sound, but there was always that big BC Rich, like an Iron Bird bass or something, and really just like gravelly distortion, but like guttural low end to it. Like, I mean, you could feel her bass sound. Like you could feel that fucking playing. Like it could just be her and drums through the PA and you're like, oh, my chest might cave in. It was loud as hell just with them. And then you get the guitars in there and it's like, okay, cool. There's some Behringer rack processor. There's some Boss rack processor stuff. You know, there's like a Marshall power amp and they're dialing in this very specific distortion sound that you probably couldn't get with pedals. You probably couldn't get with like a tube amp on its own, but you had to blend all of these things together. And then you're running them into like, I think they were like Marshall like 9000 series power amps. I'm guessing just based on my memory and the way my brain works these days, but 100 watt plus tube power amp or like a 200 watt solid state guitar amp really didn't make the difference, but it was the way that those guitars were tuned, the way they were played into these preamps in front of these massively powerful power amps driving a wall of Marshall cabinets. You know, and I don't think they did DIs for guitars. They didn't take anything out of like the effects send or anything to front a house. They didn't fuck with any of that. It was literally just mics on cabinets, turn everything up real loud, play everything consistently the exact same way all the time, and deliver the most pummelingly heavy sound. Reverb, drenched vocal to create this layer of like a almost ethereal like ambiance on top of all that. And it was literally just, you know, usually just a Shure SM58 or something like that. Just like a real simple, no boutique fancy mic. It was just something that captured the voice, didn't flatter it too much, could handle really loud, explosive bursts of performance and energy and all of these things, you know, run into a good console and played super loud. Like that was, I think that was the key element that like people who loved Bolt Thrower probably listened to Bolt Thrower loud. That's a safe assumption to make. But then you see them in a venue that's maybe got 400 or 500 people in there and they're like, yeah, how loud could it be? And if you didn't bring earplugs, you still remembered that you saw Bolt Thrower outside of the sentimentality or like the emotional experience. Your ears would fucking ring for days on end. And I remember the first show I worked for them, I took one earplug out just to see what it was really like out in front. And I regretted that because for like 24 hours after, I had this ring in my left ear that just wouldn't stop. It was painful and it was annoying and I couldn't sleep. And I remember bringing that up to the folks in the band. Yeah, did you take out your earplug? I think I saw you do that. And I was like, yeah, I did. And he's like, you regret that, don't you? And I was like, I 100% too. He's like, you never do that again, right? And I was like, absolutely not. Never again. Never again. That rivaled working a Motorhead show. That rivaled, working in the Aragon with Slayer. Like, in a room that small, there's nowhere for it to go. You have nowhere to hide.
That was the Killchain, Entrenched, At First Light. Then we heard from Dave Ingram surrounding 7th Offensive there. And then at the end, just heard from Mark's friend, Pete Carparelli.
Carparelli.
Yeah. And, we just commented we don't want to make too many Italian. I just got back from Italy. I love Italy. It's my home away from home. But there's been a kind of a curse on Sopranos, Goodfellas character actors lately. So I don't want to. They
might have been hexed by, if they would have thrown out the devil horns, might have made it through. But.
Plus, from Uhura from Star Trek.
Yeah, Nichelle Nichols.
Yep, and Bill Russell from Boston Celtics, who was a big civil rights kind of. He was the first black coach in professional sports in America after he retired. So that was a big deal.
Was that one of the starts in the 60s?
60s, yep.
That's crazy.
He's I think the greatest champion in the history of all professional sports. 11 championships with the Boston Celtics. Like he's the only guy that could shut down Wilt Chamberlain over and over and over again.
I bet you Wilt had more kids though.
Oh, Wilt definitely had some more illegitimate children.
Had more relations.
And Bill, apparently, from everything I know, people that have encountered him, he was just graceful.
I know little about sports, but that's more the era that I'm familiar with, and I've heard nothing but good things about the dude. And also, Nichelle Nichols' first interracial kiss on television.
Yeah. I was just listening to NPR today, and they said she almost quit the show after season 1, and she wanted to join up with all the protests and the marches and stuff that were happening, and she ran into Martin Luther King Jr., and he said he was a huge fan of Star Trek, and she told him she was thinking about quitting, and he goes, "No,
don't you dare."
He goes, "You're doing more with what you're doing in your role than what you could be doing next to the marches." I know that's probably hard for you to wrap around, but representation matters, and that kind of thing. So, but we like to do here at the end before we talk about our final song to end part 2 of Bolt Thrower here is lots of feedback that we got about some things, and then announce some of our new patrons. We also did, before I forget, because I always forget when it's just on my phone, while we were recording from the start, I checked, we got a donation towards our matching Andreas goal from Patrick Bjorklund. With some umlauts, so very metal.
I'm jealous I don't have umlauts on my name.
And his note was, "Okay, Mr. Poker, you're on. Here's a one-timer." So pretty cool. So calling Andreas out to do his part, and Andreas, it's eternally grateful. We cannot thank you enough for putting this whole thing on, and like I said,
and for being just a vocal supporter before
the
being
whole time.
This kind of
the whole time.
It's incredible.
And our first patron ever, the first guy.
He's the first guy ever.
Yep.
It's incredible.
The original. I was thinking we should, that's another thing we'll look at and around Christmas time is maybe look at the original, the first people the first week and do something nice for those people.
I think Andreas deserves a patron #1 shirt
for sure. Yeah, I think we should do something
by Christmas. We'll get you.
Yeah, we'll
one.
get you something. Maybe we'll make it Bolt Thrower themed or something like that. Yeah, it could be cool.
I have some Bolt Thrower art I haven't used for anything. We could do a similar thing. I just can't, in good conscience, I can't put Bolt Thrower, but I could do.
No, we could. We can make an
his
ode,
name in a
essence.
ode logo as well.
So this is an email that was actually sent to our email, and if you do want to send us some feedback via email, you can contact us at requiempodcast@gmail.com. You can also, as we read earlier, connect with us on Twitter at Podcast Requiem or Jason and Mark on Facebook, and get us messages there, Facebook Messenger, all kinds of different things like that. But this was one that actually came to our email, which is, we don't get a lot of emails. Most of it's through other means of social media, but it's pretty cool. And this is from Cody Lasco, I believe. And the subject is just some ultra positive feedback. And he says, "Because your podcast is so perfectly exact to what I've been looking for. I've always loved Alan Cross's ongoing history of new music show and would especially hunker down if I was lucky enough to catch it on the radio back in the day. Of course, it being a podcast now, I've been all over listening to it again. It got me wondering if there was anything similar, but with metal. I've been listening to podcasts for close to a decade and felt there had to be something. It's metal, for fuck's sake. Metalheads for sure have some underground pod going. Well, I tried 3 or 4, and they all rubbed me the wrong way." I get that. The dudes either came across as morons, weren't prepared at all for their shows, showed little respect or empathy for opposing views, and generally represented metal in all the ways that made me loathe going to those shows. Yeah, I feel that. I've been on those before.
Absolutely.
The lowest common denominators in metal really, really suck. Then I opened your beautiful page and decided to give one more a shot. I saw you did a High on Fire episode, and why not? They're my favorite band. Seeing them live was my single favorite show, and it'd be a good test to see if your pod was what I was hoping for. It was everything I wanted it to be and then more. You guys are amazing. I love the format, full songs, history, chat about music, and your sharing of your own opinions. It's exactly what I wanted, similar to Alan Cross's brilliant show that's been running since 1993. But even better, because you play whole songs, and it's fucking metal. The fact that you have episodes dating back a decade blows me away. I'm so stoked I can barely contain it. Acid Bath, R Noir, and now Bolt Thrower. I listen to more Bolt Thrower clones than I do anything else because, well, I can never quite get enough Bolt Thrower in my life. So I'm sorry for the meandering gushing, but seriously, thank you guys for all the work you do. I can't tell you enough how happy I am to fully discovered your pod. Many, many cheers, Cody.
That's incredible. Thank you so much.
Very cool. Let's see. Got a message from Bartek. Bartek was one of the guys that emailed us, so I don't need to read that. It was just hey, I sent it. Cool. Let's see. Josh Bonham, I believe, is one of our new patrons. He said, thanks for the episode, guys. Is on the Patreon site. And you can go to www.patreon.com/ Requiem Podcast if you want to sign up to become a Patreon, or you can go to requiemmetal.com, our website, where you can find our old episodes currently. Although we're hoping to switch over to that new format soon. But you can also link to become a Patreon there as well. And that's where hopefully most people do. But he says, thanks for the episodes, guys. It got me through the day at work, and Bolt Thrower is in my top 10 of all favorite bands. Realms of Chaos was the first death metal album I bought when I was 14. I'm 38 now, and I'm excited for part 2. And so he became a patron after that. So
hopefully you're excited for part 3 as well.
I hope so, man. I'm pretty fucking excited. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Oh, Mark, you sent me another one. This is from one of the guys that donated to the cause, the $10 one-time guy, James Robinson.
Yeah.
With a pretty long message. Holy shit. This is a good one. All right, here we go. It's Bolt Thrower episode 1. He says, I'm halfway through episode 1 on Bolt Thrower and felt compelled to write up a message to you two. Bolt Thrower is a band that I've loved and admired for over a decade. A truly legendary band with an ironclad discography and noble sensibilities. Their decision to call it quits on their own terms upon realization that new material they were working on wasn't of the high standard of their previous work was a uniquely bold move at the time. In a world of compromise, Mark.
Some don't.
Yep. I'm grateful that I got to see them play live while they were still active, thanks to Maryland Death Fest, twice in 2009 and once more in 2013.
That's when I saw them as well.
So I missed 2013. And in hindsight, bad choice. I did see them in 2009. That was the first.
The second one
MDF.
wasn't as great is because they put them in it was raining.
Oh, okay.
And they put them in it looked like one of those tents, a big long tent you'd have at a wedding.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just like a river going through there. So I watched for about 25 minutes, and then that's where I first met Ben Ash.
Oh, sweet.
Who's now in Strigoi.
Yeah.
And
from Satyricon and Carcass fame as well.
And we just kind of like went inside and watched him kind of through a corner and see him on the stage because my shoes were soaked in 2 seconds.
Sometimes you just get to the point where even if you love something, it's just like you've reached critical mass.
I don't like getting wet.
Yeah. I get you. The quality of their music still garners wide-reaching appeal from metalheads and punks, old-school death metalers, and young hardcore kids as an entry-level extreme metal band to discover, or a rewarding listen for the 100th time. They're a perfect example of death metal band, but they also transcend death metal. Jason mentioned that he played some Bolt Thrower for his students, and it reminded me that I subjected my fellow classmates in weight training class during my senior year of high school. The option to submit a CD to be played during class was open at the start of the year. I decided to burn a copy of Those Once Loyal and brought it in. I consciously chose that album because I thought it could be appreciated for its music despite it being an extreme metal band. That latter half Bolt Thrower sound is extremely rhythmic and engaging with clear production while still being heavy, robust, and well-rounded. It's quite an accessible sound for an extreme metal band that doesn't have qualities that would be more grating on softer ears. They weren't trying to be the most extreme or shocking death metal band at that point. Their songwriting was locked in and tight as ever. To my solitary delight, the CD actually got played a handful of times throughout the year at the complete discretion of my teacher. Most of my listenings of Back in Black were from that class. It was an album he would default to constantly. So weightlifting.
I've just picked it up for the first time ever.
Trying to think what... Did you?
Yeah, finally on vinyl. I mean, I know every fucking song on there, but I found it on vinyl for a good price.
I went through when AC/DC was redoing their back catalog at like Best Buy and bought all those on CD back like a decade ago.
Like the first 4 and then a smattering here and there. It's just like whenever I can
honestly,
find them.
Some of that like early mid 80s stuff that is pretty good.
It is. It's. I mean, I think it's all
pretty interesting.
Solid.
Yeah. Like it's
I didn't,
solid up to Razor's Edge, and then it's a little spotty. But
which one had big guns on it? Money Talks.
Well, one of those comes from the Last Action Hero soundtrack.
And that never made it onto a record?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I believe Money Talks is on Last Action Hero, and I think Big Guns is on Ball Breaker, which came out like 92 or 3 or something like that, 94. Yeah, blue cover. Yeah. For our weightlifting, it was, Pantera, probably AC/DC, but just like standard, like what you would expect in 1992. Like, I don't think I had lifting.
Some Metallica?
Probably, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Black Album, I'm sure. First time I ever went into somebody's basement, it was Brent Olson Tires. When I was the summer I was going into middle school right after 6th grade with Joe Forrester, the guy that kind of I discovered metal with, and we went to Brent Olson's house, and he went to Fancher, so I didn't know this kid, but
I was a Fancher Falcon.
You were a Fancher Falcon. I was a Poland Panther. We called you guys something different. You guys called us something different. But we probably shouldn't say it on the air.
Derogatory sexual term.
Yep.
Yes.
You can go to 5th grade mentality.
If you know rhyming, you can figure it out real quick.
Vowels was always weird because they were we called them the vaginas sometimes, and that's such a weird.
Well, you guys were called the Ganyard gays.
Well, I was in Ganyard. I was Poland.
Oh, Poland.
Yeah, we were the P word, pussies.
Poland pussies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fancher, we called you something that probably needs to be like kind of phased out of society. So we had rivalries in our elementary schools. But anyways, went to his basement, and that was the first time I ever heard Megadeth. I was like, whoa. It was like, I think it was like Rust in Peace or Peace Cells or era. It was pre-Countdown Megadeth. Okay. And I was like, whoa.
Any of that?
I hadn't really like, I didn't dip my toe too much in like really thrash by 6th grade, so. But anyways, that's my thoughts on weightlifting stuff. I got to hear both Thrower
school politics.
Yeah. I got to hear both Thrower play out loud during school hours while lifting weights. I call that a victory for a metal kid in high school. I agree. I don't recall much, if any, opposition brought up in my classmates or my teacher when it got played. However, I do recall my teacher skipping the first track a couple of times because of the ambient intro before At First Light kicks in. Your discussion of the term war metal reminded me of silly debates between friends regarding the other kind of war metal. You two discussed the term used as a genre signifier, but as a gimmick label based on thematic choices given by journalists or sometimes by the bands themselves. That's completely valid, but it can be all-encompassing across different styles of metal just based on lyrics or imagery. There's a different designation of war metal from the past 15 to 20 years to specify a style of black death metal that originated with bands like Blasphemy or Beherit in the early 90s, most immediately taking after that frenzied South American sound, especially Sarcophago, with additional influence from the earliest grindcore noisemongers. Subtract the overtly political stances, in parentheses. It's an intentionally cacophonous style with constant blast beat barrages and blurred guitars, confrontational within primitive means. In my opinion, Conqueror's lone album, War.Cult.Supremacy, exemplified the war metal sound from that point on, with such regimented rhythms of controlled chaos executed by drummer Jay Reed, the Dave Lombardo of this specific style of extreme metal. Further perpetuated by the likes of Revenge, Reed post-Conqueror band, Archgoat, Black Witchery, Defago, Morbisaded, Diocletian, Bestial Raids, Proclamation, Weregoat, and Hair Sriracha. There's even a third wave of rising bands carrying on the offensive, such as Antichrist, Siege Machine, Caveman Cult, Abysmal Lord, and Primitive Warfare. It's a movement that celebrates evil excess, elitism, and extremity, taking black and death metal to its limits of musicality. I wouldn't call this war metal, a subgenre of metal. It lies in between black and death metal, but there are common stylistic traits between the bands I listed that tie them together much closer than the previous war metal label that could be applied to the likes of Bolt Thrower, Hail of Bullets, Tank, Sodom, Marduk, Jungle Rot, or Sabaton. It's a nitpicky thinking on my part, but I hope you got something out of that explanation. Yeah, I didn't know.
No, it's cool because I think it's nice to get context from people that are more aware of the last, like, especially like modern trends and stuff. Like, I've never heard Sabaton. I saw a picture of them. Like, I never want to hear them.
I have students that like Sabaton. Sabaton's like a metal band for people that don't really listen to metal, if that makes sense.
They're probably like anthemic.
Yeah.
Easy to get. Like, it's like a Monomarth if they sucked.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Without hearing them at all.
Yeah. Something like that. Let's see. RE, the award for band that uses death in their album titles the most has got to go to Thronium, a long-running, obscure, raw death metal band from Poland that includes death in each of their 10 full-length album titles.
Definitely beat us fix them.
Yeah. In closing, I've been listening to the podcast for almost a year now. I started with the Evoken episodes, which coincidentally dropped right before Evoken played DC for the second time. Shout out to Hassan Ripping Headaches Promotions last September. That show was my first concert since March 2020, right before the world came to a halt. A friend turned me on to Radical Research during that lockdown period, and I was glad to finally find a great metal podcast I could really delve into, especially with the metal they cover over there. I don't remember how I found out about Requiem when I did, but I've been a consistent listener ever since. I'm making my way through the back catalog and really enjoying each episode. I'm no stranger to the concept of the deep dive. I'm also a #Laps listener.
Oh, there's another one of you guys.
There you go. We're a cult. Yep. So listening to you talk about music for hours is no problem at all. I love the thoughtful discussion. It's why you two and the Radical Research guys keep my attention as metal podcasts. I'm not sure where I would fall within your demographics. Turned 30 earlier this year, so he's younger. That's good.
Probably one of our younger guys for sure.
With more than half that time on Earth possessed by the spell of metal. There's either newfound appreciation or renewed interest to be gained after each listening to your podcast. I haven't actively listened to the Dead Kennedys and the Misfits since high school, and those episodes were eye-opening. I just recently finished the 10-part Thrash Extravaganza series. Some of the tangential detours you took in that series, the Sacred Reich episodes, were eye-opening. I just recently... the Sacred episode comes to mind. Were enlightening. My taste in thrash actually closely mirrors Mark's, as I was pleased to hear how you held Power Trip in such high regard. I hope this message wasn't too long to read through. Keep up the great work. I'll be waiting intently for episode 2 of Bolt Thrower. James Robinson Jr. Oh,
thank you, Mr. Robinson.
It's a novel. I like it. Let's see. Yeah, and he sent us $10, so that's pretty fucking cool of you. Let's see. New patrons. We've got Ivan Sheldrake signed up to do £8.
It's probably $10.
Probably 10. Yeah. Or €8. Some kind of stuff.
No, they're back to pounds now with Brexit.
They've always been pounds.
Aren't they? Oh, that's right. They're always British sterling. They never.
I just can never tell the pound symbol and the I forget
the lira.
No, I almost said the lira. Yeah, you guys know when I lived in Italy pre Euro. But yeah. Cody Else became a patron too.
Awesome.
The guy that sent us that letter. Yep. From what's CA? Is that Canadian? Might be Canadian. So he signed up to be CA.
.ca.
No, but CA and then the dollar amount.
Yeah, I think the Canadian dollarettes or something.
It's got to be that.
Whatever.
And then we got Junior Nils with the SEK. This SEK amount 90. Is that Swedish? No. What the hell is SEK? Google it while we're doing. Yeah. So that's really awesome. So we got quite a handful of new patrons with that. I want to make sure I got everyone. Let me click on the Patreon app real quick. And I already mentioned that George Jensen and
that's Swedish kroner.
Is it Swedish kroner?
Yeah,
okay.
I
thought it was
like that.
I thought it was. So yeah, so thank you for that. Appreciate it. And then Jordan Bondo and George Jensen upped their monthly contributions from $10 to $25 to meet Andreas's challenge. So their names
the Battle of Andreas.
The Battle of Andreas.
There is no law.
There is no fucking law. Yeah. Let's see. Got let's click on this. Papa Tom, Tom P. He follows us on Instagram. He wrote us a nice little feedback thing that was pretty cool. He said, first off, happy birthday to me. So thank you. Yeah, it was my birthday last week as we record this.
Double fours on this guy.
Yeah. Whew, here we are.
Hey, I'm going to be 4'8" this next January.
48 is more of a ring to it.
Does it?
I don't know why.
4/4 sounds more war metal, though. It sounds more like
that's true.
The sound of artillery.
I'm a big fan of Requiem Metal podcast and a patron and a bolt thrower. My wife and I relocated from New York to Cincinnati 4 years ago when my son was born. By the time he turned 2, we suspected that he was on the spectrum, which proved to be true. Our boy is delightful and brilliant little human being. He's a fluent reader and writer, age 4, and being his dad is all-consuming. My wife and I have very little time for our own interests because he has required so much of our attention. I say this because I want you to know how much the Requiem Metal podcast... Whoops, I accidentally was zooming in and fucked it up. How much the Requiem Metal podcast means to me. Listening to you guys gives me space to have my passion, whether it's early in the morning with my coffee or my drive to work or late at night before I go to bed. I can always squeeze in a little time to listen. You have both become my friends, and I look forward to your meaty conversations and insights into... Let me continue this. Zoom in here. Insights into music, the playful banter about movies and pop culture, and the exposure to bands I have never heard of before. My birthday gift to you, Jason, is thank you. Thank you for your devotion to this remarkable audio encyclopedia you are creating. You guys are building something that is very important and meaningful to so many of us, and for that, we appreciate you. Happy birthday. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's great.
That's badass. Let me see. I got some more little things here. Got tabs everywhere, Mark. It's a tab.
Tabs upon tabs.
Tab craziness here. All right. This is from Jason Hinton. Nope, we read that last episode. Got it. Okay, I couldn't remember, so I saved it just in case. Let me see. Did Josh Bonham? Did we just read that message? Yep, read that one, so we're doing good there. Read that one there. Read that one. Is this the one from... This is another one from Cody, who just signed up. He says, Andreas convinced me to donate.
Thank you,
can't
sir.
commit to much, but I definitely want to support you guys. I discovered your pod very recently and had to send a message gushing over it, which we just read. Well, another 3 goddamn excellent episodes later, and I'm beyond sold. The format kicks ass, and especially the work you're doing on the newest releases is astonishing. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. Cheers. So thank you again, Cody, for that.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody gets any value out of it, it's whatever kind of amount means something to you. If you don't have much, but you can afford a couple bucks, that's greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
Anything's greatly appreciated because it helps us do this without having to worry about how we're going to finance everything.
I know, no shit. I think I got one more. I wanted to read the one, if I can find it, from Seth. Hang on a second. Yeah, I think. This is from Bolt Thrower Part 1. His name's Jeff. I forget his last name, but he's Doomy McDoom on...
Okay, sounds good.
And he's the guy that tracks our Paradise Lost and Catatonia references.
Oh,
so,
do you have a ticker?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he goes 1559 in the first Paradise Lost reference. So far, amazing episode. So that's pretty funny.
Within 15 minutes?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
And then he goes 158.43, another PL reference with a bonus Catatonia reference. And then he says third reference at 3 hours, 23 minutes. And then he says 2 more since then, but I was driving. It was a great podcast. And then
I'm glad that we created an inadvertent drinking game.
There's something. Yes, there's something now. Andreas gave us one little comment after part 1. He did you see the South Park meme he posted?
I don't think so. No.
Have you seen the one where Randy has pleasured himself to extremities to the point where he's just littered the room everywhere? It's pretty funny. That he says, I have a lot of comments to make about the episode, which I will once I can prepare a proper post, but I do have to make a public confession.
Okay.
Same as Mark. I love the Queensryche EP with Queen of the Reich. What the fuck happened to the guys that wrote that incredible song, An Alien Abduction? So yeah, we always tease. They tease me about my love of that stuff. All right. So
Rage for Order's not bad.
Yeah, no, those first 3.
But I think Queen of the Reich EP is kind of like it hit me in the right spot.
For sure, man. For sure. Okay, this is Seth Forsman. I think he's talking about Nailbomb. Love these early to mid 90s profiles so much. So many of my discoveries and memories of these records coming out coincide with mine because Jason and I are so close in age. I can still remember picking this up right when it came out. reading the hype sticker and thinking, man, there is a lot out here and I need to listen to. I was already hip to Sepultura and Ministry, albeit newly. I had For Fuck's Sake on every workout mix and would get yelled at for playing it too loud. Ready? In my high school weight room. High school weight room is like
the second,
it's like weird subtext of these letters, man. People really.
I like that's the second high school weight room. We
That's what
should
I'm
have that
saying.
as a
high school weight room should be like a new fucking
That's our
fan
band.
club. Yeah. This is it should. And we just do like Crowbar and Pantera covers, and we just.
No, we just listen to music. This will be like a YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
We'll live. Oh, I've got a setup upstairs. We
fucking
can
just do exercise.
We can lift weights and listen to metal and kind of talk about
And
it
we
in
could,
between.
like, analyze it.
Yeah,
This
while we're
is-
waiting to
this is getting me kind
to
of
catch
pumped.
our breath.
This is not doing it for me, Mark. We need to put something else on. Yeah.
Do some rack pulls, dude. You got this.
As long as we can put on what was the Megadeth reference I made earlier? It wasn't Tornadoes of Souls, was it? What the hell was it? The
Taking to prisoners.
yes, the new podcast from Greg De Pasquale. We'll start with that one because that was my first song I ever heard. Doing.
No shit.
This was also an album I liked to have playing when I pulled up to a party or a group of people I was meeting because it made me feel tough and edgy. LOL. But again,
I get the vibe, man. I did the same thing.
Yep. But again, loving this and love anything these two do on the 90s always leaves me anxious and wanting to call old friends to talk about shit. And hang on.
I'm glad that we can do that because that's what we're doing this entire show.
I know. Where is he? I lost my complete place. Always leaves me anxious and wanting to call old friends to talk about the shit, and since they all grew up and have normal adult lives, I usually just end up scribbling notes about it and tossing them to get my music appreciation catharsis. So I get that. Speaking of Seth, this is really interesting, and this is an old reference that he sent me recently. I think he sent it July 15th, so he was kind of going back, I think, listening to some of our old Doom series from last summer. And this is funny. So this is for like diehard Requiem fans, but this is a really interesting kind of thing. It says, dude, I had to send you a quick message about this segment I just listened to on the Evoken Part 2 episode. You guys veer off into this short discussion on Nickelodeon shows, and you mentioned Third Eye, and I almost spat my drink out. This is so weird and random, but I had this memory all these years. And I mentioned this.
We talked about
this
stuff here.
Fucking all these years that I assumed was just the Mandela effect. I couldn't remember if it was real or a dream, but I have this memory of sitting in my 80s bedroom, cross-legged in front of my black and white TV, watching this scary show called Third Eye. My babysitter coming in and busting me, feeling the forehead for a third eye during the intro, and her laughing at me. Hang on, there's more. Let's see. Let me zoom in here. And her laughing at me. I was always asking people about this show, and no one ever knew what the fuck I was talking about, so I thought I dreamt it and always forgot to look it up. Can't believe you brought this show up. I swear, you guys are like gatekeepers of my deep-seated childhood memories. Sorry I haven't had my coffee yet, and everything is blowing my mind this morning. Have a great weekend. And then
Thank you, sir.
I sent him a bunch of links to stuff, and then he said, thank you. My father-in-law just passed away a few weeks ago, and for some reason, whenever I am racked with grief, my mind starts to unlock the weirdest memories just from the shock jostle. I was just chatting with Justin Norton yesterday, and the same thing happened. Yeah, he mentioned the band Septic Death that I remembered someone telling me about in 7th grade, and I thought I had imagined that too. The mind is a strange thing.
I was just talking about Septic Death with Lisa and Target.
Are you? Hey, the mind is a strange thing indeed.
It's true.
Explore the third eye, Mark. So those are, I probably missed some, but that's, I think, the majority of some of the badass feedback and some of the new patrons and things like that kind of got a hold of us. And so we're going to close things out. We're going to hear a really personal testimonial, I would say, really profound, from Joseph Schaefer, who was on our Tribulation show,
Discordance
Axis, also the host of Human Instrumentality podcast, which covers anime.
We got to meet him for the first time at Maryland Death Fest.
We did. It was great. He and I talked through a lot of the Hellhammer show. We kind of watched it from afar, and we're just kind of chatting about Northwest Terror Fest. Just really, really great things that he's up to and stuff. And writes for Decibel. Used to write for Invisible Oranges and a bunch of other things. But he's actually going to talk a little bit about this song that we are going to kind of close things out with. And, I think there's, when you talk about how the legacy of Bolt Thrower, and we'll bring up this sort of lasting legacy a little bit more at the beginning of part 3, because we have some more of those once loyal songs to open up part 3 with. But the song that ends the album is When Cannons Fade, and it's their last statement. You know, they scrapped that album, the follow-up and things like that. And you know, for me, it's like the band's ultimate legacy closer. You know,
everything about, I mean, the title is perfect.
Yeah.
The way it ends, where everybody kind of like slowly steps off stage, and then Kitty's the last. Yeah. Kind of in my notes I put, Kitty's the last sound to be heard from Bolt Thrower.
Yeah. And it's a fitting end, and we'll talk more about Kitty in next episode too. So brilliant leads, killer drumming. Joe's really locked in. There's this utter melancholy of the sort of doomy, depressive, emotive dirge riff that would kind of make Gregor McIntosh blush. So
it reminded me of My Dying Bride.
Yeah, it's
a lot.
Definitely some Peaceful 3 kind of vibes.
And the drumming reminded me of Smashing Pumpkins, like Jimmy Chamberlain.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Like the more the backbeat kind of stuff that he's doing. He's really kind of coming to it. Like everything's slowed down, but everything's kind of in the pocket. And
sure.
I might be any drum person. I might be throwing these terms out in a way that doesn't make any sense, but I'm just, like he's really on it. Like dictating the be able to like let stuff. It's this like elasticity to the music that I don't think was there with as much as I love Andy.
With Andy, yeah. Andy's kind of coming more out of the.
It's more staccato, punchy.
Yep. He's come out of the punk
yeah,
hard
and Kitty had more of a. I mean, it's my favorite speed of double bass. I'm not sure, like that mid-paced.
It's exactly
double
what
bass.
Bride would do with their double bass.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was like half-speed double bass.
Yeah, it wasn't too fast.
Open.
Yeah.
It's
just like the perfect like propulsive
Cat Tony would do
thing.
that sometimes.
Yeah.
Every so often, like the early stuff too, especially Bear Murder Day. But
that's like the propulsive nature of double bass is like one of the most interesting things. Like, I guess that's one of the few things that is purely death metal. I think, maybe not. Thrash,
yeah,
kind of did it. But like what double bass and palm muting became from thrash to death metal became its own kind of own thing. But
did thrash do a lot of half speed double bass though? I feel like that wasn't something that was something more like the death doom bands did a little bit more. That was kind
I think so. And Candlemass,
yeah, that's true
as well. Another Candlemass reference. But yeah, like I mean, like Exodus is pretty, speedy.
Sure, I mean Lombardo,
do
whatever
speedy.
You want to do. So. Yeah, it's when that 3-minute mark of When Cannons Fade kind of hits. That's when like I wrote fuck. It's just like the melancholy really hits, and that's when Carl sings, "As silence grows, steadily replacing the resonance of thunder deep in the soul, conscience still remains, horror amongst the flames, ashes keep on falling. I close my eyes, and even now the distant memory remains of the last laments to be played."
And everybody's kind of at their own speed as well. Yeah,
the whole thing's kind of a weird. I mean, those lyrics are devastating. I mean, I think it's the band's most mature and perhaps finest moment, like that. This sequence, it's not my favorite song to listen to, but it's like the peak of like what they.
In the context of their entire career, it's a perfect career closer.
Yeah, and it's like kind
and
of
probably not necessarily known that was going to be, but they kind of do that on each record.
Yeah,
it's almost the ending of every Bolt Thrower record is almost like a kind of like a cliffhanger for what is going to happen next.
For sure.
What we're next to conquer, what war to discuss next. It's
well, in a lot of ways, I think it's kind of like all the ideas and politics of what Bolt Thrower represented is kind of purified in that lyric, in that sort of moment. And one thing I forgot to mention, and I wasn't even aware if you knew about this, but Carl actually went to British war museums to research all the lyrics on this record. Like he really spent time trying to make sure he was like capturing the essence of World War I and going to like stuff, which is cool.
We have a Paradise Lost and a Catatonia meter, but also Hard and Heavy meter.
Yeah.
Is when Andy and Carl are being interviewed for the Hard and Heavy Grind Core special. They're in a British War Museum as they're being interviewed.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, they lived it, and it's kind of all here. And I think Joseph will kind of like encapsulate his feelings and kind of how he relates to this a little bit too. But we do have a little bit more that we'll save for part 3 of some other kind of closing thoughts on Bolt Thrower before we sort of transition to the post Bolt Thrower kind of era. But Mark, this has been an undertaking. This is the lion's share of Bolt Thrower in 2 episodes. It's been fun. I mean, it's a band I've not done a deep dive into in a long time. I listen to albums here and there, but I don't like go through the whole thing and do this.
I do a fair amount, but I haven't done any reflection like this on like note. I've got 5 or 6 pages of notes. That's the fun part. Stuff you think you know really well. Like, what are your immediate reactions that you pull out of this stuff too? So it's been it's been great to always learn. There's always more to learn about what you love.
And once again, if you've arrived at the end of this episode and you're like, fuck, these guys really put in the work, I want to do a one-time donation. You can hit us up at requiempodcast at gmail.com and kind of ask us some stuff there. Most people have reached out on Facebook Messenger to figure out how to send PayPal to me. If you want to, I'll give out my PayPal here real quick. It's not super complicated. You can look me up because I know some people don't go on social media and stuff like that, so it's not easy for them to
especially with our
Bolt
Thrower fans. They're kind of
it's true. Yeah, they might be a little leery, but it is at Jason Hundey, Hundey. So again, at Jason Hundey. If you want to make a one-time PayPal donation to have Andreas, our Patreon supporter and Bolt Thrower advocate, match that.
We really got to make him regret his decision.
Yeah. Andreas is, I hope he's shitting bricks right now.
Here goes your 401k, bro.
Yeah, in all the good and bad ways. But or if you want to become a Patreon, go to patreon.com /Requiem podcast. And you can sign up there. You don't have to match what Andreas is doing. Meeting at over $20.
Every little bit helps. Whatever you can afford,
$10, whatever
makes sense to you.
But $5 a month, I think, is pretty reasonable for what we're giving you here. This is some
it's like
metal documentary stuff here.
I mean, every month it's probably close to 10 hours.
Yeah, I mean that's
it's not too bad.
It's like a half. It's like a third of Netflix. There you go.
Yeah, and how much time do you spend on Netflix searching, and how much do you spend watching?
I was gonna say it's a lot of fucking searching. So. Yeah, and if you don't want to become a patron, but you want your name entered into the contest to be able to decide a future show, you can make the donation again at Jason Hundey, Hundey, on PayPal. You can reach out to us on Facebook, Jason and Mark. We have a messenger, so if people send me messages, even if we're not Facebook friends, I get those messages. Instagram, you can reach us there, Requiem Metal Podcast, or on Twitter at Podcast Requiem. So those are all the fun ways to get a hold of us.
And if you can't afford to help us out that way, you could, if you like the show, just post it on social media.
That's
it would be awesome.
Yeah, share it and stuff like that. If you know hardcore Bolt Thrower fans and they're out there and they probably don't know about us, definitely share this with them and be like, dude, this is legit. They're doing some shit for Bolt Thrower here. You can also go on our website, requiemmetal.com. Yeah, yep. Sorry. Sometimes I forget. I'll get some mix in my head.
It used to be different years ago.
Yeah, it did. And you can find our first 160 episodes on there. You can search or just go episode by episode.
Soon to be on Requiem Classics.
Fuck yeah. We also have a Patreon feed. So if you do sign up to become a Patreon, you will get access to that Patreon feed. And if you go to the Patreon website, if you look in some of the postings that I've done on there, one of the postings gives you explicit directions on how to add the Patreon RSS into your feed to get it as a separate feed. So definitely do that if you're a new patron listening to this, if you haven't done so thus far. Man, it's a lot of thank yous. I guess once again, I'll just tip our hat to Andreas for making some of this possible and getting this contest going and trying to get us paid. It's good. This is awesome. We can pay off credit cards that I've bought a lot of music on because unfortunately our monthly Patreons don't cover the amount of music that we have to buy to do this stuff, but
or just
it gets there.
Subscriptions for things, for Zoom books, and for everything. It's there's a lot.
Yeah, old Terrorizer issues are not cheap when I track those down for these interview clips and Maniac issues and stuff. So
just purely the time.
Yep.
Outside of what the long amount of time we spend doing the show, but also the editing and research and all that.
Yeah,
So a lot of so it's a good
I do a
chunk
lot
of
of
our week.
the pre-production, and then I feel bad for Mark when I'm like, hey, I pulled out 15 interview clips, but you have to edit every single one down. I'm like, fuck, but it balances out how it works. So, but so we've got Joseph Schaefer with a nice little testimonial here. Then we've got When Cannons Fade from Those Once Loyal from the final Bolt Thrower record from 2005. And we really hope you appreciate all this. And so thank you once again for everybody that's been part of all this movement. So for Requiem Metal Podcast, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark. Don't compromise.
Hello, Team Requiem Metal Podcast. It's your friend Joseph Schaefer here, calling in to answer a question that Jason posted about 2 weeks ago. By the way, happy birthday, Jason. I hope you had a great day. So the question that Jason asked was, and I quote, why has Bolt Thrower's legacy and reputation seemed to grow exponentially since their final record, 2005, and breakup? What is their magic ingredient or formula? Personal thoughts on the band or a particular song or album? I drafted probably like 3 separate responses to that question and wound up deleting them all. I've had to ask myself this question many, many times over the past few years. And I've asked myself this same question because, one, I have a pretty special relationship with Bolt Thrower, akin to Mark's relationship with them, actually. And 2, because Bolt Thrower has been one of those bands that's been there for me during some critical moments in my life. And so to try and answer this question, I wanted to share a couple stories. So when I was in college, I think I talk a lot about college when I call into the show. Bolt Thrower was not a cool band. This is the era when all of Earache was re-releasing Carcass's stuff on deluxe CDs, when the Death stuff was getting re-released. And I was into that. Like, that was the kind of death metal that I wanted to listen to. And my friends and I kind of stayed away from Bolt Thrower, I think in part because of the Warhammer connection, actually, which is funny considering I like play all sorts of high concept board games now. But like, they seemed kind of nerdy, kind of wimpy, no one really knew too much about them. And at that time, it's not as if they were releasing music. The most recent record was Those Once Loyal, and you couldn't really find it many places. And so Bolt Thrower became one of those bands that was just perpetually, I'll listen to it one day. And then one day in 2009, I had a grandparent die, a very close grandparent. And I went to their funeral, and I had to go to the funeral and then drive back to my apartment in Kalamazoo, Michigan, where I was going to college. And when I got to my apartment, I just found myself completely unable to sleep. I had this terrible case of insomnia. So I went to my roommate. Shout out to you, buddy. I won't say your name on air, but thank you for assisting with TerrorFest this year. I love you to death. And said, hey, would you just stay up and take bong rips with me until I can actually sleep? And he said, yeah. And we decided to talk and listen to something we hadn't heard before. And he just throws Bolt Thrower out there. And I'm like, whatever. Yeah, I'll listen to Bolt Thrower once. Why not? And as was our custom, we listened to the discography in reverse chronological order. So we started with Those Once Loyal. And something about that record's power just like cut through my tiredness, the cannabis haze, and like my grief, my like complex feelings. Like, the music just pierced right through that. I think we were trying to have like a conversation about our feelings, and then 30 seconds in to Killchain, I had to stop and be like, whoa, this song is really good. Is this like their song? And then we keep talking. And then a few minutes later, Anti-Tank starts. And I'm unable to talk. I needed to re-listen to Anti-Tank when it was done. That is now probably my favorite death metal song of all time, I think. And basically, every song would start playing, and my roommate and I would stop and say, wow, this song's good too. Wow, this song's good too. There's no way the next album's good too. So we kept going backward in their discography, and I think we got back to Fourth Crusade that night before we actually fell asleep. And every record was good. Every song was good. It had been eons since I'd had that experience with a band. And I immediately became obsessed. But of course, you couldn't go see Bolt Thrower. Like I had to go to MDF just to see Bolt Thrower, just to get merch. Of course they were great live, and I still have that t-shirt today. I just had to pursue them, but they made themselves kind of scarce, and I think that made them magical in a way. Like, it gave them the same sort of appeal that the black metal people like Isan and Fenriz to an extent had, but not by being edgy, just by being unwilling to play the game, and that made them fascinating, right? Of course, the music had to hold up, and it totally does. I don't think they have one record that would rate less than an 8 out of 10. But I give Those Once Loyal a 10. And a lot of that comes down to Martin Kearns. I know he was only the drummer on the last record, and I love Andy Wales drumming too. But Kitty had some innate sense of groove and feel. I think it's because he used to be a reggae drummer, right? But like, you listen to Anti-Tank, the riff barely changes. The only thing that changes is his drum feel. And he's able to turn that one riff from a verse to a chorus into a sickening breakdown by making relatively minor changes to his drum figures, right? And just emphasizing different parts of the beat. It's a masterclass, I think. Of course, every time I saw them was with Martin. And in fact, I saw Kitty's last show. That show's in Vancouver in 2015. The band Hellshock was opening. Check them out, by the way. Their new record just came out. They're also super punks. They don't promote it, but that band fucks. But some friends and I road tripped up to Vancouver to see them. And, of course, the set was amazing. But the last song before the encore was When Cannons Fade. And they played it like they do on the album, so they would just one by one leave the stage with the feedback going until at the end there's just Kitty doing the drum pattern, standing alone. And I just remember it as this like monolithic experience. They came out to do an encore. They didn't need to do an encore. Like, they could have ended the set right there. They had everyone in the palm of their hands. And I just remember thinking, wow, I will see this band every time they play on this continent now. And now I'm probably never going to get to see them again, which is a shame. Since then, I've had the opportunity of interviewing Carl many times for Memoriam. I love Carl. He's a very nice guy. I think he has a lot of heart. I still think he's a wonderful lyricist. I think his voice has changed, but not in a bad way. I like that Memoriam has not tried to become Bolt Thrower 2. The further away that band's gotten from Bolt Thrower, I think the more interesting it's become. And that once again shows the real strength of Bolt Thrower, which is integrity. This band had so much fucking integrity. They never in a world of compromise, some don't, right? They live up to that. They never compromised. They never sacrificed an inch of what made them them. And, the decision to make an album as good as Those Once Loyal and then say, we're not going to make another one because we don't think we can do a better one is not unprecedented. That's the story that people say At the Gates told after Slaughter the Soul. Although obviously At the Gates, A, did come back, but B, At the Gates broke up afterward. Like, I think it took so much chutzpah for Bolt Thrower to say, we're just going to tour behind our discography lightly, rarely, as long as we can. That was stupendous. and their music had this ability to bring people together, even people who like don't agree with them politically. Like ultra right wing black metal people cannot help but like Bolt Thrower, even though this is like a super openly anti-fascist band. I think that says something about them. It's no surprise to me that now they're finally getting their due. More bands are discovering the tank beat, you know, the double time kick roll with sort of like the halftime, almost disco feel beat on top. In a way, I like it more than a blast beat. I think it is sort of like the ultimate propulsive groove for a death metal band, for any sort of extreme metal band. And it's no surprise to me that it took Bolt Thrower breaking up and their esteem rising, I think, after those MDF performances. You know, them playing twice in one weekend gave them this incredible boost. And then I think people who saw that just wanted to go become like Bolt Thrower. And that's how you get bands like Frozen Soul, 1914, Celestial Sanctuary. I'm not saying all those people are at MDF, but I'm saying that Bolt Thrower ended on such a high and then continued has given them a unique cultural cachet. And finally, that there's all these like sort of imitators popping up is proof that the band is getting their due. To me, Bolt Thrower might be the best death metal band of all time. Certainly they have the strongest discography. The only competitor in my heart for them is Carcass. And I think Those Once Loyal is equivalent to Heartwork. It's an absolute masterpiece, and they should be proud of it. And God, what a stupendous band. Thank you so much for re-recording this episode. Thank you so much for revisiting this band. I know it's one of the ones you did first, but now is the time. I'm glad that people are finally coming around and realizing what I should have realized earlier in my life. You know, Bolt Thrower is not a B-tier band. They're not a nerd band. They're an absolute A+ broken metagame death metal band. One of our proudest, some of the best artists in the genre. We should all treasure everything they've given us. Anyway, I've talked too much. I'm getting misty. Thank you so much. Bolt Thrower for fucking ever.
the resonance of thunder. She is the soul.